Yeah,
and
and
it'll still
ideally in all directions.
And it'll still be the same pressure in every direction. Correct?
Why would it be the same? You mean at equalization? Well, guess what? Earth's atmosphere is never perfectly equalized, is it?
No, there's a gradient. Why?
Yeah, like we've been saying.
So here we go again. It's a dynamic system.
No, but the dynamic system doesn't work in your
what sort of gradient
scenario.
are you talking about?
You mean it doesn't work on flat Earth? Are you stupid?
So people can't finish?
Working right now. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Because if you release a cylinder that has a greater pressure inside of another cylinder that has less pressure than the first cylinder, if you release that pressure, it's going to equalize equally.
Okay, what if you have forces unevenly applied to the space that it's trying to equalize within?
Different
Say
variables,
that again, sorry?
Changes in temperature and things like that.
Say that again, please.
You have forces applied unevenly to the space that it's trying to equalize within.
No, inside of a cylinder, the pressure remains equal.
What if you have forces applied to the space that gas is trying to equalize within unevenly?
What?
Well, I don't know. The sun is heating this spot, then it's heating that spot, and you've got other geological things going on.
What happens when the sun?
Huge ecosystem.
What happens when the sun?
Example.
What happens? What happens when the sun?
You're talking about an ideal example, an ideal situation that we don't live in.
What happens when the sun heats up a cylinder full of gas?
A container full of gas?
What happens
when the sun heats up a container like Earth?
The sun's energy is being evenly distributed throughout constantly at the same rate.
That's a good point. The pressure is
different everywhere.
And the pressure,
so then when we have the sun,
and the pressure remains equal, and the pressure still remains equal on all
it's a dynamic system
surfaces of the container.
Listen, you absolute moron.
That doesn't mean anything. A dynamic system doesn't mean anything.
It means a lot.
You're
just you chanting through it doesn't make it
not you answer the question.
Okay, so you rambling through the answer that you asked for does not negate it.
That's not an answer.
Yes, it is an answer, and you rambling through it so that you can't receive the answer doesn't make it any less of a fucking answer.
What happens when a container is heated up?
Your example's not analogous. The sun never heats anything up evenly.
What happens to the container when a
heater? I'll shut your mouth for you if you don't shut it yourself. You stupid dickhead. So when the sun is not outside, evenly applying its heat and its energy to the entire Earth, you have pressure and heat differentials and things like that going on. That's what's meant by it's a dynamic system. It's always in flux. You always have energy going in, going out, here and there. It's not a perfect equilibrium. It's always having forces applied to it differentially. Do you comprehend?
So that happens in a container as well? Like
yes,
if you have a
the
container
one outside, you dipshit.
So if you have a propane tank sitting outside...
Propane tanks go through condensation cycles due to the heat temperature change. Inside.
So
it's like a terrarium.
You're saying that inside the container, because there's liquid and gas, you're saying inside the container, the gas part of that liquid
evaporates to the top, then condenses and goes back down into the liquid.
So it's a gradient? You're saying that the top of the container has less gas pressure than the bottom?
Welcome to Container Earth. Yes, that's been our point. Thank you for validating what we've been saying.
That's what I've been asking. Jesus, fuck. You guys are just stupid.
Oh, well, you chose the perfect word.
We've answered you the same way reliably.
I know you do. I know you think I'm stupid because you're... Why don't you guys just do the final experiment? Why don't you just do the final experiment?
Well, because number one, it's not an experiment. Number two, it's completely pointless because it won't debunk the physics of water. So, I mean, what are we doing here?
Won't debunk the physics of water? What does that have to do with
are you going to come home from seeing the sun do something and go, that's it, water's curved at rest, boys, we got it?
I think this guy needs to define experiment for us, because I don't think he even knows what one is.
How would you explain a full sun 24 hours.
Oh, okay, here.
In
The
a
sun
flat
stayed
Earth
above the
on the
horizon
South
for
Pole.
24 hours. There you go.
How would you explain it? How
It
would you
remained within my
explain
field
that?
of view for 24 hours.
That's
Maybe
great.
it did a
Because you
circle
don't
around
want
me.
to, because you're a bunch of chicken shits.
Okay, so every single
Because you know
time you
you'd be
start
proved
getting
wrong.
the answer,
You know you've been proven
just
wrong.
start
Shut up,
panicking
Tickle
through
Ryan.
it. You fuckwit. Shut your mouth. You want
And
an
you don't
answer,
want
or
to
do
have
you
your
just
little
want to hear
scam
yourself?
changed.
You want to jerk
You're so
off
special,
through
aren't
the
you?
answers
You're
that you're
just a
asking for,
special
or do you
guy.
want the answers? Shut
Because
your,
you believe something
shut
that
your mouth.
nobody else believes.
Shut the fuck up, you zealot. You freak. God, there's something wrong with you. Yeah, so the sun went in a
Heretic.
circle around me. So what? Yeah,
Yeah,
get
you
out of
left.
here.
I was just trying to like if we could get what he's trying to explain under the microscope versus him just poisoning the well with a bunch of like, you guys are just stupid. Well, bring your observation through. Let's talk about it.
I've heard that guy like off and on throughout the years. I recognize his voice. He's not interested in getting any answers to his questions.
The good old Globe Coat proponent. Got it.
Yeah. Probably a YouTuber or something. Now another dumbass has arrived. Another final excrement proponent.
It's the final experiment.
So how many flat earthers do we got here?
How many flat earthers are here?
Let's see, how many people are in here?
I'd say, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8.
How many people can observe reality for what it is versus
Don't
believing that
distract
I
him, he's
need to go
counting.
away from the point of observation to say, aha, I found the curve. That means the Earth is a spheroid. Upside down people exist.
He's definitely not going to be able to complete his count now. You confused the hell of him by this point.
Can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Oh my.
There's 18 people here? Okay, there's 18 flat earthers. There you go.
Well, minus
You're
the
all
people
flat
that are.
earthers. You've got your flat earthers who accept and know it to be the case, and those who are in denial. And that's all you got.
Well, why is there a flat earth channel both on politics and religion?
So that you could cope about it over here. How's your coping coming along?
Coping?
Did that question help?
No.
Okay. The cope.
So I have an experiment I could propose. I have an experiment to propose.
For what? A shape?
Yeah.
Well, that's dumb. Go ahead.
Okay.
Why can't we just adapt a cosmology? Cosmology for a few minutes and become flat earthers, and then become something else, become a simulationist when you're driving your car. Drive it perfect like you're playing a video game and you're getting points for doing everything right. And then slide into replicator mode when you're eating, so you know you're not eating the piggy. So you're eating vegetables. Cool. You're eating vegetables.
You can be a cosplay bro. I mean, knock yourself out.
Cosplay? I'm not into cosplay.
Well, that's exactly what it is. Because you're proposing that we absolutely ignore what we observe in reality to go to a subjective place that you're attempting to portray right now. Why do you want to dismiss the evidence that we have available to us that shows us what reality is versus jumping into a painting that you're proposing right now? Go ahead, Archangel.
I'm not a glober.
Well, you are proposing a reality that is made up, which you just proposed. I don't care about whether you're a glober or not, but the fact that you're willing to hand wave things that we observe in reality to jump into some kind of a painting that you're building right now is a little concerning. Go ahead.
Concerned about your mental state, Archangel. What are we going to do about this?
When the painter of the painting, the creator, proposes a new creation and suggests perhaps we all jump into it, I'm going to ask the painter of this painting what makes them the arbiter. that we should all jump into and follow
Who's
on this
asking you to
path to
jump?
madness? I'm asking you, Archangel.
Who's
You're the one
asking you?
proposing it right now.
Proposing what?
That we build a subjective reality that we can all jump into based on what you just proposed when you opened up your dialogue.
Why do you slide? Why do you have to jump? Just slide. Slide into it.
It's what's warranted. So you're not willing to take a stand for your globe anymore, are you?
I'm not putting forth a globe. I'm putting forth a piece of lasagna.
No,
Piece of
you're like,
lasagna.
I know you're all doing this now. You're all like, no, I'm not touching that. No, not another
I'll do
Glover.
it.
Not me. No.
I'll do it.
Okay, great.
It sucks. The Glober sandbox has gotten backfilled by flat Earth observations, and it now has no other sandbox to play in. So you guys need to go build another sandbox so we can all play in it. Go ahead.
All right, so what we'll do is I'm going to get a list, and I've actually started this, get a list of approximately 1,000 cities and compute the distance from, get the distance from one city to the other. And so find out how far is it from, say, Reykjavik, Iceland to to London in the UK. So
how are you going to get all these over the ocean?
So we can start with just land. We can do all these just on land strictly. I can totally just do that on land.
The water needs to be shown to be convex.
That's fine.
If the land is bending gradually or whatever, it's topographical.
Fine.
Also,
we'll just
I have a question for Rab Scuttle. I have a question for Rab Scuttle.
Once I finish my experiment, so once I lay this down, and what I'm going to do is say all of these distances, I'm going to have mapped from one city to another, as many as I possibly can, and I'll ask the question, what shape do they fit on? Because my bet is you can't make all of those distances consistent on a flat plane.
So I have a problem with this. You referred to in your initial proposal of this sandbox you're building that these are different cities or townships. Did you say cityscapes? Right.
Yeah. Sure.
Right. So you agree with the built form, correct?
I agree with the built form.
BUILT, built form. Yeah, built.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you agree that building is a thing that we do? We build around places. Do you agree with this?
That we build things. Yes, we build stuff. Yes.
Right. So you agree with the building principle, PRINCIPLE, building.
That we build. We build things.
Of level.
Do I agree with we build things?
Yeah.
Do I agree with we build things on the level? Maybe sometimes.
Sometimes. Oh boy.
Well,
did we just create a whole other hole that we have to jump into now, whether or not the building industry works to a principle of level?
Well, before we do that, there's actually the ancient ways, like we're talking 300 or 400 years ago, did not use a water level to do things level, right? They use a plumb bob.
Okay. Now, is in your understanding of a plumb bob, which illustrates what? Up and down?
The direction of gravity is in, yes.
Oh, hold on. You're going to insert gravity in order to walk forward with your observation of a plumb bob? I thought the plumb bob was just showing us up and down.
It shows us which way gravity is. It is up and down.
Oh, so you're going to insert the fictitious force of gravity, or are you going to just say the buoyancy, the direction, the vector of up and down?
Wait. So I'm sorry, can we talk about buoyancy for a moment? Just for a moment. So if just for a second to verify this, if I have, you're saying that determines which way something goes up and down is determined by what? The density of it?
The medium that the object is immersed within.
No, just the medium, or is it the density of the object? Just the medium?
You asked me.
Yeah.
What is the determining factor of the object in its density? Correct.
Right.
Right. Is it the object's medium that the object is immersed within.
Is it the object's density as well?
It is the medium that the object is immersed within that determines the buoyancy.
Okay. So for example, if I have a balloon that's sitting there empty, just the deflated balloon and I let it go, it falls down. But if I fill it with helium, it goes up. So the medium it's in did not change, but yet it changes direction. So I am saying the density of the object itself in the medium is also required to put in there. Would you say that?
Bright Eyes, did you change the medium that is within the balloon?
You didn't say that. You said the medium it is in.
Bright Eyes, did you?
You said the medium it is in.
That is immersed within.
The object, the medium is in, is what you said.
Immersed within. That is correct.
Yeah. So okay. So I didn't change what it is immersed within. Right. It is still the same air, but now the density of the object is different.
Right. You changed it.
Right. So it's not the density. It's not the medium it's in. It is the thing.
Okay. So coming back to again the plumb bob.
No, before we're there, just before we go there. So I've got this empty balloon and it goes down. I've got a full balloon of helium. It goes up. I got a full balloon of xenon and it goes down.
Yeah, you fill it with a 50% mix and it floats. What's your point?
Okay, my point is that when you say buoyancy, how are you calculating? If I told you ahead of time, you just said 50-50 and it would float. How would you figure that out? What are you putting into your equations to compute what will happen? How are you predicting the answer? Or are you incapable of predicting the answer? Is that impossible in your worldview? Is it something you couldn't possibly do?
So you walked out the observation by the fact that you're removing the medium from the balloon. The balloon's going to fall down, right? And then you're going to fill it with another different type of medium that's going to go up. And you're going to ask me how I calculated for that? You're the one that's walking out the observation, not me.
You said, and if it's 50-50, it will float. So you immediately did a calculation and determined what would be the answer. How did you do that?
Based on observations of others, are you going to let me answer, or are you going to keep asking questions?
You had no observation there.
I have observations of other people who have conducted this observation.
Yeah, I hate it when you guys just talk through the answers you're asking for. Shut your mouth. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're still on the point of the plumb bob, right? Like you're taking me down a whole rabbit hole right now, Rab Scuttle, but we're still on the point of, because again, we're on the point of figuring out this your claim about the distances between these cityscapes, because you're the one that proposed the initial observation about illustrating how we could figure out this curve over different cityscapes and townships. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so now backing up, we have, so you are saying though that there's something that there's what do we want to do? If I let go of some object, it's going to have an acceleration in some direction, generally, unless it's truly neutrally buoyant. It's going to do an give me a second. It's either going to go down. It's either going to go downward or upward. That's a net acceleration. So there is a net force. We have a net force in either the upward or downward direction when you release this object. So there is some type of downward net force that we're discussing, because that's what we have, an acceleration downward. So right now, we know that if we let something go, it's going to go downward. That is going to go, and we can actually figure out wherever we are, it's going to go downward. So I won't call it gravity. We'll call it downwardness.
Rad Scuttle.
So I'm not going to call it gravity.
Logic. How many leaps of faith are you going to make in your argument to the point that you're actually out of breath? Like you can't even catch your breath because you have so many lies shoved down your throat. I'm done with you.
Well, I'm working out right now at the moment. So it goes downward. So that's what I agree with. Plumb bobs go downward. Okay, so they go downward, and?
Yeah, nobody knows the cause.
That's fine. Plumb bobs go downward. Is that fine? Can we say that?
Yeah, we don't deny the little g, the downward acceleration of heavier things in a medium.
Wow. So, does this idiot think that's a win?
No, I just said plumb bobs go downward. So we're on board with that. Great. We all agree plumb bobs go downward. Okay.
Yeah, where we disagree is you think plumb bobs go inward.
No, I said they go downward. I never said inward.
Oh, so welcome to flat Earth. Unless you want to say inward and retract that, because you got to think it's going inward.
No. Downward is the direction things go, period.
Right. So for a globe, that would be inward to a barycenter.
No. It defines downward. No.
So downward perpendicular to the horizon down? Or inward radially to a central common point of mass down?
So the direction to the central point of mass is, yes, that is what we see.
Yeah,
That's how we define
we
downward.
don't see that. We don't see
Yes,
that.
we
And
do.
that would be
We do.
inward. And I asked you
We do.
inward like 3 times and you denied
It's
it.
not inward. It's not inward. It's downward.
Yeah.
But then you
and
also just
this is
agreed
the
it had
point.
to be inward on a globe, right?
If it's on, we say that the direction is down. The direction,
Yeah.
like, so if we're doing but radially, yes. On a
All right, so we
sphere,
don't observe radially.
Right, that's why I agree. It goes downward is what our observation is.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat
can
Earth.
move on.
No, when we model it
Bad.
correctly, we model it as going towards center of mass.
No, see, and
No,
you're
we
gonna,
don't.
and this is
In fact, we actually don't even model it going to center mass because depending on where you are, if like you're near a mountain, you'll actually see it not go in
You
the
need
same
an
way. You'll actually see a
observable
shift.
phenomenon to model it
Yes.
scientifically. Nobody observes gravity pulling inward. It's
They observe
downward.
it fully. They observe it is going downward. I said that multiple times. Yes.
But you
downward
also
on the globe
have to
is
think it's
defined as radial.
especially and specifically inward,
Yes. on a
which
radial-
nobody observes.
Yes,
and
they
this
do.
is the point, and let me jump in to say this is the point that I was holding you on, Rab Scuttle, because your
it's
initial
downward.
proposal. No, Rab Scuttle. I started talking before, right? You brought in
No,
the
go ahead.
initial proposal.
Please go ahead.
You brought in the initial
You are allowed to
proposal.
talk.
You brought in the initial proposal of going from different places, right, in
Yes.
order to figure out the distance. And I asked you
Yes.
where I came in on the point was I don't keep saying yes, so you can interrupt, agree with me. Quiet, boy. The idea here is that you're
Understood.
going to go from place to place, right? And you're
Right.
going to, and I asked you, do you shut up? Yeah, I asked you, do you agree with the built form, the principle
And
of
I have no
building
idea what that
to
has to do with
shut
anything.
up, the principle of observing level from place to place, right? Because when we observe level from place to place, it doesn't matter what distances we go to. We
Oh, yes,
still
it
have
does.
level. So you have to then prove, this is the burden flip,
Oh,
how
sure.
you prove that all these places actually converge at some
Oh.
magic epicenter. Oh man,
Sure.
you're so
So what they're
annoying.
going to do. So again, what I was talking about is we don't have to worry about that. I know that hurts. It's okay. It's okay. Take a deep breath. You can calm down. It's okay. What we're going to do is just look at the distance between two locations. This is something you can measure just by walking. We can have people do it by walking their feet. And when they do that, we just map out, here is all of these distances. And you'll see that if you put it on a
And we
flat
need to show
screen-
that the water is
if you
actually
put it-
curving with convexity.
No, no,
Yeah, how are
you
you
don't
going to
have to
get
do
the
that.
distance over water?
I don't have to do that yet.
Yeah, you do.
All I have to do, no,
All right, shut the
because
fuck up if that's not what you're going to do, because the water has to curve with convexity. The land is topographical. It can bend, it can undulate, it can do whatever. You got to show that the oceans are actually bending, and you haven't even touched that, you dickhead.
So what we're going to do is we have, for
No, we're
example,
not
from
gonna do
up and from Alaska
Okay,
down.
here's what we're going to do, Rab Scuttle. You're going to tell me how you're going to show convexity of water, or we're not going to do this, what you're trying to do now. So answer the question. Is your method going to demonstrate convexity of water?
My method will do a convexity. Will do a non-levelness of water. I can.
All right, I guess you didn't understand the question, so I'll ask it again. Do you think that your method is going to show convexity of water? Yes or no is all I need.
Yes,
Yes. Okay, how?
because when you put all the cities together, for example, from South America to Alaska across land, you're going to get the only way to.
Wait a minute, you said across land. Where the fuck do the oceans come into this?
Yeah, where's the water in this?
Because when you do this across the land, the oceans beside them will have to curve to meet that. So yes, the oceans
Wait,
will be
why?
curving.
How? How?
and I-
Wait a minute. South America to Alaska, that's basically just one big landmass. How does the water beside it have to curve?
If the
Oh my.
landmass is curving, the water is curving.
Justify that logical leap, please.
Because if the landmass has water next to it the entire time and the landmass is curving, the water is curving.
I'd like to see a 6,600 foot drop over 100 miles travel as a sample set. Do you have an example of this?
Yeah. Oh, I do.
So wait,
I'm
you're
like
saying
facing that
logically that if
multiple
the landmass curves, therefore the water is curving, and the water curving is dependent on the landmass curving?
That's
Is that a
exactly what he
necessary
said.
contingency? Are you?
Yes. Yes.
Well, that's illogical.
Yes. No,
Because
it's
you
not.
have bodies
It's
of water on a globe
necessary.
that are claimed to curve without landmasses.
No, they're curved without landmasses, but they're right next to landmasses.
Right,
so
so
you
the
can actually
logical
say,
contingency you
well,
need is
no.
gravity, which you're avoiding saying because you're a dipshit.
No, I've said it. You guys seem to be scared of the word gravity. See, like, look, he'll just go, no, not gravity. He was panicked by that when you said it. I'm trying to not
You're
scare
the one
you.
avoiding saying gravity. You avoided saying that gravity is the consequence of water curving. Because you know that we just discussed the point that gravity must be pulling radially inward to a common center of mass, which is not down.
That's down.
Down is perpendicular to the horizon.
No, that is down. That is down.
You're so confused, it hurts my brain.
So for example, a radius is perpendicular to any, like you can put any tangent line on a sphere, and it's perpendicular to that. So tangent line is the horizon. So yeah, it's tangent. I'm not sure why
the horizon isn't. Is the horizon optical or is it physical then?
It's both.
Oh, so why do you need a tangent line to define a horizon?
Well, you don't need it to define the horizon. I'm saying you have your tangent line.
Well, you just said it is.
You don't have to have it to define a horizon. I'm saying.
So why did you bring up a tangent line?
Because I'm pointing out that you would just have your tangent line to determine level as far as like perpendicular to the plumb bob. So that's actually all you have to do for level. It's to perpendicular to a plumb bob, and that's it.
You can have a tangent line over an undulating surface.
It's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to overtalk me. I'll stop for you. It's okay.
He's very excited, isn't he?
Are you good? Did you want to keep going? Because I'm pointing out how you can take a level. I'm working on the moment. You guys are great for a heart rate. This is awesome. I'm taking a breath. The thing is, what we're doing is we can find perpendicular to the plumb bob, and we can do that anywhere.
Perpendicular on a curving surface. Okay.
Sure, yes. Do you know geometry? This is commonly done. Is this scary to you?
Is gravity pulling radially inward over a curving surface or not?
Yes.
It is? Okay, prove it.
So
nobody observes it, so prove it.
So what we can do is we can measure the curvature of the Earth geometrically. We can measure that. I've pasted this paper multiple times.
Well, I don't think you can. No, you can't. Nobody's ever done it.
Yes, it's been.
You're just saying you can't doesn't mean you can. Nobody ever has.
Yes, they have. In the 1830s, they've done it. Here, I'll paste the link again. Every time I paste this. Yes, I'm pasting the paper.
Paste it and walk us through, because I don't know what to look at. I'm driving. So why don't you explain to the audience what the point of the paper is and how they did it?
Okay. I've been banned from chat. So, you know what? That's unfortunate.
Well, I guess it is unfortunate.
You're far too excited. I've asked you to calm down 5 times. Can't understand the fucking words you're saying. Now, can you let somebody else talk?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, fucking inconsiderate man. Can you read it out then, please?
What,
the methodology about the curvature?
Oh, yeah, sure. Let's see. Let's go here. So what we're talking about is we'll go back to. All right. So I'll start the page. Let's see what we want to do. Want to start from the very beginning? Is that? So what we're going to do is this is the 1837 paper from the French Exposition. And so what we have here is observation. So this is the paper's title is The Figure of the Earth. We get it determined from observations made by order from the French king at the polar circle. And they give the authors' names. It's let's see, by Materius, Camus, Laminaire, members of the Royal Academy of Sciences. And so then we're present that. So now,
excuse me, I don't need you fucking rambling in the background, reading your fucking head, but just read out to us the bit that's relevant.
I am. This is the whole paper's relevant.
No, jeez. Specifically, I want the methodology, not you rambling and reading through your fucking head because you can't read in your head.
So it's well known.
I'm fucking finished. Good. I just want the relevant bit. That's all.
Okay. So we'll start with the preface. So this is page 3. It is well known of the different opinions of the learned have been of theirs 50 years. What was that?
I've got more questions. You keep talking.
Okay. All right. Go ahead with your questions.
I need you to concentrate. I need you to act like a man, and I need you with your words to express. Hold on. What took place? What did they do?
They measured points from, basically what they did is they laid out a grid of triangles where each triangle they had defined as, the 3 angles to show each of these triangles produce 180 degrees. And as they did this, lay out all of these triangles, they came around to the very end, and when they finally got all of these triangles together on a measurement, they showed that the sum of the interior angles was greater than 900 degrees because it's on a curve. So they said,
wait, how did they determine that part? That's the critical element here. What methodology did they use to determine that they did not end up 180 degrees like they measured?
Oh no, each triangle was 180 degrees.
So how did they determine they did not measure 180 degrees? Because the Earth was curving, as you said.
Right. So the final sum of all of the angles after they put together, they actually show if they measure from this point to this point to this point, they have the sum of their interior angles. The paper is wonderful, detailed in all of the measurements to show the sum of it.
You said they measured 180-degree triangles across the entire spread. Now, but at some point they realized they could not have been 180 degrees because Earth curves, right?
Right. They started summing up all of those interior angles.
What did they do? They falsified their own measurements somehow. How did they falsify? How did they falsify their own measurements of 180-degree interior angles?
So let me show you. So each triangle is to the center point, right? So you have the center of this set of triangles. And you say at each point, we measure 180 degrees from the center outward to these 2 points. Then they put all these triangles together. Then they add up all the interior angles alone, not the center point, but all of those interior angles of the outside surface. And then they go, when we add up all of those, we get more than 900 degrees. So
they falsified their own measurements, and you didn't tell us the method. You just said when they added them up, they found out that they were wrong. So were their measurements wrong?
No, they weren't wrong. That's the point. That wasn't wrong.
How do you know that they weren't wrong? Triangles, by definition, must have 180 degrees. So, and you said that they measured 180 degrees, but then they falsified their own measurements because they went back through the data, which means the angles could not have been 180 degrees as they measured.
Okay, what I want you to do for a moment is to imagine a center point C that's sitting in the center of like this of Lapland at the time.
A plane, yes. I have a plane.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, so now I'm going to take 7 or 10, let's say, what is it, 1, 2, so it's going to be 7, so it's like 8 different points around this. So I want you to arrange 8 points around the outside of C. So ABC, like, X, Y, Z, W, V, T, S, around the outside of point C. So now you have all of these arrayed points. You have now a pie plate with 8 points around the outside and a middle point C right in the center. And now for each 2 points along the outside, pairs of points, you're going to draw a little triangle of those 2 points into the C in the center. So you're going to go from
question. Did they measure these 180 degrees?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
So each of those, like W, C, X, Y, C, X, and so forth, they measured all of those triangles around as 180. Each of those triangles is 180 degrees. Then you measure all of the actual outside angles, just the angle from W to X, X to Y, Y to Z, those kind of angles around the outside. You now have all of those angles you've measured, and you sum up those. So if it were flat, it would be 900 degrees. It is not flat, so it is greater than 900 degrees.
That means the first part, the interior angles in your first instance would not have measured 180 degrees.
Yes, they would.
No, they wouldn't, because you're talking now spherical triangles, which would have to be in excess of 180 degrees each. And they are incapable of measuring that.
No, because you can do this yourself.
They had to falsify their own 180 degree measurements.
They did not. They did not. Now, so I am listening. You are claiming that this paper is now falsified, and you have no evidence of that.
They had to falsify their measurements to produce a sphere.
No, you are claiming that at this point.
You don't have 180 degree triangles on a sphere.
This is the evidence you wanted to see.
It contradicts itself. We're pointing out that the paper is self-contradictory. That's not my problem. It violates Euclidean geometry.
No, this evidence is the exact evidence you have wanted. It is presented to you, and you are now avoiding it.
And we pointed out the contradiction in the paper.
No, it is not a contradiction in the paper. It is not a contradiction in the paper.
Don't want to be rude, mate. We're not hand waving it away. Do you notice that
you are? You are literally hand waving it away right now.
Excuse me.
This is hand waving.
My friend, please stop talking through me. Do you understand that we're actually having a conversation about it?
Yes. But you're hand waving it away. You're literally saying they lied. You're saying they falsified.
So, my friend.
We're justifying it. We're justifying our rebuttal.
Hand waving. Yes, you're hand waving.
My God.
No, we're justifying our rebuttal because triangles are necessarily 180 degrees.
Right.
So you understand.
And then you say at some point they falsified their own 180-degree measurements.
No, I am
because the triangle's on a curving surface.
I am not saying that. You are saying that. I am not saying that.
That's a geometric reality, is it not?
No.
How do you have 180-degree triangles on a ball? You Globers tell us all the time that they can't measure 180 degrees on a ball.
So, in this case, what they're doing is 3 line-of-sight measurements that are straight. So they are doing straight lines.
No shit.
From those 3.
No fucking shit. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, and then that's what they're doing. After they take those measurements and you take this series, you can detect the curve. This paper, read the fucking paper. I'm not sure what part is there is hard. Right, I just explained it. I've walked you through the math. Hold on. I've walked you through the math. I will paste the paper in there. The paper. Okay, go ahead. Please, by all means. Go ahead. Just say these people were lying.
Shut up. Can you shut up? You don't need to.
Sure, I can shut up. Yes, I can shut up. Yes.
You shut up by you shut your mouth. You don't shut up by telling us you're going to shut up. Fucking idiot.
The only reason I'm jumping is you keep saying the same words 20 times, so it's impossible for other people to have a conversation with you. You are making the conversation impossible. Do you understand that? Can you have a reasonable conversation, please?
Oh, yes. I was just answering your question before. I can shut up and I can have a reasonable conversation. Yeah.
Good. Then stop fucking talking and speak to fucking Battlemech, please. It's not hard. It's addressing what you said. It's not hand waving away because we're trying to talk to you about it.
It is hand waving away because he's just simply saying they falsified their data.
Yeah. Would you understand the question, do you?
What question?
All right. Amish, you're going to have to deal with him again. You need to calm down.
Which question?
Stop acting like an excited puppy.
Which question?
We know that they have line-of-sight measurements of points and segments of triangles that measure as close as they can to 180 degrees. And they are line of sight. And for them to be ideal perfect triangles, they have to be 180 degrees. On a surface, if the surface is bending, you can have line of sight triangles forming 180 degrees on a plane above a curving surface. How did they determine the surface was curving?
So the paper, if I could paste it, I know it scares you. I've pasted it multiple times. I'm not sure why it's so frightening.
Read the relevant bit. Read the process where they do a mathematical reduction to a datum.
So it's 120.
Because I already know what it says.
Okay. So here we have, let's see, the length of the base and the collection of the triangles of the 2 principal series. B is the base. It was measured several times by 2 different companies, each of which had purchase of 30 foot in length. Let's see, calculation of the triangle. So angles observed. ABB is 9, 21, 58. ABB is 71, 31,
Can you describe what they did?
48. Yeah, I am. They're measuring. I've just said they have all of these triangles. They measured all of the different lines. They even have a picture in here. Let's see if I can find a nice picture.
Or did they use surveying rods? Like, what was the setup?
Yes, it was surveying rods and their measurement apparatus. Let's see, they had specifically made a large telescope to do very accurate measurements. They had to keep setting up. They even talked about that.
Did they use chain links?
In this one, I don't think they used chain links.
You don't think they did?
I'd have to confirm. I'm not sure if they used the chain links to do that. Let me see.
How else would you do a validation of the length?
Let me see if I can find how they measured their base. Let's see. Give me a second. Because this one, when they did it in the equator, they did use chain links. And they actually did march it pole. It wasn't chain, it was poles. And they marched it pole over pole. In this case, let's see if I can find it. in a room upon two supports. Let's see, where is their measurement of the base? I find their exact line. Sorry, the reading of the 18th century script makes it a little bit harder. Let's see. Oh, our extreme care in measuring the base. So let's see. Ah, here we go. Let's see if we find the small number of our triangles to make it odd enough of a calculation, which gives us the field limit of our errors. So let's see. Calculation of the base. Where we go. If in the client, the town arrival on 30 December had a really soft aspect, and there was snow.
I'll tell you what I'm listening for, okay? I'm listening for a measured arc length of a curving surface that exceeds the chain length.
What? So wait, now you want that?
Which would be required for spherical excess. And on top of that, you'd have to have diverging zeniths of surveying rods by specific angle that corresponds to the discrepancy of the chain length to the arc segment of the surface. Well, so I mean, that's what I'm waiting for, because that's what you're going to have to demonstrate for there to be any spherical excess. And then this has to be done with an appropriate margin of error of all of their optical readings.
So to be clear, it's not if any of these measurements they're doing show a curve, it shows a curve. That's what you've described as a way, right? It's not the only way, correct?
That is the way it should be done. That was the way that they were surveying from the 1800s to the 1920s.
I'm sorry, is it the way that is it the only way that can be done?
Well, if it's not the way, then you tell me what the fucking paper says. It's your claim.
I've pasted.
You don't seem to know if they use the chain method or not.
Well, it's because it's two different papers, two different ways. So let me see what this paper uses. What?
Are you disorganized in your office? Like, does your employer know you're a disheveled mess?
I'm a disheveled mess?
Yeah, like let's say that you're trying to brief your boss on a problem. Okay? Yes. You're sitting at the table.
Yes.
The board is waiting for you to present your fucking evidence, and you're all over the goddamn place.
Oh, you mean like important problems? No. On important things, I'm much more organized. So on crap like this, which is just hilarious to waste time on in the mornings. Yeah,
you're fine.
This is fine.
We get your bigotry, Sunshine. You've kind of plastered through everything that you've said.
What are you talking about? This is like, you guys are silly. This is hilarious. If you're not going to read people from the 1800s,
there you go. Sorry, you understand what bigotry is, right? And then you turn around and go, "You guys are silly." What? Because we're flat earthers and you're bigoted.
Yes, well, that's true.
Yeah,
it's obviously true.
So bigoted.
It's not bigoted.
We understand.
No, it's evidential. No, it's not bigoted, because basically you're presenting yourself as, I am someone who believes the earth is flat, and I can go, yes, people who believe that are silly.
No. Do you also understand how we haven't hand-waved your evidence away?
Yes, you very much hand-waved it away. You hand-waved it away. That was literally hand-waving it away.
Sorry, stop acting like a coward and talking through me.
You hand-waved it away.
You'll notice, I will make this point, so you'll notice we haven't hand-waved it away because we're still fucking talking about it.
You hand-waved it away by saying they made up an answer. You hand-waved it away by saying they obviously were wrong. You hand-waved it away by saying they must have measured it in different ways. So you've hand-waved it away without reviewing the paper. That's literally hand-waving it away. You're not saying... Let me ask... Yes?
This isn't the first time we've seen this paper.
Apparently.
No. If you were listening to the conversation... Amish already told you this. This paper, we've seen it for the last 6-7 years? Gets brought up from time to time with people like you who do at least a little bit of digging around. Not the surface scratching, so I appreciate that you didn't just scratch on the surface. But this isn't the first time that we've read this paper.
Yes, it is.
What Amish is talking to you about, you should critically think about, my friend. It's you that is hand-waving his rebuttal.
No, he's just asking me to go go through the paper and find the exact mechanism. Let me put it this way. How about this? Let's end on this. If they have measured it using chains to determine all of these with physical rods to do the distances, if it's a big if. If they've done that, and shown these triangles are what they've said, and all of these measurements are what they said, what is then would you concede, yes, they measured a curve? Hello? Would you concede that they have measured a curve?
You mean if they had these measurements and they could prove it within the margin of error and everything?
Yes.
I mean, yes, if they actually measured curvature, of course, we would all concede. We would pack up this entire server. We'd probably apologize in public, some of us, and we would go home.
Awesome. That's
So
great.
prove it.
So, okay, so I'll come back here. So everyone just to be very clear here. Everyone here agrees with that statement. If I come back with demonstrating how this paper did everything correctly, everyone on here is going to pack up and go home. Is that what everyone is saying? This is the true statement.
Yes, if they measured Earth curvature that conforms to the globe, absolutely 100%, we go away. We won't be flat earthers anymore. If you can provide actual globe measurements.
Okay,
We've been waiting for people to present this. You're the one. I think you're the one, man. You're like fucking Neo, so let's hear it.
So just to be very clear, so everyone agrees with that. Everyone here.
Just get your fucking measurement, you tool. Shut your mouth. Go get your measurement.
I'll come back with a report on it. I have a feeling that that's not going to be.
Shut your stupid mouth. Get your measurement. Bring it here. We'll tell you why it's a piece of shit. Get to work.
So you wasted our time. You said you had the evidence, and now you have to go back and find it. Derp.
Dickhead.
Next.
Waste of fucking time.
It's always the other piece of evidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, you want that
Somebody
evidence?
else has it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they used the chain. All right. I guess you got no baseline of measurement. And that's just to start off. You know, and what this inevitably entails is a mathematical reduction to a datum, which means they recalculate their measurements to conform to a curving surface. A lot of times that curving surface is created from astronomical observations.
So again, from my understanding, the measurement of the difference would be the spherical excess in order for them to claim that there's in fact a curve, correct?
Yeah, so what they'd have to have is this chain length that is perfectly straight and horizontal. And then the more they use it iteratively, over and over and over again, it does not conform to the arc length that's presupposed around the ball. So imagine like a tangent length where the Earth is curving directly underneath it. The arc of the curvature of the Earth would exceed that tangent length. And so as they would take their little chain and go from place to place, they'd be like, holy crap, there's spherical excess because this chain length isn't conforming to what it should be. Because we thought Earth was flat. Well, I mean, now we've got this arcing surface, so this chain length isn't long enough. And then after that, they'd also have to look at the angle of divergence of all their surveying rods to make sure that the angles provide the radial splaying out of divergence is necessary for them to establish the predicted difference between the chain length of the tangent chain and the curving Earth underneath. That makes sense.
Right. So this all comes back to the idea of measuring your shadows and confirming that there's in fact a difference between these two shadows that you're measuring to their authority or orthocities. Then going forward with even nowadays proponents that are familiar with Discord and the YouTube authority being Mr. McToon, who has the spherical excess charts published on his website for all of us to see, that in fact they show the spherical excess, but they don't show a 100-mile distance sample set that actually shows a 6,600-foot drop over that distance that we travel in order to prop up their 3959 claimed radius. Because again, their measurements of spherical excess have to match the 3959 claim. Otherwise, fallback position is a stationary topographical plane, is it not?
Well, it gets messier than that, and I'll explain some of their confounding problems with this. And these are globe problems, by the way. So they have a geoid model. So they claim that there are going to be gravimetric undulations depending on the density of the Earth being unevenly distributed throughout the globe, which means you could be standing on a part of the Earth that is locally concave, And you could be standing on a part that is locally flat and a part that is also locally convex. You could be standing on a freaking potato chip saddle-shaped part. And due to the changing gravity vector. So what's really interesting is how in all these cases they measure only spherical excess, when on their own model it predicts that that should not be the case, that there should not only be spherical excess in all cases. How do you differentiate on a globe Earth that's lumpy gravimetrically? How do you differentiate standing on a concave part versus a flat part versus a convex part, whereas the entire total is actually conforming to a globe radius of 3959 miles?
Right. Which on that, we could even take the examination of a golf ball to help walk out that illustration a little bit further, because a golf ball has both divots, if you will, so convexity and concavity, because of the dimples on the face of the ball to help it travel. But with that, you'll find yourself in a continual some loss or some gain in order to make up this overall claimed drop over distance curve, synonymous with upside down people relative to your location and their location, because of this thing called the equator. Yeah,
so
thanks,
the curvature
guys.
of the Earth golf ball between dimples is going to be way more dramatic than the overall curvature of the golf ball. And that's because of the dimples providing negative curvature. So except in this case, the Earth is randomly lumpy. So you can't really predict where you are. So you have to have some kind of standard to determine what part of the surface you're on. And this is part of the reason why their whole fucking claim is unfalsifiable. They always have these little outs that they give themselves. Oh, well, okay, so we measured it flat here, but that's only because it's supposed to be flat because there's an uneven distribution of mass through the Earth in this spot that's making it flat, even though we know it's a ball.
But if we take their complete statement, their claim on its face, right? Let's take it. Sure. Walk with it. Sure. Why is it the higher up I go, the further out I see, versus if we were in fact dealing with a curved surface, the convexity or even concavity, if you will, depending on your perspective on it, should present itself as we go up in altitude. But in fact, in real life, the higher up we go, the further out we see.
I like laser tests a lot, but I really like high altitude infrared observations, because the scale and distance at play is so big, you don't have to be so precise as you do with lasers over small distances. You know, when Jay Tolan shows you mountain ranges and the distance, it should be 14.4 miles beneath a spherical physical horizon of a globe curve, and it's not, and it's there. It doesn't matter if they should be 10 miles below, or if they should be 18 miles below, or 5 miles below that geometric curvature. Either way, you could be off by a lot, right? But either way, it does not present the globe. You can still see the fucking mountain range. So you get to be a little bit sloppier when you're operating at massive scales and over such vast distances.
Yeah, but in the same breath, brother, we all know that when you increase scale, right? When the scale gets bigger, the deformation, if you will, or the curve should start to present itself. Because as you increase things get grander and grander in their our ability to observe them and see them.
Right, and using infrared, you cut through the haze, you should be able to see the curvature pop. Should be like obvious, like, oh, there it is. I can see through all the weather, through all the moisture and dross in the atmosphere. Boom, there's the physical Earth curvature in infrared from 50,000 feet. There it is, folks. But guess what? Nobody sees it. We see beyond the predicted distance. And we don't have to be precise in our measurements or our predictions either, because we're operating at such scales.
And it's crazy because, I mean, you told me, are lasers subject to refraction?
I mean, they're subject to some effects. I mean, but this can be mitigated where you use like multiple wavelengths at the same time, and you pan across a distance, and you compare the heights and the beam divergence over that panning, left and right. So, I mean, one of the best ones was that David Bricker study of the Air Force's tri-beam laser that they did in Maui, where they used 3 different wavelengths and they shot it over 149 kilometers to measure divergence of those wavelengths, divergence of the beams, and it did not conform to any atmospheric refraction models. There's no curvature present and no curvature due to refraction over that curvature present. They had to create their own mathematical model to explain it, to combine turbulence and a refraction over curvature.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on a second. We're going to go to the Pink Floyd album cover, Dark Side of the Moon, the point at
Like
refraction. Right? That's refraction, is it not?
That's and diffraction, because it's splitting the light beam apart.
Chromatic aberration.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is the explanation for how the moon, let's say as an example, is able to displace itself from below the horizon line to above the horizon line. Is it not? Right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. I mean, the horizon is like it's a really, so let me back this up. The further away something is, the more information is compressed into a smaller area,
Right.
So when you look into the distance, there might be maybe a few arc seconds of difference on the horizon could translate into tens and tens of miles and thousands and thousands and thousands of feet of atmosphere. And all of that is being condensed into a few arc seconds of degree in your field of view.
Condensed,
so that's a lot of shit that can happen. That's a lot of fucking shit. I mean, within that space, if you could go there and if you could measure like laser beams going over that distance, you might see that beam go left and right and up and down, wobble around and move and everything, right? But then when you compress all that into a tiny space of a few arc seconds of degree in your horizon, it might average out to look like a single point.
Yeah, the Skunk Bay over the time lapse, the time lapse over Skunk Bay shows that, right?
Yeah, so this is where I'm going with this.
Right.
Andrew Thomas Young says in his literature that the horizon, due to refraction, never appears to like lift up or go down itself, but it's the objects within the frame that does. And it's for that same reason that I just explained.
Right.
Because it averages out over this distance to flat.
And my problem with this is, or not problem with that, I agree with you fully. Days where I've seen the sun in the eastern sky and the moon in the western sky when the moon is full, from my understanding, the globers say because of refraction, that is why the moon has displaced itself from below the horizon line to above the horizon line, and why we're able to see it. And my question, and why I was coming through with this is, just give me a quick second, is their explanation for refraction is why that moon has moved or is able to move change its location. But we don't actually see this actually happening. I agree. Light scattering is a thing. I agree that condensing an image into one place, depending on your distance away from it, is another thing, Rayleigh's criterion and angular resolution. But in terms of things actually moving to a different spot in the sky, I don't see that actually happening due to refraction. I appreciate the walkthrough, brother. Thank you for the space.
Yeah. So it's one of the explanations they have for why like astronomical objects appear to slow down as they move towards the horizon. It's because it's being refracted and bent up as it goes over a curve, effectively slowing its descent over the physical curve that's really not there. Even before they really considered this, the effect was documented. This flattening or squishing on the horizon. I think Aristotle wrote about it, like with the moon being squished. So it's not just like slowing down as it gets to the horizon, but it squishes and turns into like a football shape.
And see, that's interesting because when we look at how a dome is shaped, you have like the peak of it, which would appear to, allow things to open up, because that's how a dome works. As you get to the crest of it, it opens up. But then as things get lower and lower to, I don't know I guess the base of the horizon or the lower part of that quote unquote dome, it would make sense that things start to compress ever so much. Again, Rayleigh's criterion, angular resolution. But as they again approach the ceiling, they start to move faster and faster, the crest of that dome.
We don't need a dome to explain it, though. We just need a sufficiently dense medium, relatively dense, because of all that information being compressed.
Yeah, brother, I was, from my own perspective, inserting the idea of the dome. I apologize for that. Just in terms of how things compress as they get lower to the floor versus up towards the ceiling.
Yeah, this phenomenon on the horizon, what's taking place, is extremely complex. Indio shared with me some fascinating stuff. He fed some AI like 50 research papers on this, and asked the AI to basically summarize it all. And like nobody really can explain it with any single coherent model. There's refraction, there's total internal reflection, there's miraging, there's a combination of all three of them. And it probably is a combination of all these different phenomena happening at the same time in different amounts, or happening at different times in same amounts. There's just so much going on. It's one of the big reasons I think that the military's had a hard time creating laser weapons that work in the air, because I mean, you fire the laser, that shit bends and fucks off in different directions, then it may not hit your intended target reliably all the time. And it's why when people do these controlled laser tests, measurements, that they select conditions that are optimal for a clear path, where you don't have like a big temperature differential between the water and the air, or the surface and the air, where you do it in like the evening time before the sun sets, or maybe the morning or so, and you either go like away from the sun instead of into the sun. I mean, all these different conditions are set in order to minimize the variance. People do the frozen lake laser transits in the dead of winter at nighttime. I mean, to me, that's pretty optimal. But then you get to like the tropical zones, where you got all this humidity, right? I mean, multiple temperature inversions over different, land water masses and evaporation, fog. I mean, God knows it can get crazy. And when you're looking off into the distance, you're also looking through multiple weather systems. So, yeah, I mean, it's why like you open your weather app to check your visibility, and it says, oh, your visibility's 3 miles today, or it's 1 mile, or it's 6 miles, or 12 miles, or 20 miles, and it changes where you are on Earth, your season, local weather conditions,
humidity, major measure.
But if you go out to like a high desert of Arizona, I mean, you can see freaking forever. Like for people, for most of us, at least in America and the States, that live like on the East Coast of the United States and have never been out west to the high desert, it is an experience that is surreal, man. You can see so far, the air is so clear. You can see detail on distant mountains that would be impossible. Because over here, you look out for the mountains and they get obscured behind a purple haze, like a fog almost. You go out there, you still see the colors preserved, man. It's sharp. You're looking like 20 miles away, and you can make out details, and it's in the same color palette as stuff that's close to you. It's really kind of nuts.
Yeah, I agree, Amish, because the humidity in that region, because it's a hot region, the humidity is so low, so you have less amount of particles of water around you that will just obstruct your vision or make things fade in distance. No, because that's less particle of water, you see more distance.
That's right. Different stuff in the air has a different effect on light.
like nitrogen bends light differently than oxygen, then differently than water vapor and absorption and scattering and all this other stuff. But you go to a really thin air, like a high desert that's very humid. And oh man, it's gorgeous. It's like having infrared.
I think at those places you will be able to see during the sunset the sun changing its size. Not that much, but it will, because you will have less magnification in the air because of water.
Yeah, I think that's where some of these observations are made, where you see the sun shrinking.
Yeah,
they were made in desert regions. All right, I got to get going, guys. I'll be listening. Take care.
But for me, the dome is majorly made because of perspective and the size, the radius of that dome. How big is the dome? That come to atmospheric conditions. But the dome itself is just because of perspective only. I'm talking about the dome of vision, the grid of vision. It's due to perspective only. Like in that Black Swan observation, so the dome of that observer, who was 1 foot, aka the camera, it was a radius of more than 10 miles. Thank you so much, Anti-Globalist, for the information that you are sharing with me. That's precious for me. I like that.
No worries, man. I thought you would like it. Lots of interesting speculations and tests and things like that on domes and.
Yeah, I see the thumbnails. It's interesting.
Yo, thanks for the promotion, Heretic.
Yo, Flatloid. How are you, brother?
Mic check. What's going on, man?
How are you, brother? I'm very good.
I was just
Flat Lloyd tag in, Kiwi tag out. Good to see y'all. Be well, brothers. And again, Flat Lloyd, good to see you, brother. And Necros, DJ, everybody, peace.
Yeah, I just came in on the tail end of, Battlemont just destroying them. What was them? Rabscubble? Oof. Yeah, Rab.
Battlemont was debating Rapscuttle?
What was that right?
I don't know.
I don't know. But I mean, I recognize Rab as he just gets faster and faster in his voice. he's like starts to panic.
Yeah, every single time, and then he just bails randomly.
Yeah, bails
every time.
But yeah, I'm just writing a to-do list for the week, and I was making sure to see where the moon's at. I had a new moon yesterday. Couldn't find the dang thing. But I've always noticed, when it's a full moon, good stuff happens, at least in my life. And I kind of look for those signs. Usually, like, the good conversations happen on Discord, too, and everybody's all fired up for some reason. So, I don't know. I like to keep track of that stuff. That and, my relationships seem to go a little bit better when I take the right opportunity. You know what I mean? like, oh, I noticed they have this fire in their energy, so I'm going to go for it and ask them this question. Maybe it's like I don't know. I recently got a promotion, so I've been doing a whole bunch of work, and just been listening in lately, just in the background, really all the time, and it's crazy, like the little trends that come in, from the Glurf videos, if you will, the Professor Daves, the Fight the Tight Shirts, the McTunes, and how they come in, just repeating that. Excuse me. It's so weird when you can see the patterns, and it's like these ways of social behavior, and at least the way I start to look at it architecturally. But I love it, man. And I always love hearing you guys. A plethora of great information.
If you like tracking the moon phases, there is a super easy way to track the phases of the moon. So the new moon, the full moon. Just get an Arab calendar or an Islamic calendar. Have you ever heard about that? So every 14, I will throw one for you, an Arab calendar or Islamic calendar. They use the moon as being the presentation of the month, and every 14 of the month, it's the new moon, and every end of the month, it's every 14 of the month, it's a full moon, and every end of the month, it's a new moon. So we will have easy track just to look at that calendar. You track the 14 when it's the 14th day of that month, and you get out, you can see the full moon.
Yeah. Those 13 phases or 13 cycles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that, man. I was actually going to teach in my class today, how money works and how the Gregorian calendar works, essentially. I mean, these are like fresh out of high school students that, I'm supposed to introduce them to architecture, society, and culture. And it's like, oh, well, what better way than to talk about the fiat currency system and, the calendar system that we're all in, and that there is, of course, more natural ones, and, I try not to go the religious aspect, but I definitely throw it in there, like kind of all of them. I'm always pissing off somebody, but they got to
You could say, here's why they built banks to look so imposing and brutal. It's because of fiat currency.
Well, the mentality in university too is like, they're scared to take out a loan, and and for good reason. It can be hard to pay these things back if you're not really a driven person. But I tell them, like, it is also just like poker chips, though. They're not really there, and you can make more. And there's actually lots of wonderful, systematic things that they just never tell you. That it actually works a little bit differently. Why the bank could, basically give your money away for 10 times greater than its value, and why they do that, and how this system actually works for the very few, but it could work actually for the very many, and start to maybe even balance itself out a bit. But I don't know. I definitely throw it in there at the end of the year because they're all fried. They're getting ready for finals, and I'm getting ready to grade them. So it starts to be fun. But I use Eric Dubay, like the manipulation of time. I try to pick ones where he doesn't explicitly say or even really talk about flat Earth, but it starts to, hint at this information, and it even starts to tell me like which of the students are, quote unquote, a little bit more awake. Because you do start to focus your energy on the ones where you're going to get some gain, kind of like here. We have the ones that are absolute wastes of time. Doesn't matter how many times you tell them, hey, the Earth measures flat, they are still going to spurg out year after year. But at the same time, it's needed, it's necessary, because you never know who's listening to that and going, "Oh wow, I had the exact same, I had the exact same thoughts," and I'm glad I listened in, because that's exactly what I would have said. And now I'm going to go look into it further. Now it's rare, but yeah, I mean, that's definitely why I do this and do the live stream and do everything like that, because what we do here is important, and it shows. It really is starting to spread. Not that it hasn't already since 2016, but my goodness, it's becoming like a non-taboo thing to bring up. I don't know how many if you guys had a good Thanksgiving if you're in the States, but it definitely came up at the dinner table again. Hey, you still in the flat Earth, Chris? Yeah. They always comment on the hair first because it's gotten longer, but then we get into flat Earth, and we started going over how they're going to Antarctica, and they heard about the final experiment, and I was like, oh wow, that's not really mainstream, but if my 75-year-old grandfather's hearing about it, he's at least somewhat connected to the internet. But I started telling him about how it's basically affirming the consequent on both sides, and he's like, what's that? We had to go into the logical fallacy, and that if you already have the surface measured of the Earth, seeing an observation in the sky, of course, won't suddenly make the ground curve, right? And so we went to a back and forth, and in his older age, he's definitely become a little bit more docile in terms of information. So it's been kind of great to he'll look into it, kind of thing. Anyway, not to hog up the room. Schedule's back.
I started to just look at people and see who is more likely open to the idea and open to research flat Earth. Those people who are not just blindly trying to defend their belief and use their belief to argue against what you are saying. Because sometimes for some people, it's the first time they hear about that topic, flat Earth, when you talk to them. And if you just see them listening and trying to ask legitimate questions and not trying to debate, yeah, those people are more likely open to understand the thing, because they don't have that high amount of cognitive dissonance that try to protect their belief. So they are open. They will research at some point of time. But the others, those who are just trying to use their belief to argue with you. Oh, no, you're wrong. Oh, no, it's impossible. No, it's stupid. What do you know about that?
Yeah, and most of the time it's just insecurity, right? I mean, they've heard the word Earth and they've heard the word flat, but heaven forbid you put them together, because it does definitely becomes a trigger for them, whether they've been sort of, induced into the sort of straw man argument of a disc floating in space, because there's definitely a lot of, like, even my coworkers that, oh, it's a disc in space, and I'm just like rolling my eyes like, man, I want to shut everybody down here, but it's not, I can't just bring it up in a meeting, but some do, even some of them know Matthew for his, quote unquote, YouTube videos.
Videos?
Yeah. So it's so funny for them to even bring him up. And I'm like, if you guys just knew this guy, man.
I told him that yesterday.
It's interesting how many are interested in the topic for sure.
I told him that yesterday when I was talking to him. I told him that you are just using guesswork. It's not even, you're not explaining anything. You're trying to make excuses like you are doing in your videos. You're making up excuses to just hold on that model.
Hey, thanks for the calendar, Necros.
What you said, Flatloid? I'm sorry?
Oh, I was just saying, thanks for the calendar.
Oh, you're welcome, brother. So the numbers in black color, so it's the normal month that we know, April, May, so the Gregorian calendar, and the other colors, the numbers blue and green in the bottom, those are the Hijri calendar. It's called Hijri calendar.
Nice.
So they track their calendar. The Arab people, the Islamic tradition, their months. They use the moon to track the month. So every new crescent of the moon, when you see the crescent of a new moon after the new moon, there is the first crescent, the first percent of light that appears in the sky. So that will be the start of the month. And the end of the month is that new moon, when you don't see the moon anymore, when the last crescent appear in the sky in the moon. So, and that will be just the last string of light on that thing. When it disappears, so that the new moon, that will just open a new month. And it cycles during. Sometimes it's 30 days. Sometimes it's 29 days.
Right.
Including the days where the moon is just completely invisible in the sky, the new moon. So it's included in the count, and every full moon, it will just happen during the 14th day of that month, or the 15th, depending to if the month is for 30 day or 29 day. For me now, it's so easy. When I look at the moon, I just ask my wife, is it that number of days? For example, if I see a full moon, I ask my wife, is it today the 14th or the 13th or 15th of the month? And we check the calendar and we find that it is that day. It's the 14th or the 15th of the month.
It's kind of weird, man. I mean, if you're really noticing it and kind of having that connection, at least with nature, you're kind of even able to look at the shadow and go, oh yeah, it's 3 o'clock. I mean, just knowing your direction, your cardinal directions, you're using everything as a sundial. Same thing happens with like the month cycle. You're like, yeah, I saw the moon yesterday, so it must be at least the 12th through the 14th.
Exactly.
But it's so funny you bring this up, and it's absolutely foreign, really, to most people. And I find it to be kind of an interesting topic to talk about the sky. But in a way, I bring these topics up to students all the time. And especially when I'm talking about perspective, it's a really great way. I don't have to say flat Earth, but we're talking about a horizontal line where the sea meets the sky, and we're starting to get the mind wrapping around this idea of perspective, and that of course things shrink. So I mean, it's funny, at least in my head, everything that I talk about can be related to flat Earth, and it's trying hard not to say it.
Well, what's the average age of students that you have?
So I teach the first 2 years, so usually about 18, and to be fair, some of them are like in their 30s.
Okay.
I would say most average, as usually about their younger 20s to late 20s.
Oh, okay. Then
so it's a little diverse.
Yeah, they're grown-ass people, so they have reason. They can use that reason to just clarify the reality that they are living in and distinguish between belief and reality.
Because see, that's another thing too. I'm like, how connected are you to reality? So we start talking about perspective, and I kid you not, I think it was actually Indio who was bringing this up the other day, that a globetard must be the worst drawer ever.
Yeah.
Because they can't do scale, they can't do proportion, they just don't see it, right? And I definitely have personal experience with teaching students that they don't have a mind's eye. They cannot see the space in their head before they draw it. And essentially that's what it kind of takes. And then the second thing is hand-eye coordination. And most people actually just lack the confidence of that connection, so they think they can't draw. But I don't know. I teach it every day, and I didn't think I could draw at one point in time too. So,
yeah, I can consider myself professional drawer. Yeah, I never learned that in an institute or something. It's just my thing. I like drawing from since I was just a little kid, and drawing made the horizon easy to understand for me, because I understand it fully, that if I want to draw an infinite flat plane and a sky above it, something transparent like the sky, nothing above it, so just a flat plane, I will have to draw a horizon, vanishing point. Every line and the sides of that page will just intersect and merge in the center of that page. So I understand how to draw an infinitely long street, flat street, and I don't need to just think about a ball to make a horizon. I understand that horizon is the limitation of your vision, so I will draw that horizon first. I will just cut the page in half from the top to the bottom, so from side to side, left to right. And I will draw that horizon and I continue my thing. I want to draw mountains? Okay, mountains in range. Sun, buildings in this going to distance, like in the street.
Exactly, man. But it ends up being kind of funny, because we'll tell our architecture students, not everybody's supposed to be an architect. If you don't have this three-dimensional ability, to kind of build these situations or these spaces in your mind first, it's going to be really hard to be an architect, somebody who does have to have a connection between reality and what they're designing, right? Because if somebody starts designing for a ball and it's not really there, it's not gonna work the same, right? You're going to be trying to assume different conditions, forces, whatever, right? And get a different output. So we teach them a flat level baseline, whether they actually realize it or not. I didn't even, of course, realize it for a while until, in my architecture class, looking at the sun and the moon. We had a specific teacher. She wasn't a flat earther. She was actually hardcore globy. She would claim that she actually feels the earth rotating. It was so weird because I woke up in her class, and so I asked her a bunch of questions like, hey, why is the moon so big on the horizon? And, she got so mad at me for saying that one time, that I started trolling her in the class, that I laid on the ground and, I could feel the globe moving, guys. And, the whole class, it was funny because she was like, you're an awesome student, because I was trolling her, and she thought I was like really feeling the globe and, all this stuff. I guess you just had to be there, but it was definitely a funny moment that I'll never forget, just because.
Yo, Chris, you mean to tell me she was asking you to feel the music, and you were feeling the music, brother?
Exactly.
till this moment,
those theoretical professors get,
No, I didn't have to be there, dude. That's hilarious.
and you can confirm this to me, Flatlord. Till this moment, I never found an architect who will draw to build a square room. He will draw it as being a flipped pyramid, just taking account of that ball and the size of the ball, and that plumb lines will converge toward the center of that ball, meaning that your walls will never be parallel to each other. I never found some architect who take account of those things, like the architect who built the trade center that was destroyed in the 9/11. So that had to be a flipped pyramid. The top is wider than the bottom because all those plumb lines that were used to build that thing, they were converging toward the center point. No, the architect is drawing parallel lines, isn't it?
Exactly.
90-degree angle.
You get a little angle T-square out there, and it's like, hey man, did you get your 89-degree square? What? Oh yeah, you need your 88-degree square too, because we're gonna get quite far off, and we're gonna need to, you think you would have that on hand all the time. Like, architecture is pretty smart in that sense that we do a lot of the same things over and over again, or draw repeating elements, such as 90-degree angles, level baselines. That's why we have a parallel bar, on our drafting tables, because we draw a lot of elevation lines, and those elevation lines are parallel to each other,
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a huge simplification of reality to simply just draw it as a straight line. I get it, but it is its simplest party form.
For me, they are all legitimate flat earthers without knowing. They are flat earthers, but they believe on that globe. They use
exactly.
And they draw and they build using flat earth because they are really flat earthers.
Well, that's when I realized it was a lot easier to talk about this topic, because you reach a level to where you're like, wait a minute, the globe never existed. The globe never existed. It's just people that actually are deceived. We're the ones who actually realize, and they're just still stuck in this crazy story.
Correct. Like those pilots, the pilots that's still globers. Some pilots are still globers. They fly above a flat plane, and they still believe in the globe because they practically fly above a flat plane. They learned it like that. They practically use it like that. But still in their mind, because they follow that indoctrination, and they just regurgitate the globe, even if they never found that globe or flow above a curving surface. Only if it is a hill on the dry land. The only curved surface they can fly above is a hill on the on a continent or normal land.
Yeah. It makes me think of, because I'm friends with like all the other departments at the university, and particularly the astrophysics department is one that just cracks me up, right? And the coordinator is just full globetard. The guy knows every little story. He knows all the little updates, right? He calls himself, when he was a kid, a little astronomer, this guy's just like all the way in there. He's a great guy, does well. He's very smart, life-wise, money-wise, everything like that. He's lived to an old age for good reason. But it's just so funny to me that every single time they get some sort of sky observation, they have to go, well, we see that, but it means this. Well, we see that, but it means that. You know what I mean? So they're even constantly correcting for reality and don't even know it.
When I see a funny version of that person that you just talked about, watch The Big Bang Theory, that TV show.
Yeah.
It's like that
Sheldon?
guy.
Yeah.
Sheldon. Yeah.
Not as socially awkward, but yeah.
No. I'm not talking about the mentality of Sheldon, but just his knowledge. Right. So he's like those people, pseudoscientists.
And they do. They've memorized, great memories. But I'm also like, well, that's a logical fallacy, right?
Did you see the episode where Sheldon got drunk?
Yeah, that one.
That was the funniest thing. It was a killer. It was so funny.
Yeah. The episode when Penny gave him alcohol in his Coke because he
had a speech.
Diet Coke.
He was nervous about his speech, and then he's drunk and he gets up and does the speech, and it's so funny. But he went to a Halloween party dressed as Carl Sagan. That was funny. He had like a turtleneck sweater and stuff. It was so funny.
Like I told my wife when we were watching Sheldon, I told her that's not intelligence. Sheldon is not intelligent, but he is like a human hard drive, a living hard drive. So
he's so crazy.
He memorized everything. He can memorize many things very fast, so he will regurgitate those things very accurately. It's not intelligence, it's just using his memory to regurgitate what he got as information from the books, from the encyclopedias, from the class.
He's just such a strange, crazy character. He's got no social skills. He's completely emotionally just retarded. But he's very smart and he works at a university. But he's quite a character. And his mother is a full-on like Christian, and so that makes for some funny dialogue too. I really like it because I grew up on sitcoms in the 80s and that 70s and 80s, and they don't have them anymore through Rare. So, yeah, I kind of like watching it sometimes.
Yeah, trust me, anti-globalist. The video is so funny. That guy is really crazy.
Morning, guys.
Yo, Kimbo. Hello, brother.
What up, Kimbo?
What's up, Necro? What's up, Flatloy? What's going on, guys?
Monday morning.
Yeah. Hey, Flatloy, we gotta go shoot some pool again, bro. You know, maybe, bro, we could do maybe before Christmas or after Christmas. It don't matter, but we'll go play again.
Sounds good, man. Same place, same time.
Yes, sir. And you know what? I kind of like that Monday because it's chill, right? You know, not too crowded. You know, crazy, right?
True.
But maybe
I'm definitely busy
Saturday
this week and next week, but the following week, I'm good, bro. All free.
Okay, all right, man. I'll hit you up. Or just let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What up, brother Kembo?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Who's that? I can't see you. I'm driving right now. Sorry.
Nah, Kiwi is Killian, man. Reaching out, say what's up. I was trying to. Discord seems to be making poopy pants today because I've had to quit and rejoin a couple of times trying to unmute, but Discord has unfortunately handcuffed me. Or thumb cuffed me.
Killian, you funny. Yeah. Hey, Flatloy, man, I wish you were here when there's I think there's a physicist. He got a master's degree in physics. And I think he was making claim about, the Foucault pendulum or the Coriolis effects, right? And he didn't know that you need two different separate reference frames. He didn't know that a lot of us just start laughing. Yep.
I was listening in. Yeah.
Oh wow.
We had that other kid the other day too that was talking to Jedi, and he was actually one chill Glober. It looked like he kind of flipped that night. It was a great recording. I wish I had more time to put these clips together, but I figured as long as the recording's there, somebody can start clipping.
Yeah, definitely, man. It was so funny. I think Heretic and Roots actually went in on him, and I think also Matrix. Yep. It was funny. He didn't even know you need two separate reference frames.
That's hilarious, man.
That literally happened this morning too. A couple hours ago, I think around would have been 6:15 my local Eastern, 6:15 a.m. Somebody was in here talking about, I've got a degree in physics, and we went through the whole idea of having a reference frame in order to determine whether or not the ground is in fact moving, because you need this and necessary.
Yeah, and when we asked for the globe proof, he said picture from space. Oh, and he studies science, man. I can't.
Yeah, I mean, something that kind of throws, I mean, if you've ever gone to university or, gotten a degree, you start to realize like the people around you who get the exact same quote unquote piece of paper that you do. And you're like, wait a minute, that guy's way smarter than me. Or you look at another guy and you're like, that guy is way dumber than me. Like he's getting the same piece of paper, you start to realize the illusion a little bit that, at least in my opinion, these universities and college, they're just resources. They're just tools that you can use. And you see the students that do use them, and you see the students who don't. And they're just getting by so they can get that piece of paper. Whereas, to be fair, I think even a large majority of people I've even talked to, like that know about Flat Earth, you guys, deserve pieces of paper too. More than these guys who quote unquote have their piece of papers.
Hey, we get a 24/7 certification. The training camp, baby.
Exactly.
What kills me with this entire
Yes, I've got my undergrad in Flat Earth.
Well, that's exactly the craziest part is like, okay, wait a minute. Architecture, engineering, these are the studies of the fields that build upon the realm that we're discussing right now. So why is it that we're so quick to hand wave dismiss what they're willing to bring to the table in terms of observation, to go to the guys in the lab coats with the glasses and the white papers studying, it says it's a spheroid. They don't build anything here, but they're apparently experts on this place. I don't get it. I thought the last time when you were actually trying to figure out the shape of something, you needed to pick it up, put your hands on it, measure it, do all these things in order for you to walk away with an actual conclusion that fits what you actually observe in reality.
Which is why they put those two departments real far away from each other. At least in my situation.
Yeah, they put them on the other side of the curve.
Well, what's funny is like, well, yeah, exactly. But like, even if you take that physics class, I remember taking university physics too, and so many situations where, I had a pretty honest professor who was like, well, here's how we calculate work, even though this doesn't actually make sense. He'd call out stuff like, if you pick up a box and you move it across the room, right? Technically, you didn't do any work according to physics, right? And essentially one of the equations. But and he would explain it like this, but you definitely know that you picked up that box and that you're a little bit more tired because of it, So it was just funny how he would explain, again, reality, because he knows that they're using this for some sort of practical reason, right? Rather than to actually say it's a one-to-one with reality. So it was kind of nice that he was honest, but there's definitely a few that are like, no, you didn't do any work. Okay, dude, go pick up that box then 1,000,000 times. You won't be tired. Don't worry, you didn't do any work.
Well, the formula for work is mass times acceleration, right?
Right.
What is the thing that's accelerating the object? If I'm the one moving it, aren't I the one accelerating the object?
Right. But then you also have like, if it's a 20-pound box and you're holding it in the air, right? The physics equation doesn't really I guess you have the resistance in your arms, and you could really start to dive into how much work your muscles are doing, essentially, right? With, what do they call them? Is it a free body diagram? Where you show all the arrows going everywhere. But it was just so funny to me because, that wasn't the only scenario. He'd constantly be like, well, the rate of gravity is actually kind of varies, and, kind of the same stuff we say here, even per location, that you can get quote unquote different acceleration rates. And he also didn't give really an explanation for that. He's just, but that's what's kind of funny in a physics class. Whatever you say kind of goes, that's why you have this huge kind of authority. So you try not to speak, at least I do when I teach, not out of phrase. I literally just say, I don't know. Right. Or even if I get a question. And actually the students kind of like that, as I think anybody should. Why would you answer something that you don't know?
Exactly. Those are the best teachers to have. I salute you, Brother Chris. When you don't have an answer, best answer is, I don't know, which will lead the person to search up
themselves, but at least up until that point, they feel like you left them with a good enough foundation that they can venture forward.
Sometimes we'll, because I'm on the internet or like at the podium with the computer, and I go, well, let's look it up, and especially if it's some sort of definition or word, because I'm trying to tell them, hey, this is what you should do when you come to this, this fork in the road. What do I do? Look it up.
That's the problem.
I mean, we see that on Discord all the time. Yeah.
That's why.
They come here and they're like, how big's the globe? I don't know.
Yeah, that's why the globe have that problem. They have those all those assumptions. The globe is just founded on just assumptions. So because they need to something to say that, oh, we know everything. They can't have something that they can't answer. They know what is the sun. They know how the Earth is orbiting. They know the galaxies beyond us. They know that universe that hold all those galaxies and the edge of that universe. They know why that thing is falling in the cause, that invisible cause, gravity. So they want to have that idea. Oh, we have knowledge. And people believe that it's knowledge. They don't even distinguish between some knowledge, real knowledge, and assumptions. That's why when Globers come to us, they say, "Oh, we have a model that explains everything." No, it doesn't. You just think that, you believe that.
Yeah, I mean, that's my favorite line. Where's your model? You don't even have a model. It's like, dude, look in the mirror.
They repeat that phrase that they heard. It's not something they came up with. They heard that we have a model that explains everything. And because they are not interested enough, they never research that model that explains everything to see it and to see the explanation of everything. They just believe that's magical sentence, a model that explains everything. And they throw out that sentence to you. Oh, we have a model that explains everything.
I mean, I know. The final observation is not gonna really matter and stuff, right? But I'm still, I still want to know, like, at this moment, like, what's gonna be the outcome, But for us, no matter if you see the 24-hour sun or not, right? They still can't prove the curvature. But if there's no 24-hour sun above the horizon, man, they fuck. It's over for them. They fuck.
Well, that's a pretty good point, Kimbo, because, hypothetically, yeah, it's not going to, of course, change the surface of the Earth. But, if they quote unquote go, see, there's a 24-hour sun, all the flat earthers are going to be like, okay, so, right? And they're going to be like, see, you should go back to the globe. And it's like, no, we're going to tell you why, right? And how it doesn't affirm the surface of the Earth. But see, the other way around, if they're totally fucked and don't see a 24-hour sun, do you think they're going to just jump onto flat Earth and go, okay, you guys are right?
No, bro, I'm going to tell you, they're going to, oh my God, these anti-flat earthers. I can see it's coming. Yeah.
I mean, get the popcorn ready.
it's gonna be funny. We're gonna find out. It's gonna be a lot of crazy stuff going on. Yeah, I can't wait. To be honest, in a sense, we'll find out.
To be fair, I don't even think they're gonna go. You know, like they're gonna cancel last minute, or I don't know, because I mean, it's happened before.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I had that thought too. I don't doubt it, right? If like who's ever in charge, right? Like whoever's in charge, right? I mean, if they know that flat earthers actually going out there and trying to look for the 24-hour sun, right? And there is no 24-hour sun, or for whatever reason, right? Of course, they don't want us to go look out there. They have a treaty for a reason. They have a treaty for a reason. Yeah.
So listen, if really, that's what I was thinking from the beginning, since I heard about that expedition that they will do. If they know by fact, I'm talking about the government and those who will just allow that expedition to the South Pole. If they know by fact that the sun is really arcing around the north and anti-arcing away from the south, they will never allow that. They will never allow that expedition to the south, because it will be just, they will fuck the globe entirely. No more globe.
Right. And even if there's sunlight, 24-hour sunlight, right? But the sun needs to be above the horizon, because that's what the globe model showed, right? The sun appear above the horizon 24 hours. It needs to show that. It cannot be just sunlight. It cannot just be daylight.
Yeah,
it needs to be above the horizon. Yeah.
That's what we all agreed upon before that thing, because we told them, and I heard that, we are not talking about 24-hour sunlight, but we are talking about a 24-hour sun. The sun itself should be visible during that 24-hour duration, not just the light. Half of the time you will see the sun, and the other half that time it will be just light and no more sun in the horizon. No, that's not a 24-hour sun, and we know that. And we have already memes that date years ago that shows that you can have 24-hour sunlight. We have already that explanation. Now what we need is the observation of a 24-hour sun.
Man, I can't wait to see that, man, their reaction, their faces. Right? Either way, you know what I mean? Either way, I want to see it. But, man, like I said, if there's no 24-hour sun, oh, man, fuck, man, I can't freaking wait. But then, like, I do have to agree with Flat. Oh, shit. We wouldn't be surprised if they cancel at the last minute. Man.
Have you ever heard about the meaning of Arctic Circle and Antarctic Circle?
Yeah, I heard that term before.
So, like I told you, if they know that thing is real, we won't be able to watch that thing. They won't go there. They won't let them do that observation. Because we already made the point. We are not talking about sunlight. If you just think that there will be just sunlight, 24-hour sunlight, that won't work. think what it was the same exact thing that happened with that. Oh my God, I forgot his name. That guy from YouTube, Beast something, Mr. Beast. They went. They said they claimed that they went to Antarctica and they witnessed that 24-hour sunlight. They never showed the sun for 24 hours.
Well, I seen like a little I seen a little clip for a little bit from Nathan Oakley's channel. The interview with one of the guy that used to work in Antarctica, right? Well, I didn't listen to the whole thing. I only hear parts of it here and there. But according to him, there is no 24-hour sun. So, but we can't take everybody's word for it. So I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see this part. And of course, we're gonna have to put our faith in, our, flat Earth, brothers, supposedly. So we'll see what happens, man. But I say that, almost anyone could be bought. But let's hope that's not the case. That's all I'm hoping for. But regardless, man, they still can't prove the curvature. It's not going to change the surface at all. Period.
Correct.
I'll be back.
Yeah, have anybody talked to Star WY7 before? Q, Flatloy, Necros?
What's the question?
No, I said have any of you guys talked to the guy Star WY7?
Not me. No.
Okay. Hey, what's up, bro? I'm just gonna call you Star. Yeah, we just gonna call you Star, bro. I'll just call you like 7. something, man. How you doing? If you can hear me.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a phone call.
Oh, okay, no problem, bro. Yep. Take your time. Good morning, Vom, Q, the Mark, and Das. I hope you guys doing well.
What's up, dude? Yeah, I'm good. Just chilling.
Yeah, man. I'm just chilling too. I'm about to go. Maybe I got about maybe 20 minutes, and so I'm here just chilling too.
Hey, I'm done with that phone call. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. How are you?
Uh, Pretty good. I got an invite from a friend I play games with, and just long conversation of the night, and uh, over time he just was like, "Oh, well, let me invite you to the server," and I'm like, "Oh, I've been to this server before. I know a few people here." And here I am. So I know I've been here before. Did the main server get nuked? Is there something that happened?
Thing maybe a while back. I'm not so sure about the story. You talking about the the 24/7, right? The main server 24/7.
The Discord server, yeah. What happened? Is it gone?
I don't know. If you talking about the 24/7, this is a long story, but we back, we here now. So
Oh, well, so what you're saying back like it did go down.
but I don't know because I was not there for it. You know what I mean? I joined the server maybe about a year and a half ago. So
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
would
not too
wouldn't know
long. It's not too just it's not really you're not that fresh.
if you talking about the 24/7 flat Earth Discord, yeah, something happened before. I don't know the full story, but yeah, but I just I just joined about a year and a half ago. People that actually been there way longer than me, 5 years, 8 years, 9 years, who knows? You know what I mean? So but yeah, man, that's not really important. That's not why we're here. But I do want to ask you a question though. So the person that refer you to, this particular VC, right? Are they flat earther, or is he a
No,
flat
no,
earther or a globie?
no. Nobody referred me to this particular VC.
Oh, okay. So you saying just like you've been into this server before, but not this VC.
I've been in this particular VC just today. Yeah, but I'm familiar with the whole server. I've been in there, dude. I used to be VC check-in. But I mean, if you're new to this server, you might not know what that is.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not even worried about that. But so are you a flat earther, or are you on the globe side? Which side you on?
They're both a little too extreme for me to take sides on. If you catch my drift.
Okay. Well, so you're saying you're not a globe earther, you're not a flat earther. Um, you pretty much your own earther, right? In a sense.
I've got my perspectives, my observations, and my own thoughts. Yeah, that's all the best way I could put it. I think you could say that I'm figuring it out. I mean, really, am I really figuring it out? No. I'm not really getting too much out of it because there's really how much am I supposed to do in my everyday life? I'm just kind of going with what makes sense. And I'll tell you what, if you really want to get a feel of me, I'll tell you that I think space is just the dumbest idea. If you think the outer space is a vacuum and just a complete void and just gigantic planets are just floating out there made out of diamonds, another one out of pure obsidian or whatever, go ahead, just dream on, baby. Like that's just great. But
we are aware of that.
to be honest,
Yeah, it's impossible to be, a vacuum out of space the way.
I know this. Just let's just be simply really the most realistic we can be. You can get a microscope up to a whatever sample of whatever you have, and some people don't know what it is. But I'll tell you what NASA is just better, apparently, because from billions of light years away, they can telescope out some planet that looks exactly like Earth and tell you the composition of this planet, bro. Yeah, just kidding. They can't because up close and personal, even professionals have difficulties. And
Yeah, we are aware of that. Yeah, everything is just guesswork and make up bullshit as they go. They got to sell us the
yeah,
story because they got
yeah.
funding.
How many fake ass Earths do we have like light years away? You know what I mean? Like, dude, we don't know any of this shit. Like, dude, don't tell me you know. Even if you're a professional, don't tell me you know for a fact. You can't. They're just
Nobody
that's
knows.
bullshit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but
That's
I'm
my
curious
that's my
though.
thing, bro. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, bro. I don't care how good you are, bro. You're not gonna be 100% accurate on anything. I mean, some people maybe really
Yeah,
fucking
on
legendary
certain
people,
things
but
that
it's not
just like
NASA. It's not NASA. You know how the margin of error is got to be huge.
but you
But
you can
they're
definitely
saying
know
with
things though.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely
with
know
them,
certain
it's
thing for certain, right?
you have to take a leap of faith to believe in what NASA says completely.
Yep,
Is
I
what
do
I'm
agree.
basically trying to portray.
Yeah, I do agree on that part. Yeah. Okay, so I'm assuming that you're not new to the topic. You familiar with the flat Earth arguments and other side, right?
Um, I'm not new to the topic, but I'm not up to date, so I don't know. Honestly, without trying to come off as too hostile, I'm not particularly interested in the subject anymore because I think it's kind of just stupid the way that people argue it and the way that people try to freaking moderate the whole conversation.
Oh, okay. So you're saying like you think
So
it's stupid. You're not interested
I'll
anymore.
get into
Oh, funny enough. I mean, if
it,
you're not hold on,
but
hold on one
I'm
second.
not going to like
Hold on.
try to get into a knife fight over
Yeah,
it.
but listen,
Is basically what I'm
If,
saying.
if you think this whole thing is stupid and I don't like see where I come from. If I think something is stupid and waste of time, whatever, right? I stay away from it. Like, I'm just curious. I don't know if you think it's stupid. I don't know why you even here at the moment. You know what I mean? And don't you think it's a little bit odd if you think something is stupid?
This is kind of like a test to see if maybe things have changed because it's under a different person's control. And I think that different server. Discord server. You know what I mean?
Sorry.
I mean, just to let you know, we do have a home base servers called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. This type of VC just branch out right to the politics and religion. We also have another one in the politics. Right.
Okay.
So
okay. I understand now. I mean, I get it. I'm just wondering, is there kind of admin in here that who controls this channel?
There's a bunch of mods in here.
Oh,
There's
great.
a bunch of different mods.
I bet that's fucking great, dude.
Yeah, there's a bunch of mods. We have to moderate the rooms, right?
Well,
there's a lot of crazy people coming here and making crazy claims, and they spiral just because they see the title, the word flat Earth, right?
Yeah, they do. They definitely do that. I bet it's fantastic, dude. It's surely. I mean, like I said, dude, I recognize most of the names in here in Flat Earth. I don't recognize yours, but I mean, it's nice to meet you. I mean, how long have you really been on this subject?
I would say I've been on the subject for a while, right? At least like 7-8 years, right? But I'm not familiar with everything. I was more like a YouTube flat earther, right? I didn't know that the community exists. I didn't know there's a Discord. I didn't know there's a VC and the debate or anything, right? So, like I said, I just found last year, about a year and a half ago. So I came, I joined, I learned something, right? But I'm familiar with like just basic stuff or whatever, right? And yeah, I never look, after I became a flat earther, never look at the globe again. Say, bye-bye, Globey.
Do you have any particular observations that you'd like to share with us?
Long distance observation, man. Long distance observation would kill the globe anytime, any days, right? And you say you familiar with the topics, right? You've been in, the 24/7 before. You said you also used to do VC check-in. Did you say that earlier?
Oh yeah, I would definitely love to talk about the subject to people with pretty much no idea what's going on and
I mean, I don't know.
You know the memes, that they've probably come across, and they got them interested, and then they come in and wonder what's going on, try to troll, and maybe argue. But for me, I'm not really too argumentative. I like to just hear what people have to say and say, hey, yeah, you know what? As long as you agree to these rules, go ahead, and then we have some fun. Yeah, that's what I like to do. And
yeah, so hold on. Let me ask you something. So you saying that in the past, right? You the one was checking people in. People would come in and you would check them in. You go through the rules with them and the TOS and all that stuff. You the one doing that back then.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Right. So, well, I mean, since you're on the flat Earth side, at least maybe you familiar with the arguments, right?
And not even just on that one server. They're partner servers, other servers. Yeah, I've wrecked globies too, bro. I'll wreck flatties. I don't care. I'll wreck anybody.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. So so basically, you're familiar with the topics, right? And you asked me what kind of observation I did. I did long distance observation. I didn't have anything recorded, whatever, right? But the long distance observation would kill the globes anytime, any days. Period. That would be one of the thing is lack of the curvature, right? I'm pretty sure you're familiar with that, right? Do you
I'm
remember
familiar.
the?
I'm familiar with the way that light works. So I'm very sensitive to light. Always was kind of interested in how that kind of worked, and I've got this idea where maybe Earth isn't so curved as they say it is, right? Like maybe a
It's
few
not
of
curving.
us over, right? Yeah, yeah. Maybe there's not so much curvature going on, right? Maybe no curvature, no globe Earth curvature. Maybe the sun's quote setting because it's actually because the light doesn't just continuously go on, and it's kind of like a Wi-Fi signal. Like, okay, why do we need all these routers? Why can't the signal just go on forever? Well, it can't because the inverse square law dictates that it just cannot. It simply can't go on forever. Nothing really can.
There you go. Yep. That's why the speed of light was all bullshit, right? You know, the speed of light can travel trillion and trillion miles to come here to Earth, right?
Well, I mean,
that's what they claim.
There might be a single tiny little beam that makes it here, but it's not going to be bright enough to really give you an idea what you're looking at. Like I'm saying, NASA they want to tell us the composition of this planet that they had discovered. Well, most people don't know what the fuck's in front of them right in front of their very own eyes, and they're using extremely advanced technology, and they can't figure it out. But NASA, they're saying with so much certainty that they have found something with this much whatever hydrogen, oxygen, water, all these different elements in the atmosphere. They pretend like they know all of that, but they don't. They really don't.
Yeah, we're aware of that. They just make up bullshit as they go. But I do have one question for you. I do have one question for you.
No,
so
but before you ask that question, I could tell you though, with 100% certainty that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, we're aware of that. Yeah, we're aware on that part. But I do have one question for you though. Since you've been in the topic, for a while now, right? You've been to the 24/7. I do want to ask you, if I ask you to post like a depiction or an image of a flat Earth, right, to show me, is there any way you can do that, or send it to my DM or something so I can look at it? Because I don't think you have the community role yet in here. So is there any way you can do that?
Is that you want me to post you a picture so I can get a role?
No. I'm saying like, is it possible for you to post a depiction of a flat Earth, right, or an image or something?
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna pretend like I know what the fuck's going on, dude. Because I don't. I don't really.
So I mean, if you've been in the 24/7, you've done the check-in before, right? Then I would like to think you know the arguments, at least you know the basic arguments, or what we claiming, what we don't claim, right? So
Well, I know what I claim.
Okay, so what is your claim?
claim that I really don't know exactly what's going on, and nobody does. And
yeah, we don't claim to know everything. That's the whole point. We don't claim to know everything. Yeah,
I can only tell you right now that the sun's definitely not exactly kicking it with me because we're in freaking winter time right now, so it's getting really, really cold. I'll tell you that. That's a fact. The sun's not hanging out with me, so it's getting cold, right?
Yeah, so it moved
That's
further
a fact.
away, a little bit further away. Yes, right.
Yeah, it seems like
that's not the crazy claim, because on the globe model, right, when the sun get closer, it gets colder. When the sun move further away, it gets hotter. That's in the globe model. But in our reality, right, any light source that come close to you, you would feel more heat, and when it goes away from you, you will feel less heat. That's reality, and we understand on that part. Yep. And you're right. If you're in the northern part, past the equator, you would feel less heat during this time because it's the winter time. Yeah, but I'm still curious, my friend. I'm still curious. Like, if you can post a depiction, depiction or an image of a flat Earth, right? Because when you hear the word flat Earth, what do you envision in your mind? That's all I'm asking. Because you've been around, the server before, right? You've been around the topics. At least you know the basic, stuff. I'm just curious if you can post an image or a depiction.
Yeah, I definitely could, but I don't want to. I mean, like, I don't know what the hell is going on, really. Like, to be honest, that's the honest answer. Really, what is Earth? I don't know. It's a little too big. I mean, like, I'll never get the big picture. I'm not I'm not advanced enough, I guess. I feel like that there's technology out there that can kind of make it more clear to what it really is, but in the end, that data is not going to really tell you exactly what you want to hear.
The technology will tell you that the surface of the Earth over a large body of water always going to seek its level. Form horizontal plane of reference. Water is not curving away from you. So if it's not curving up or it's not curving down, of course, we use that term as flat. So when we say the Earth is flat, right, that's what it means, because it's not curving. It's just that simple. Right? That's what the technology or any observation or any measurement that we have done, that's what it's shown. There's no curvature. We see way beyond the geometric horizon, way beyond what the globe predicted.
You're damn right. You're damn right. I agree.
Look, I'm not trying to give you a hard time or anything, because I just, when I hear people that they familiar with the topics, or they used to go through 24/7, I have to ask this question. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything, because there's a lot of people that we interacted with. They come in here, they claim to be flat earthers, right? But they just pretend to clowns, and I like it when QE used that term, right? One of the OGs, he used the term pretend to clowns.
Kiwi's fucking cool. I like Kiwi.
Yeah, I like that term. I hijacked that term real quick.
No, Kiwi's cool. Yeah, he's one of the first people that I interacted with, and yeah, I mean, I like to say that I passed the test with him, and I never had a bad interaction or bad thought of him. He's totally cool, bro. I mean, pretty much everybody here, bro. I know Morvis. He's cool. Damak's cool. Quetzalcoatl. Everybody, bro. Everybody's got their own type of, perspective, and there's nothing wrong with that. No, I totally respect. I respect Globies too, in a sense, somewhat. I mean, to the fact that they're completely brainwashed. Like I can sympathize. I can sympathize with that.
Yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool.
I
Hey,
mean,
Morvis.
as
Are you familiar with the gentleman I'm talking to right now, Morvis?
he knows me. I'm witchcraft. Yeah, he knows I'm not a Christian. Something like that. But I'm in PNR, so I'm gonna be so good being not a Christian in here. Oh, that's actually why I'm not really talking to you in the main server. Oh, there's my boy right there.
Oh, that's your boy right there. The space booty. Is that your boy?
Yeah.
Yeah, your boy always spiral every time he comes in here.
Who you gonna call? Space booties.
No, he spirals. This is my boy. I game with him. Hey, Space, want to get on the game, bro?
But bro, you gotta tell Space Booty that you are a flat earther, or you used to be one. You know what I mean? So he familiar with that.
Yeah, he brought me in the server, dude. He knows, bro. We've spoken. Don't worry about it. So, you've been on this you've been on this topic for a while, bro. For about half a year, right?
No, I've been to the server about a year and a half.
A year and a half. Okay. But you've been on a topic for, you say, 8 years?
Yeah, I would say 7, 8 years around that time. I heard the first time I heard about it. I thought it was crazy too. I thought it was stupid. Right? But I was ignorant.
What's the possibility of allowing my friend over here to chime in?
Let me ask Q real quick. Hey Q, you think we should let Space Booty have a chat? What do you say? Yeah, it's up to Q.
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't recall this guy that much, to be honest.
Well,
yeah.
How's he like? I don't know.
Talking about me?
He's a little crazy.
Space Booty.
Oh,
no, he said Space Booties.
No, he's long-winded. Yeah, I'll give you that. He doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. But
awesome.
I do think that he's a very respectful man, and he's very mild-mannered. But he's long-winded. I'll give you that.
I don't know about that, bro. He used to come in and call us stupid retards and everything. That's why he got muted. That's one of the main reasons. We didn't even say anything to him. That's why he got muted. I dealt with him so many times. A lot of us dealt with him so many times. So I don't know about he well-mannered. So I'm not sure.
Well, I don't think that that's actually true, because that makes no fucking sense to me.
Yeah. Well, look, you don't have to take my words for it. People come in, they come, they go.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, dude. I know what it's like. You don't think I've done VC check-in? Just tell me that. I mean, I know what it's like. Trust me. And he's not like that.
Wait.
He's not telling
You
the
saying
truth.
he's not like that with you, or he's not like that with other people? Which one is it? Were you here, right? Because I'm telling you what happened. Not just me. Not just one time. Plenty of time. This guy come in here and call us a bunch of names,
Who is
right?
he? Who is he? Yeah, who is he speaking with?
Oh, he's speaking to a bunch of us.
What are y'all talking about?
Yo, what's up,
Space
Marvis?
Booty.
Hey, Marvis. I remember you. Marvis is my boy. He's my homie.
What name did you use before? I don't recognize your current one.
Witchcraft.
Yeah, that's what I figured since I recognize like the special symbol. But yeah, I remember you.
Yeah, it's nice to see you again, bro.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Good. We're fighting the good fight, getting banned left and right. And I'll tell you what. Hey, Marvis, you know what? I'm just trying to vouch for my boy over here. Yeah, I've never seen him spurg out on anybody in my life, dude. So one vouch, you can give me that, okay? Unmute this poor fucking man, dude. Y'all doing this. You're playing hot and cold games over here, bro. You say the Earth's flat, but you don't want to fucking tell him it? You don't want to have a discussion?
But listen, dude, we talked to him so many times.
Dude, you talk to him so much. Me too, bro.
Just
But
listen.
who talked to him besides you?
There's a bunch of other people that talk to him. Other mods.
Bro, you're pissing me off, bro. What are you talking about? Who the fuck
if
is?
you're gonna keep going that way, you're gonna get muted too. You're gonna get muted too. Listen, you're gonna get muted too. I'm gonna give you last warning. Okay. All right. So if you want your boys to talk so much,
go
take
back
him
to
to
your
a fucking
stupid ass fucking conversation that you've been talking about.
all right. See, this is the reason why
you finally started talking.
Go on mute. You want to talk to him so bad, right? You take him, go to a different VC and talk to him. Period. I was gonna unmute him under one condition. If he being respectful, I would unmute him already. But your dumbass vouch for another dumbass, and you want us to talk to both dumbasses. So we're not gonna do that. So shut the fuck up and listen. Period. Right? You don't like it, like you said earlier. You think this topic is stupid. If you think this topic is stupid, you shouldn't be here. Period. Right? You shouldn't be here. Period. Right? I gave you a chance and let you slide after you say that stupid shit. And now I'm telling you what happened, and you don't want to take. I'm not saying you should take my word for it, but when that happened, your dumbass was not here. Your boy was being stupid, being disrespectful. Period. So shut your dumbass up and sit down. You don't like it, you leave. Period. I don't care if you used to be a flat earther, because I asked you, oh, are you a flat earther or a globie? Oh, well, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a globie. I'm kind of in the middle. Well, then you're not a flat earther. Get out of here. Well, Space Booty, if you apologize, that's cool. So you need to tell your boy that you did insult us so many times for no fucking reason, so he can apologize to all of us too. Period. Hey Q, if you here, bro, if you want to talk to him and anybody want to talk to them, go for it. Right? I'm gonna unmute them. But if you guys spiral, you can't control yourself. You're gonna go back on mute.
Thank you. I apologize for insulting people in this room.
We're good. We'll move past that.
So, do you have any evidence that Earth is a spinning globe?
No. All I got is propaganda.
Too easy. Oh, too easy.
It does. I mean, spinning. Why would it be spinning? Why does it have to be spinning? To be honest, that's what I don't get. Like,
yeah, that's the claim from the Globies that it's spinning, rotating.
It's
1,000 miles an hour.
It's kind of fantastical if you kind of think about it. Like, it's almost like God put a spin on the Earth. They just threw that motherfucker out there at the Big Bang or whatever. I don't know. It don't make sense. Ain't no spin. Sounds stupid. If you ask me, sounds stupid.
No, it doesn't make sense. Is God like a picture or something? No, it's retarded.
I think Witch is spinning the truth.
Yeah, that's why you get your ass muted. Honestly.
Yeah.
So what are there like the same rules in here? You think I could go over the rules with you? So I don't want to get muted again. I mean, I don't want anybody to have any problems in here. We can't make fun of religion in here, right? Or it's politics and religion. We can discuss it, right?
Well, I mean, this is the Flat Earth panel. It's not really a place for religion necessarily.
I think it's the greatest place for religion. It's
no, not really.
I mean,
we try to
in some people's eyes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to talk about religion, there's like 5 billion other channels to talk about religion.
There is really, but I mean, the globe Earth is a religion, and you could probably even apply that to flat Earth, right? Because I don't know. I don't think that technology is really advanced enough to really figure it all out. But I do think that there is a lot of information that is being withheld.
Well, gravity is kind of a religious concept in that you have something in the fourth dimension that is affecting the third dimension reality, physical reality, which is what religion and spiritual people claim, that when they pray to God in the wherever spiritual realm, that has an influence on the physical realm. So there's parallel with gravity. There's no scientific evidence of gravity. Like you can't get, there's no scientific evidence of, there is scientific evidence of a creator. So, but none for gravity. Kind of religious-ish belief with absolutely zero evidence to back it up.
Well, about the gravity thing. All right. So, have you ever heard of is it Action Labs? It's a YouTube channel.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
The Action Lab is what I meant, right? Are you familiar with the channel?
No.
All right.
What's the best channel? Yeah.
Well, yeah, this gentleman's got a fine YouTube channel. I do recommend. If anybody wants to know, if I approve of his videos. They're all pretty scientific, and basically he had demonstrated that every object that exists, anything physical, has magnetic properties. And basically things can be pushed and pulled with magnetic energy because they all have that, what do you call, they have that polarity, magnetic polarity, that they can that can be pushed or pulled with other magnetic forces, right?
Okay.
So maybe gravity is just purely magnetism, right?
That's the claim, yeah, that everything's magnetized, basically, to the Earth. Like rocks are magnetized to seawater, and seawater's magnetized to the moon. The moon's magnetized to the sun, blah, blah, blah. Or Earth, which is magnetized to the sun, blah, blah, blah. And we're magnetized to the Earth, we stick to it.
Hey,
but I mean,
Des,
that's complete utter fucking bullshit. I mean, that is nuts. That is like. Yes, but I just want to finish.
You ever been to this Discord server called the Flat Earth and Globe Earth debate by Gem Panda?
I haven't been to Gem Pandas, no.
No?
Nope.
Okay, well, yeah.
I'd probably get banned
go
pretty
ahead.
quick smart if I went there. Do you have a link? I'm not a member or anything, or not. Have you got a...
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's cool. No, that's right. I'll find them somehow. I just can't find it.
No, I'm sorry. I haven't been there.
No, you're right. You're right. Oh, okay. No, I haven't been to his channel. Is it like got a lot of? He gets a lot of views there. I imagine he have a few people in his channel. No. I know he's been around for a while, since 2015 and all that. I'm pretty sure.
So, well, it was a good conversation. I can't believe I had to get muted between that.
Well, I mean that's my fault for the association.
Guilty as charged, my friend, right? So it's kind of the way it goes sometimes. So you bring in somebody who's not completely on board, and you get fucked. I remember bringing it. I mean, like, I just, yeah, dude, I'm launching it. But let's just say this, man. I brought friends in here before, and I remember this one dude. I've been friends with him for like fucking 12 years. I brought him to this subject, and by no fault of the drunk flat earthers of their own, had they completely made him an enemy of the state with me. And I'm guilty by association because I'm friends with this asshole who can't fucking understand any. You know, bro, I'm gonna mute you, bro. All right.
Quit while you're behind which.
Yeah, I mean, friends with this guy for so long. He's a geologist. I've studied geology, astronomy, meteorology, um, taking college courses on all those, and and I can understand, bro, why he's mad at all the flat earthers when he describes his side of the tale, what he was asked. And I don't know. I just wonder. I wonder if this community has just been corrupted by a bunch of asinine assholes, just wanting to mute people for no reason. And I get it, bro. I'm 100% on board. I wouldn't want to hear this shit either. Happens all the fucking time. I can see why the community's slowed the fuck down so much. It's not really accepting. It's really come kind of a strict kind of stranglehold. Y'all take it easy. Have a fucked up night.
Thanks so much.
He ran away. I was gonna come back.
Pleasure.
I'm busy doing stuff too. Yeah, he's
Where's
saying all that
Kimbo?
shit. He's saying all that stuff. Throw a little jab in there, but it's not his fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were born that way, man. So it's not their fault.
Yeah.
I
like, sorry, go
probably
ahead,
just
dude.
heard half of what he said. Like, what the hell was he on about?
Yo, guys, if you're interested, I'll stream a 7 minutes video. It's a nice video to watch.
What is it? Josh Collin, yeah. That's
Yeah.
Yep. I know the guy.
Yeah, ants crawl upside down on my hand because I'm a magnet. Yeah. That's like nuts.
Mhm.
Rub their balls, man.
Very cool. Yeah, I seen most of it already.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, today's my day off, so I was on Discord. I had to work on some project, and I kind of stay up. uh, and now I can't go. I can't go take a nap because I'm gonna have a meeting in like less than 3 hours. So. It would be crazy one of these days if I ever win like a big ass lottery. I probably buy like a big ass land, and then I'm gonna call certain flat earther, "Hey guys, come! I got some land." Guys, Necros, Q, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, I hear.
You know who I haven't seen lately? One Big Pond. I haven't seen him.
I
One
see
Big
him in.
Pond.
I see him in the text chat.
Yes.
He's usually in the text chat in the other politics server.
And also on YouTube, he always look out for the YouTube and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, One Big Pond. If you're on YouTube, if you can hear me or us, just come by, say hello, bro.
Yo, Kimbo, coincidence. You just sent me a DM and me too. We sent the thing at the same time.
Yeah, the funny video, you see it? The guy just listen.
Yeah.
This guy's so fucking funny, bro.
Watch the video above that I sent you.
Okay.
If you have time, if you
How long
don't
is it?
have time, it's 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes.
Hey, there's nobody in here, so if you want to stream, go for it. But if not, it's as long Q cool with it, I'm cool. Because nobody here. But if we do have somebody here, well, maybe stop the video and maybe talk to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to, yeah, I'm cool with that. Since nobody's here. I'm not surprised.
Do you know from where they got that name, BlackRock? What does BlackRock mean? What do you think? BlackRock.
I don't know.
What's the thing that is called BlackRock?
I'm not
Do you
sure.
remember
Does it have anything to do with space? Yeah,
do you remember the other name of Mount Meru, which is the magnetic mountain in the center of the Earth, which every compass around it point to it? Yeah.
Okay, so you think they got that name from that? So basically,
they are literally symbolizing BlackRock, which is that company that every company on the surface of the Earth point to it, because it has shares in every company and industry in the world.
I see. That makes sense. Yeah. That do make sense.
It's the center of the industry and the economy in this world. And that's what the video that you just watched now. It's just a brief explanation of what is capitalism. Capitalism is trying to preserve the interest of the one holding the capital, compared to the other side, which is communism, so holding the interest of the community, not the one holding the capital. So the capitalism is just preserving their interests for those three. And the three companies that you saw there in that documentary, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, or something like that. I forgot the name. So those three, they are owned by one.
Yeah.
The money were give to those people like Larry Finn, the one who, the CEO of BlackRock, Larry Finn. And the idea, so I give you the story. The idea came from John Bogle. I think I pronounced it correctly. John Bogle. It was the first CEO of Vanguard. He's the one who explained that type of economy to Rothschild grandfather, and he liked that idea, and he financed him to make Vanguard. Vanguard, it's the first one made, and it was the idea made by John Bogle, and the financement, though the money came from Rothschild. The banking system, it's Rothschild. And they, when it worked, they financed Larry Finn for BlackRock, and they financed State Street also. So those three giant companies are owned by one single family. It's the family who owns the banking system.
Yep. And and I'm not saying anything crazy, but I think sooner or later people not gonna allow that to happen. Or maybe we would. I don't know, man. But we'll see what's gonna happen.
People are just consumers. They don't care about those things. They don't understand those things at all. They don't know that not the majority, but every small industry, middle one, big industry, companies, different companies, those three giants have shares in all those companies. all the companies in the world, directly and indirectly. They don't know that, and they don't care about knowing that.
Right.
So
What's
like,
up, DJ? Sorry.
Yo, DJ.
Hey, what's up, guys? Interesting conversation.
So like in the video, you heard, Jan, there is no competition when you are just against yourself. No competition, you are just working against yourself. You are the only one there. There is that illusion between the consumers that, yeah, there is competition between those different companies. Nike against Adidas, against Reebok and something like that. No. All those industries are owned by one. There is just an illusion.
Yep. I mean, it makes sense too. Like the whole name BlackRock, if they basically refer themselves as the North Pole or magnetic north, right? That all the compass would point to the north.
Yeah,
it makes sense because us, right? Well, us. Let's say us. We are the compass. And no matter what we do, our incomes or our living or whatever, are point to the north. Basically, we have to somehow turn to the BlackRock because that's how they make profit of, pretty much everything. Everything has to go through them. So it does make sense.
Yeah, all compasses point to the north. All economies point to BlackRock. You can do that by yourself. It's not hidden. It's not hidden information. You can go to any business application or website like Yahoo Business. Choose any company that you want, small or big one, in your neighborhood even, and you try to research the holders that company. And if you don't find the name of BlackRock, State Street, and or Vanguard, you just research the holders, and you research who have shares in those holders, because it's sometimes indirectly. You can find an industry, the holders of that industry are not BlackRock, but there is some other companies. And when you research the names of those companies and you research the holders of those companies, you will find BlackRock or Vanguard or State Street, or even the three. The majority of the time, it's the three of them.
Right.
Like I give you just a simple example. There is a company of milk in Saudi Arabia called Al Marai. So that company, if you try to research the holders, you'll find that it's Atlant something, financial company. You go to that company and you research who are the holders. You'll find that it's Unilever. You know about Unilever? So
I'm not sure.
And when you go to that Unilever,
wait, new Unilever?
Yeah,
Unilever.
Unilever.
I used to work for that. I used to work for a company called Unilever. It's an ice cream factory. Is that the same one?
It owns ice cream factories. It owns hundreds of different separated companies. Just research Unilever. It's
I used to work for that company.
So you work for that company in a category of ice cream, and you don't. They have multiple markets of ice cream. They don't have that. The only one they have that one that you worked in, but they have multiple marks, multiple types not just type, but marks. I don't know if I said the word correctly. So, for example, I give you an example. Unilever. So, just to give you an example, Unilever have Axe, the deodorant Axe. They also have Dove. They also have the other mark, which is Pond's, and they make deodorant also. They have Vaseline. They have Knorr, that thing that you put in food.
Right.
So those companies, they are owned by Unilever. So you think sometimes that there is a competition between Axe and Dove. No, they are owned by the same one.
Yeah, you know what? Being a flat earther now, when you hear stuff like this, you're not surprised anymore. It's not a surprise, anything. It's not like, oh my God, maybe like in beginning when we used to, trying to look for things and we never know about anything at all. And if we hear something like this, oh my God, that's crazy. And then you would like to go, want to go tell other people, or you want to look into more or whatever. But nowadays, like, I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah. Okay.
So DJ, what's going on, bro?
Gambo, how's it going, man?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
nothing much, man. Just chilling.
Yeah, same here. Just doing some work and listening in. What's going on? Took my car to the mechanic. I fucked it up because some cat tried to jump in front of the car. A suicide cat.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Yeah, some cat. I saw it from a distance. It was like just running, and I was like, "Shit, this cat's gonna go straight under the car." So I slammed on the brakes, and then the front wheels were all messed up. So took it.
Oh shit!
Making.
Damn.
Yeah. I drove it around all messed up for like a week. I shouldn't have.
Well, I hope you get it fixed, bro.
Yeah, it's no big deal. It's just like the front wheels are like pointing the wrong direction. You got to like hold the steering wheel not straight to keep the car straight.
You probably need to like a
the
good
wheels
alignment.
Yeah, I think it's like loose as well. Like you go over bumps and it feels like the wheels like turn themselves a bit. Yeah, something's going on.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But at least I saved the cat.
Yeah, that could have been my cat.
Yeah, man, I like cats, so. What's been happening in here? Anything?
Nothing much, man. Nothing much. Just chilling, bro.
Seems like Necros is going deep.
You see the image I just sent in the side chat, Kimbo?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Nice. So see those 10 companies in the center?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Those have BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard as shareholders, owning the majority of the percentage.
I see. Yep, not surprised at all. I had a feeling like something happened. That's why everything just going so high, you know? Everything's so pricey. That they use the term inflation. Yep. They fucking us all. Not surprised at all.
I go get my kid from the school. I'll be back.
Hey, Vom, you still here, bro? Hey guys, since nobody here, just us. What's up, Flatman Canada? I was wondering if you guys mind if I, stream a video.
Yeah, man. Chuck it on, and if some globies come in, we'll just pause it.
Okay.
Right on.
Oh.
All right.
What's happening?
The time waster is here.
That's very respectful.
Shut up. I wish you just could do like a voiceover. I think one of us gonna do the voiceover later on.
Wouldn't be a bad idea. I could do that.
Yeah, you can do it, bro. Mr. Amish. All right. I guess he didn't hear us.
Yo, I'm here. What's happening?
Oh, nothing much. We were just watching a video about how light works, right? The daylight, the night light. You know, pretty interesting. But yeah.
And I mentioned video about the noble gases.
Oh yeah, yeah. They say the gases separate when you get up above a certain altitude, and it interacts with the sun's electromagnetic radiation
really,
somehow.
Yeah, really trippy video. Amazing. What's your opinion on that?
I don't know. I'm on the fence.
Yeah, me.
How much of that can be explained by light just separating due to different frequencies of light, different compositions of air, versus being like electrified as plasma? I think that's kind of a stretch, maybe, but I don't know. I don't know how high up that is or what that is up there anyway to say anything either way. So, yep, open to it.
Yep.
I don't know if there's anything like meteorologically out there that you can read, like sounding rockets that have gone up there to study this stuff, what they find. Nothing that's going to be like, oh my gosh, it's NASA deceiving everybody, but just regular like meteorological studies. What do they say is going on? I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I'm in the same boat. Interesting, something to keep an eye on. Hopefully some people can make some more content going deeper into it.
Right.
Yo, brother Amish. Hope you're having a good day. I heard about those little tubes that contains some of those noble gases, anti-globalists. So what I would like to see, someone taking those the small bulbs of tubes filled with those noble gases to high altitude and see if they will really react with that electromagnetic field produced by the sun. If we see them ionized and create the glowing light that is dependent to each gas, so it will produce different color. If they start glowing, at that moment you're sure that it happens like when you make them close to a Tesla coil. They start ionizing and they start glowing with different colors.
How high do you think you'd have to send them? I mean, if you sent up like a weather balloon with a bunch of little glass containers like they have with the different gases in them.
Yep.
That'd be high enough. Something like that. That would be cool. If anything happens.
Yeah, they will put them in a stick or platform in front of the camera. We are not interested in watching the horizon. They can use any type of camera, fish eye lens or something. That it doesn't matter. Then they put those tubes. They stick them in that board or that rod, and we will be able to see them going in altitude. And if they start glowing, yeah, that's what we want to see. Means that the gases, different gases in the atmosphere, when they are when the sunlight just interact with them, they will just start glowing like that with that blue color, sometimes red, sometimes different color.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, gents.
Hello, brother.
How are you doing today?
Very good. Thanks to God.
Well, I like the sound of that. Yeah, nothing too exciting going on here. I'm going to pick up lunch. I haven't even decided what I'm going to get. I'm driving. What's been going on in here? Anything?
No.
There been any globetards in here today, or what's been going on?
Still waiting.
That's how the globetards are. DJ, are you hiding around?
What's up, JE? Yeah, I'm here, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm not too bad. Hey, how often does Jesse come around here? Not Jesse Pass the Light, but the Kali fellow.
Not very often. Oh, you mean, that dickhead. Yeah, I mean, he comes and skanks in the chat every day and just gets instantly muted. But yeah, if he comes in the VC, I just boot him. He's a clown.
Yeah. Yeah, I decided over the weekend, I made a couple appearances over at Earth Awakenings. I do that every month or couple months or somewhere, just depending on when I feel like it. And sometimes there's decent conversations, but Sunday there were Jesse was in there, him and some other buddy, and a few people that I knew that were in there, and so I just started hammering Jesse, and he told me, "Oh yeah, this." He said there was this, that he posted a video that proves that the moon is a sphere, and it's somebody that's holding a little ball-like recreation of the moon up in the air, and the pattern didn't even look the same as the moon, and he just kept going on proof, and so I hammered his ass until I just kept saying, and then he's like, "No, I never said that it proved that." And like 7 or 8 people jumped in. "Yes, you did say that. Yes, you did say that." And I'm like, "Okay, Jesse, you've said before science doesn't prove things, and now you're saying that this one video proves the moon is a sphere." And finally got him to say, "Well, no, it's evidence, but it's not proof." And it's just funny because then he goes on and he's like, "Well, he's like, you're just going to get hung up on a word that I used." And I'm like, "Well, Jesse, you're the one who made a claim. You made a claim. I'm pressing you on that specific claim." And it was fun because several people there just, hammered him as well. A lot of times that doesn't happen over there, but that was, it was funny.
I bet. Yeah, man. I mean, if I had to bet money on it, I'd bet the moon's a sphere. Like, I don't know what it's made out of, or how big it is, or how far it is, or anything like that. But if I was to bet money, I mean, if you look at the, it's like a time lapse, and it shows the moon throughout different times of the year, and you can kind of see it like move around a bit. Like, you don't see the exact same face all the time. When you watch that time lapse, it kind of like wobbles around, and you can see slightly different faces, or slightly different, like slightly more of the moon. And then you look at that like real close-up photography of it, and you can see the shadows like lining up in whatever the hell those craters are. And but there's also a lot of other mysteries about it as well. But
yeah, and here's the way that I say it is there's a good chance it's a sphere, and there's a good chance that it's not a sphere. I don't know, but it's very possible that I have no issue with it being a sphere, but by the same point, I'm not going to make a bold claim that something's proof that's not.
I completely agree. I just say, yeah, like we don't know for sure what it is.
And what's funny is that somebody showed him a video, and he said, "Oh no, I don't have time to watch that." And then I started hammering that as well. If you don't have time to watch that, then why are you even in here? I mean, if you're that busy, why are you, why don't you go do what you need to be doing? And then he then posted that video, and I said to him, "Okay, well, you said you were too busy to watch a video, but now you're posting a video. What's going on there?" So I'm convinced this kid doesn't actually know anything about the topic or even care about the topic. He's just, because if you try to show him any kind of evidence, he says, no, I want you to tell me what it is. If it's not important enough for you to tell me what it says, then I don't want to read it. And I hammered his ass there about that. It's just like, well, no, no, I'm not. If you're that busy, if you are really genuinely that busy, what the hell are you even doing on here? I just wonder, what do you think it is that people like him get out of coming? Like, I mean, is it literally just mental illness, or?
I have no idea, man. I find it sad and pathetic. Just like I don't know, are they trolls? Do they count as trolls or what? I'm not sure. Just reminds me of this GIF that I posted in the side chat there. It's just like some drooling NPC, like piece of shit soy boy atheist.
Yeah, like, I mean, like, well, yeah, I was asking him, like, or I was saying to him, like, well, I'm like, this is Thanksgiving weekend. I mean, do you not have any family? Are you literally just getting on here to talk to people that you disagree with? Are you that lonely?
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, there's a bunch of them like it. I mean, you got Rich Evans, you got Crab Scuttle, and just all these regulars. They come in like every freaking day and say the same shit. I get it.
I don't get it either, my friend. I really, truly don't. I don't, yeah, like that Rab Scuttle. This morning I was listening to him on here, and he was like, I guess the circuitry that runs his voice was malfunctioning. And like, I've seen him in here where he just can't even talk. Like one day back in the summer, I don't remember what he was saying, but he said it like, just repeated it about 10 times, and then he got out of the room. Like it was like 2 words at the beginning of a sentence, and he couldn't say the rest of the sentence. He could just repeat those 2 words about 10 times, and he bounced out. I'm like, if you get yourself that twisted and turned, why?
He does the same thing every single time he comes in. He starts out having a normal conversation, and then within about 3 or 4 minutes, he's highly emotional, freaking out and interrupting, and then he gets muted, or if he gets cornered in an argument, he just like disappears. He'll just leave the chat.
It's crazy shit. But hey, I'm going to run in this restaurant here and get an order placed, and I'm going to pick up. So I'll be back out here in a little over 10 minutes. Will you still be around, my brother?
Yeah, I'll be here, man. I'm just doing some work, listening to this on the side.
clarifying question. What causes storms and weather and wind patterns?
Is that to me?
Yeah, no shit, stupid.
A variety of factors.
Oh, okay, good.
Such as?
So that would be
air gradients, air pressures,
They call them something
temperatures.
systems.
Geologic systems. Geologic systems, Spooky.
No.
Is that it? No, I'm sorry.
pressure.
Wait, I just said pressure differential. I already said that. I already said pressure differential.
Oh my god.
High and low pressure systems. And
It's
what
called
are
a
these
pressure
high and low
differential.
pressure systems caused by?
In large part, temperature.
Ah, bitch.
But my question is,
Bitch.
if it were the case that temperature were explaining the vast majority of air pressure differences between mountains and land, and like sea level land, why is it the case that if I go to like Anchorage, Alaska, where it's colder than Mount Everest, the
That's
air pressure
Alaska.
there is not even nearly as low?
How do you know that?
I've been there. I've literally been there. I've been on top of mountains and I've been to random cold places. These random cold places aren't nearly as like air pressure less. You can just go there.
Can you still breathe?
They are.
It's really hard to breathe on a mountain. No.
Dude, you're absolutely lying, yeah? Because if you want to go up to the mountains in Colorado at those altitudes, man, it is not a lot of oxygen up there, yeah? Very
It's hard to
cold.
breathe up there.
It's the same as Alaska.
No, but what I'm telling you is that
Just
Anchorage,
saying, we
Alaska
have
is colder
pressure
than like these mountaintops, and yet it's not nearly as
There's multiple
pressureless.
variables, ding dong, like you said.
Wait, what are these other variables then? If it's not temperature, what is it?
You just said it's not only temperature.
Wait, but if it's not temperature, what else is it?
You just named like 4 of them.
Wait, like name one. Name one other thing that's not temperature that relates to this air pressure.
Pressure.
Wait, so air pressure
Altitude.
causes air pressure? How does that make any sense?
What?
Are you trolling?
Dude, there's multiple variables.
What is the other? Like, give me a single other variable.
Wait, why are you trying to go against me when you just said this 3 seconds ago?
Wait, the question is what causes a hurricane? Clearly, there are other factors, but the question is simply just wait. If it's not temperature, what is it?
Troll. Are you trolling after troll? You're a fucking douchebag, motherfucker.
Oh,
Somebody's
shit.
trying to give you an answer and you start talking over. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Rah, rah. Shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah.
You just said there was multiple variables. You're like, really? So
We're causing hurricanes, but the question here was about what? Wait, surely you just said they were other variables. What are
I gave you
they?
a demonstration
Just
of
gave you
high
another
and
one,
low pressure
altitude.
caused
You
by
said it was temperature, but like we've established that when we control for
gave you
temperature, we still see these differences. So what else is it?
Not only temperature.
Well, then what else is it? Name one other thing.
Talking over the top of people.
I gave you
I'm sorry,
one
AJ was not
example.
finished what he was saying, and you just kept on talking over the top of him.
I gave you one example of temperature affecting pressure. I walked you through it step by step. You agreed. Originally, you gave me the equation PV equals nRT. Temperature. Yeah? So now that you've received that, you want to argue against that and ask what else could cause temperature variations. Yeah? Now, in the first instance, what we asked for was any evidence of gravity containing gases, not a pressure gradient, because to have pressure, we require containment. Please, back to the topic.
Focus, bro.
I'm unmuted. Okay. Hi.
They actually can't answer this question, dude. They get
Sorry,
confused.
repeat the
if they're talking
question?
about the gradient. See?
Sure, repeat the question.
Again,
Exactly.
this is all led directly off of gravity
Did you have a question?
containing gases.
Yes.
Can you please demonstrate gravity containing gases without just quoting pressure gradients where you require the pressure for the gradient in the first instance? What is
or begging
containing
the
these
question.
gases? Please demonstrate somehow that it's gravity like your claim.
Okay, sure. I think that these pressure differentials that can't be explained by controlling for temperature and they can't be explained by controlling.
No, sorry, dude. No, stop using the thing that's in contention as proof of the thing in contention. Okay, that's the thing you're trying to prove. Okay, using the thing that you're trying to prove as proof of itself.
Facts.
Right? You can't just appeal to a delta factor of the thing that's in contention either, right? This pressure gradient. Notice the word pressure. You haven't eliminated the need for the use of the word pressure. Requires a container. So we're asking you for a demonstration where you can restrict the movement of a body of gas without one, just using your gravity.
I mean, I think if it were the case that there was this bias to this random movement, and this bias was in the opposite direction of normal to the surface, then this would be strong evidence that there is this containment factor, and the fact that it is in the gravity direction would substantiate that. I think so.
You just keep talking about random other things.
And it sounds like since we can control for temperature, we can control.
We've addressed this. Gases have no downward vector bias.
No, but they clearly do, because temperature equal, there's different pressure at different altitudes.
Yeah, they don't clearly do.
Wait, how do you explain that phenomenon then?
As part of gas laws, gas particles move in random directions and only have elastic collisions.
Observationally, they don't, in virtue of that
walls of their containers. Yeah, that's it.
Observationally, they don't. That's a strange claim.
He's been saying all types of shit, Jedi.
What's he mean by observationally they don't? Can you provide us with the observation where they don't?
Yeah, Mount Everest and Alanka. Sorry. I'm talking about Anchorage, Alaska. Apparently are both cold, but there's lower pressure on Mount Everest. Therefore, gravity, therefore, downward vector bias.
Oh my God, he's lost.
I mean, that's pretty damn close. I'll give it to you. That was like insanely good faith. I mean, if it really were the case that these gases move truly randomly, why would we be seeing these altitude pressure differentials?
You don't like supporting the things you just said, do you?
No, that is the support. But like I was asking AJ, not you. But you can respond for AJ. I think you're better than AJ, actually. I think you're cooler.
Thanks,
I think you've been animated for full picture, and that helps.
Thanks, dude. You pick a random strongman every time.
Well, that's not a straw man. That's just me making fun of you.
That was a perfect example of
No, not
just
me.
fucking over someone when they're trying to respond.
I think it's an ad hominem. Or a ad homicus, I think.
I'm not talking about you speaking of me. I'm just saying when we ask you to support something you just said, you just burn a random straw man.
Yeah, I mean, if it were the case that when we control for temperature, we still see this altitude pressure differential, and I think that indicates that this movement isn't truly random.
Because
I don't know how it's strong evidence for gravity.
All right. Okay. All right. So go ahead and demonstrate for us a pressure gradient using only gravity and no container.
What do you mean by gradient? Just mean like different levels?
You're the best Glober to answer for all. Sorry, go ahead.
The mountain example that you gave us is an example of the gradient.
I mean, the pressure in the mountain is far lower than the pressure in Anchorage, despite the fact that Anchorage is colder.
Sorry. So you understand that you can't just point and declare. You would have to verify this.
No, I've literally been to Anchorage and I've been on mountains.
No, dude. Please let me finish what I'm going to say. All right.
Let's go together. I'll book a flight.
Dude. Okay. So you can't just point and declare and say this is caused by that without a scientific experiment to prove that this is caused by that, right? You got to prove it scientifically, haven't you?
I think the credibility of my claim is going to be buttressed by the scientific rigor. Sure.
Yes, so you must run this through the scientific method where your hypothesis...
Sure, dude, I'm happy to go to a bunch of like tall mountains and a bunch of cold places, sure.
Dude, you would
With
have
you,
to
convince you.
You'd have to scientifically verify it, right?
Well, I mean, if by scientifically verify that, you just mean like
Not
do
just
so
by
in a
going to these
quantitatively
places.
robust way, sure.
Relax, man. Relax your mouth a minute.
What?
Shit.
No, you relax.
You would have to formulate a hypothesis.
Yeah, I already gave you my hypothesis.
Dude, please, shut up.
Were you not listening?
You're just yapping, bro.
I am yapping.
Your hypothesis must contain the observed phenomena, which you've pointed out as gas pressure gradient, and your presumed cause for gas pressure gradient would be what?
The claim is that there does exist this gradient when we do control for temperature. I think this is experimentally validatable by verifiable by looking at this stuff.
Yeah.
And I think, do you disagree with that?
No, it is. You can have a long container, heat one end, and because you've added energy, which creates the gas to move faster, you definitely have more pressure where it's hotter. Where at the other end, where it's colder, you have less pressure. You have the same amount of gas molecules, but you can create less pressure by.
I agree.
So,
but what's interesting is that when we control for temperature, it seems like we still see these differences in pressure, and it seems like it directly corresponds to altitude.
Okay, so that's interesting. So you would have to verify it with an experiment. You've given the phenomena as gas pressure gradient. What's your presumed cause, if not temperature, of gas pressure gradient?
I mean, I think if by experiment you mean like observation with a control, I don't think that's needed for this correlational claim.
Hold on. So a hypothesis must have an observation of something happening and your prediction of what causes that to happen.
Sure, but I mean, you're describing
you must then run this through an experiment where you physically manipulate what you think caused that to happen to see if it happens or not.
I think this claim is a bit... okay, go on.
So, if you're going to claim a phenomenon... I'm going to kick you out in it. And you can fuck off. If you keep interrupting me, then I'm not going to waste my time and not let anybody else waste their time. I'm literally trying to get to the crescendo of my point, and you keep yapping through me like a little fucking 5-year-old. Can you stop it, please?
I'm sorry, Pookie.
Thank you.
No one ordered the Yappuccino, bro.
Don't call me Pookie either. That's disrespectful. So, what's your presumed cause of gas pressure gradient, please? What is it?
Temperature.
We've already varied and manipulated temperature, and it causes gas pressure.
Sorry, temperature and gravity. I think those are the two primary factors.
Okay, so your one would be gravity then, correct?
Well, it's both, but in this case, we're focusing on gravity, sure.
Yeah, we're going to have one independent variable. We can create another hypothesis for the temperature, and we can do that.
Temperature would be a control variable. Temperature would be one of the control variables in this example.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
So your presumed cause would be gravity. Now, can you provide the experiment that verifies your hypothesis that gravity causes this to happen, please?
Yeah, I mean, in the case that it's a causal claim, sure, we do need an experiment. I think looking at these, can I finish? I think we should just sample a lot of points. A lot of points with a variety of attributes, and we could look at the regression. And I think that would tell a story.
Don't need to look at sample sets anymore. You need to actualize your hypothesis.
No, I told you I'll give you my data points. I can enumerate.
Don't need the data points. That's where we got the observation from. Gas pressure gradient, right? Your presumed cause for gas pressure gradient is gravity. So you must vary and manipulate gravity to see if it causes gas pressure gradient. Seems like a fair requirement, right? Being as this is your claim.
Controlled environment.
Yeah. This is your claim.
You're right.
So,
we should go to
So can you provide?
We don't just go back out and reobserve, dude.
We should go up into the atmosphere at levels where the gravity falls off, and we should observe if the pressure correspondingly decreases. That would be very strong
the observation.
Evidence.
You've just gone back to the dependent variable. You've just gone back to the phenomenon.
No, what we're varying is the gravity, and we're changing the gravity by changing our altitude.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
What?
You're observing with altitude the gas pressure gradient.
Wait, but I can explain. Go ahead,
child. Please
speak.
Please. Thank you. If you're disrespectful one more time, the conversation will be over. This is your last chance to understand. Stop going back to the observation. We want to know the cause. You have to vary and manipulate gravity. You know what an experiment is, right? You know what an experiment is.
Yeah.
Good. So that then, stop going back to the observation.
Yeah, I think we can manipulate... go on.
We want the experiment now.
Yeah, we can manipulate gravity by manipulating altitude because gravity decreases with altitude. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You know this.
No.
The gravity away from Earth is much less than the gravity near Earth.
No, height doesn't cause anything.
Wait, no, the distance from the center of mass of Earth decreases with gravity. What are you talking about?
Oh, so you've proven gravity then?
If we want to manipulate gravity, what we have to do is manipulate altitude.
No, if you want to manipulate gravity, you have to manipulate gravity. Height isn't a cause.
Wait, do you think gravity is greater closer to Earth versus further away from Earth, or no?
Is height gravity?
Answer the question, is height gravity?
I think gravity and height are negatively correlated.
Negatively correlated, so not correlated then. Okay. So
no, they are correlated, but the direction is negative. It is a high magnitude negative direction.
You know what? A fucking street lamp is smarter than you are. Fuck.
That's true. I speak to the street lamps. That's where I get my knowledge.
Right, fuck off. I'm going to go make a coffee. This one can... Jesus, why have you spent so long talking to this idiot? Just go away. You don't know what science is. You're trying to run us around in a circle to halt this progress where we get to the conclusion that you can't verify your claims scientifically. So all that's happening here, you have no balls.
I still have balls, but thank you.
And the only reason I give the street lamp more credit than you is because at least the street lamp knows when to turn itself on and off.
That's a good one. You should write that down.
The amount of times you interrupted like a fucking cunt, you should have been out of here long ago.
I agree.
So you just... He's gone. No, he's there. So all you did was just circle back around to the observed phenomena again. That's it. Saying, and just by declaring that gravity is the cause. What's the proof? Well, the gradient. Okay. What's the cause of the gradient? Gravity. And what's the proof of that? Gradient.
Well, in this
Wait, no, but these are slightly different claims, right? There is, does gravity cause pressure? And then there is the other claim about, is pressure indicative of gravity, right? And it seems like it was more interested in that causal claim, the latter.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. So we know that the cause for pressure is containment. You're saying, no, the cause for pressure isn't containment, it's gravity. So we need that scientifically verified. You can't go to delta X, gas pressure gradient, where actually you're trying to develop pressure, which is X. So you need to show gravity causing pressure.
Right, but in the, if say we're in deep space and we have like a container of gas, the pressure is not going to vary with the altitude in this like little model. But on Earth it seems like it does, which is very indicative of an additional force at play.
Right, so we've got a container in a vacuum full of gas, which
in
is
deep space.
in space, which is by consequent of being contained, putting the gas under pressure in that fixed volume. We're asking you to remove the container and keep the gas pressure.
And we're telling you is you had like a giant snow globe in deep space and you filled it with gas. The gas pressure is not going to vary with the quote unquote altitude there. But what's special is that on Earth it seems like it does. And what's most plausibly explaining that is gravity.
Why do you need the container in the vacuum of space to keep the gas there?
Because otherwise it would go away, dissipate.
Awesome.
Oof.
Yeah, awesome. So you have no container, you'll have no pressure, and the gas will fuck off, right?
Yeah, absent any other force like containing the gas, it would just go out.
Absent of any other force, which you've yet to prove. Because we understand that gas expands indefinitely. The only thing
that's an interesting question. You're right. If there were no gravity, why would we have an atmosphere?
I don't need you to interrupt me to tell me that I'm right. I know I'm fucking right. Gas expands. Your claim is against this. Gas doesn't expand. Can you show that, please?
No, I mean, what's interesting is the fact that we do have an atmosphere. You're right. Like, if we didn't have gravity, wouldn't all the air just go away?
Well, you have a confusion on gravity as well, because gravity is not a force.
That's a good point. You're right. I've been owned and publicly humiliated there. But I don't know. Like, how do you explain us having an atmosphere without gravity? Like, do you think we're in a giant like glass ball?
The only way to demonstrate
Actually, you probably
gas
do. You
pressure is
probably
under
do. I should
containment,
have
under
asked.
physical containment.
Sorry. Do we have
the only way
pressure?
to demonstrate?
What, you think there's like a physical like boundary that keeps the gas in? There's no way.
Do we have
Look up the definition of gas pressure.
You think we live in like a glass ball?
Have we got gas pressure?
I mean, I think we do. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. We do.
And what's the cause of gas pressure?
Well, we've established at least 3 factors, right? Temperature, gravity, and this volumetric thing.
No. To have pressure, like you had in your container in the space example, you're gonna need a container.
Yeah, that's the volumetric aspect I talked about.
Yeah,
the third.
Yeah,
Number 3.
That would be the fixed volume.
Right.
So if
the
you don't
volumetric constraint. Yes, I agree.
If you don't have a fixed volume, the gas is free to expand, isn't it?
Yeah, without forces keeping the gas in, it would just equalize and dissipate.
Show those forces in a scientific experiment, please.
Yeah, actually, you could. You could actually just like accelerate gas, and you could have that force of acceleration prevent the gas from dissipating forward. I think you could, like a wind tunnel thing.
We're going to add energy.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could. Yeah, because you could have like an acceleration. That would be the force on the gas that would prevent it from going forward. You could accelerate like a massive gas in a vacuum, and then you could even like have the gas be colored, so you could look at it and take pictures of it.
Understand, dude.
That's my experiment.
Seriously. Your independent variable is gravity. You need to manipulate gravity itself to show that it's causing what you're claiming.
In this case, the question was, could any force do it? In this case, I'm suggesting a controlled force in a lab.
No, it wasn't any force. It was the claim of gravity.
I made the claim that without any additional force, it would completely dissipate. And so we asked, can you demonstrate that such a force would prevent this dissipation? And I said, sure, in a lab, we could just accelerate gas, colored gas, and take video of it.
So in a volume of gas, you add more gas. No, that's not going to stop.
I mean, like if you accelerate like a gas cloud in a vacuum, it's not going to expand in the direction of the force.
It is going to expand. The only thing that stops...
Not in the direction of the force, no.
Excuse me, I'm losing my patience again. The only thing that stops gas expansion is the limitation of volume, the container.
That's not true.
It is true.
No, because the experiment I just outlined, where we accelerate a ball of gas in a direction, we wouldn't see that.
You accelerate a ball of gas in a direction.
That's correct.
That's not stopping gas expansion.
Well, the gas wouldn't expand in the direction of acceleration.
Dummy, you already put the example within a chamber. That would stop the gas expansion. You're talking.
We're in deep space. We're in deep space. No,
dummy, you're talking about dynamics. We're trying to stop gas expansion. You understand that if you have a container around the gas and a fixed volume, that container is going to stop the gas expansion, isn't it? You agree to that, right?
Yes, it would. Yes.
Good. And if you remove the container, the gas is going to be free to expand, isn't it?
Absent any other force, yes.
Well, you need to prove the any other force.
Yeah, let's do it.
Can you
right
do
now.
that, please?
Yes, I can. Yes, absolutely. I think if we have like this ball of gas in deep space and we accelerate it in a direction, what we're not going to see is dissipation in the direction of acceleration. Because there is an opposite force pushing the gas back in, opposite to the direction of that acceleration.
What's that opposite force?
The opposite force is the counteracting equal and opposite Newtonian reaction to that acceleration. What? I mean, how else do you want me to explain that?
Right. So we're not going to deep space. we need you to do a scientific experiment where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes pressure.
We could
or
do
not.
that on Earth as well if you want.
Awesome. So can you vary manipulate gravity to show that it causes pressure, please?
No, but in this case, we're talking about just a force in general. Because your claim was that no force other than a container could create gas pressure. But what I'm telling you is that accelerating gas would cause gas pressure without a container.
It's just introducing new energy into an already contained system.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You're correct.
Okay, so we're not. So
that's exactly why. It's exactly why. But it doesn't matter
about that.
Because wait, hold on. You don't know if there's any external energy in this Earth system. You have no idea. You have no way of knowing that. I don't know why you're being so presumptuous here.
Well, neither to you at the moment. If we don't, then you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're right.
Good. So, can you verify this scientifically then?
Yes. Let's do it.
Good.
Let's get our gas. Let's accelerate it in a direction, and let's color the gas. Let's make it visible gas, and let's see if it expands, if it dissipates in the direction of acceleration. It won't.
Can you show gravity?
So in this experiment, is the gas contained in the first place? Have we got the gas in a little box?
No, we're doing this in deep space. No, we're doing this in deep space.
No, we're doing it on the Earth. We agreed the Earth. I heard that.
Okay, we're doing it on Earth.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, no worries. Now, that container of gas, that vacuum that you have, what's going to happen if you open it?
Eventually the gas would come out.
Well, there's no
but
gas.
What's relevant is that the gas can't move instantly.
What's relevant is that it is a vacuum, so the gas isn't going to come out. So what's going to happen if you open up that vacuum between the vacuum and the 14 psi around us?
Right, but there's one key issue here. The gas doesn't move infinitely fast. So it's not possible that the gas particles would make their way to the container wall. Given that we're doing the
gases.
But can I finish my point and then I'll respond to that?
No, well, this is to clarify your point because you're saying that it's not an explosive exchange of the gases between a vacuum and a pressurized system.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we would observe this acceleration creating a boundary without a container before we saw the gas even reaching the edge of the container, because these gas particles don't move infinitely quickly, and so these gas particles just wouldn't. We have a very big container here. These gas particles wouldn't reach the edge anywhere closely.
You're just describing entropy.
Okay.
Because eventually the gases are all going to settle and high pressure is going to fill low pressure. This is what happens with our weather systems, like we discussed earlier.
That's correct. You're correct. Yeah, sure.
Pressure,
when we stop applying the force, it's going to come to an equilibrium point. Yes.
Correct.
But if we kept applying that force because we had like a very long tunnel, we wouldn't see that, right?
Well, this isn't the claim of the globe anyway, regardless. The claim that the globe
we don't think gravity stops on Tuesdays, right? We think it happens every day.
What's gravity? Correct. So this is the causation. So we need evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean, we could do this experiment.
What is gravity?
It's what keeps your mother bedridden.
Even do this to begin with would be to like actually validate the existence of gravity in the first ever instance in history. This would be an experiment to prove that even gravity is operating exactly the way that it's claimed to be.
Right.
So it hasn't been done before. There's been no scientific validation of the existence of gravity in the form that has been presented to us in educational systems. Only observe effects. We don't know the cause. Don't know that it's because Earth is a sphere.
Oh, it's not a sphere. It's a
or a plate sphere.
Snow globe with this. It has like a little glass container that keeps all the gas in, and then it's accelerating upwards, and that's what creates the sensation of gravity.
What? It's what?
And then there's like an LCD display around that glass that makes you think there are stars.
I get it. And you're sharing your pain. I got it. Carry on, mate. Make it sound ridiculous. Go on.
Show us where the bad man touched you.
In the glass sky.
Mm-hmm.
With the
How do you know
LCD
it's
panel.
glass?
Wait, what happens if like the person who's operating the giant LCD panel decides to like play Netflix on it? Like, would everyone around the world just like see a TV show on that giant display? That'd be kind of based.
That's kind of you coping again. Okay.
Like, do you think we could hack into the LCD display and like put up random images?
I'm just gonna keep responding to your own straw man.
Yeah. Oh, hi. Do you think there's like glass surrounding the atmosphere that keeps the air in, or no?
This guy's so excitable. He didn't need friends to grow up with. He just enjoyed himself.
I did, and the lampposts, right? Those are my friends.
Did everybody get bored of you coping?
I don't know. I'm playing Valorant.
No one seems to care anymore.
At this stage, Heretic, it just sounded like attention seeking.
Poor guy.
Real.
Well, we're all here for you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, Heretic's here for me.
Yeah, I mean, I am. Yeah.
We got bored of him, just not being able to get past the hypothesis part. Stuck there.
Real.
Cope train is ran out of steam.
Validated. Right.
I think it's natural for conversations to take a lull, unless someone else is at the topic.
Especially when we get to this conclusion, yeah. When people start realizing you can't have gas pressure without a container, they generally just go quiet.
But you can with the force, namely acceleration.
God.
It's funny that he wants his experiment to take place in an area which is
in deep space.
Yeah, the thing in contention, like the.
Wait, I thought we were doing it in deep space though.
The violation of natural law.
No, but I mean,
let's go do this in the natural violation law.
Right. But I mean, ultimately, if the container is sufficiently large, given the finite speed of the gas particles, if it made it big enough, it just wouldn't. No gas particle would ever reach the edge of the container before we finished our experiment. So it wouldn't matter.
Already been validated.
Well, then it wouldn't be gas pressure because it would have to collide with the container.
No, but I think if you accelerated the gas ball, if you did accelerate the gas ball within this large container, such that it's so big that the gas particles wouldn't reach it, it'd take 10 minutes for the gas particles to reach the edge of the container. They would still have this, restriction on dissipation in virtue of the acceleration.
But like the Earth moving at 66,000 miles an hour in a direction, you think that this movement of the Earth is causing pressure now?
Yeah, I think the Earth is this giant like snow globe, and I think it's accelerating upwards, and I think that's what's causing the sensation of gravity.
You think it's accelerating upwards? Have you got any measurement of this acceleration? Which is a constant change of speed, by the way. You said acceleration.
You've realized what its second derivative is? That's cool.
Yeah, have you got any measurements of this?
I agree. I think.
So you like saying things that you can't prove?
Yes, you're right. You win.
Things that you can't prove.
You win. Yes, you're right.
Fucking right, we win.
Congratulations.
You can't prove any of the shit that comes out.
No, not even a single one. You're right.
Yeah, well, not so far. The two that I've challenged you with, you definitely haven't been able to.
Wait, which ones were those?
Your claims. You don't.
Which ones were those?
So you're going to resort to this again, aren't you? Trying to avoid your deep
No, just you're telling me I did things, but I don't remember these things. So I'm wondering if you made them up. If they're like fictional children of yours, like imaginary friends.
Man.
You
Thank you
claim
for
the
your
Earth
input,
is
Lamppost Man.
accelerating upwards. I asked you if you've got a measurement of this rate of change of speed. You said no.
Nope, I don't. You're right. But you said there were two claims, so I was asking you what the other one was.
Yeah, and the other one was gravity causing pressure. Still haven't been able to do that one now, have you? So the two fundamental points of your fucking heads you can't prove.
That's true.
Yes, wiggling and acting like a child isn't going to stop your humiliation.
That's true. Thank you.
Yes, you are humiliated.
I'm very humiliated right now.
You're not very humble, though, are you?
No, I'm not very humble. You're right.
No, you're very arrogant and displeasing.
That's true. I'm very arrogant and displeasing. You're correct.
Yeah, now fuck off.
Okay.
Go on, show yourself the door and fuck off.
Mm.
Do it. You don't deserve to be here.
I think he wants to be escorted out aggressively.
He can do one thing and he can remove himself from the conversation. He hasn't been able to do anything else. He can at least do that.
That was excruciating. Like, I actually felt a bit of relief from my toothache for a while.
Toothaches are the worst, man. The Tylenol stopped working after a while, too.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go on Monday and drop a few bucks at the dentist, get it dealt with.
So can anybody tell me why the Cavendish experiment is not proof of gravity as defined by mass attracting mass?
Mass doesn't attract mass. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm asking because like a lot of Globers will appeal to the whole Cavendish experiment as if it's proof of mass attracting mass, the force of gravity. So I'm asking flat earthers how that's not actually legitimate evidence for gravity.
No, what I'm saying is, yeah, can you see what you're talking about? Weight as a mass attracting mass, another weight.
Sure, if you want to put it that way.
No, we don't see that. We don't see mass attract another mass. It doesn't make sense.
That's not what the Cavendish experiment demonstrates.
Yeah, but you don't have to believe what the Cavendish experiments have to say, do you? You can just do your own experiment and observation.
What would be contradictory to what the Cavendish seems to suggest?
The fact that you don't see every couple is both of them are large or both of them are skinny, because equal mass would attract equal mass, wouldn't it?
Wait, sorry, what? Wait, what? Oh, were you being? Is that like a joke or something?
Couples of different mass sizes. That proves that mass doesn't attract mass.
Couples? You mean like a fat person with a skinny person?
Correct, my man.
Ah, okay. Interesting. But there might be some other factors in play there. Because humans are like conscious beings with the ability for locomotion to actually walk and stuff like that and hold hands with somebody.
You're joking and you're taking it serious. That's hilarious. Sarcasm at its best.
Well, I asked you if it was a joke. I know you weren't serious. But, you know, if that's the best you got to like argue against the Cavendish, then I guess nobody really has an answer.
Here, if mass attracts mass, right? So let's say a large body attracts a smaller body is the hypothesis in this thought experiment. Why wouldn't like tiny Kias or Fiats be stuck to the sides of fucking tractor trailer 18-wheelers? Like, it's just ridiculous. Something big doesn't attract something small just because it's small and the other thing is big. Well, you ever see that gif of the guy in the fucking, I think it's a science class or whatever? He's got this trampoline looking fucking thing. It's blue or whatever, and it's pulled down. Or he put something heavy in the middle of it, and it creates this funnel type thing. Then he starts fucking throwing spheres around the top, and they start circling and falling into. He's trying to explain space and fucking how planets fucking follow other objects, and it's fucking hogwash, man. Come on.
I mean, dude, don't get me wrong. I'm a flat earther. Like I understand. Like I'm on your guys' side. I'm just trying to. I don't know if it's like playing devil's advocate or really it's just helping to hone in my own position so I can like maybe argue it better.
I know the globalist your thing.
I'm going to assume you're being genuine. You really want to be here to fucking pick up what we're putting down. And it's not that hard, my friend. A 6-year-old can understand it. So, you stick around long enough, pay attention, you'll grasp it. Took me a little while. I mean, but that's because I didn't start looking to it until I was half a worn out leather boot. And at the time I started looking into it, there was a lot of good information out there that I could get my hands on. Nowadays, you try to look it up, and the most ridiculous shit about it comes up first. Like, you got to dig deep and hard to find any real good fucking critical thinking shit about it, And I'll give you this. In the 9 months I took researching it to finally fall on the side of the fence I fell on, which in my opinion is what's at least observable and experienceable, like I don't feel the world spinning, as they claim, is that a lot of the other side, and I don't mean the scientific NASA people because they weren't presenting anything, they weren't coming to the table, I'm talking about the people who love NASA and are sure they're on a spinning water ball. There was a huge amount of venomous hatred from that side of the public. Like literally telling us to kill ourselves and drink bleach and don't reproduce. And how could you fucking think the earth is like such ignorance and condemnation and like slander? It was unbelievable to the point where they even invented a video game where one of the missions is kill the teacher that's teaching flat earth knowledge.
Really?
That's retarded, man.
Was this in Roblox? I think I played it.
I have no clue. I'm not a gamer. I think
it was in Roblox. It was like Dress to Impress, right?
You can tell me where it was. I'm going to tell you where I found it. Robbie Davidson, whom is a Canadian, who did a couple of really amazing documentaries, which were part of my research, called Scientism Exposed and Scientism Exposed 2. Very great documentaries. Because we're not science deniers. We're scientism exposers. If you believe in a theory, then you believe in scientism.
Is that related to autism or no?
Oh, for fuck's sakes. I thought you were genuine. You think I'm that dumb of a cunt? You think I'm that dumb of a cunt that you think scientism means has any relation to autism? Come on, man. I'm assuming you have an above 100 IQ. If not, you shouldn't be here, man.
If he's a Glober, he might.
Is that a no or is that a yes? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's a Glober. So he's like a fucking 25 IQ, maybe.
That's like shit. That's like I can't math. Hold on.
Maybe we'll give him. We might give him more.
Sigma. That's like on the boundary.
Although he can't keep his mouth shut when someone else is talking, so he is maybe above 25, but not much.
IQ just don't go that low. They only go 4 sigma, right?
Well, I guess you made history then.
No, I think any IQ claim that's above 4 sigma is just bullshit.
You don't even make it onto the scale. That's how bright you are.
That's true. Like your mother.
See what I mean? If we were in the same room, that would have been the last thing that came out of your mouth, man. Because right now you'd be bleeding.
Do you enjoy punching queer people?
I don't give a fuck how you identify if you insult my fucking family, you fucking retard.
What? I just said your mother can't get on the scale. Is there an issue with that?
Yeah, now you're trying to pull my strings. Somebody ban this cunt or fucking mute him or something. Like, do you have anything to contribute that's fucking worthy?
I was going to talk about scientism.
Like if I did have those fucking powers, I would just ban you for insulting my mother. At least I'm keeping it direct with you. Insult me, you fucking bitch. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Robbie Davidson. He's got a great YouTube channel. It's called Celebrate Truth.
Yeah, I've watched those documentaries that what's his name? Is it Flatman or Flatman? Reference earlier. Very well done productions. I think because I follow Robbie on social media, I think at least on Twitter and Facebook. At least those two. And I think at one point he was saying that he like wants to move his stuff over to Rumble, which he did, but I guess he's still on YouTube. He was just worried that like YouTube was take his stuff down, considering sort of the topics that they cover. But yeah, Scientism Exposed, yeah, very very. In the truther community, especially amongst the Christians, because Celebrate Truth tends to be like a more Christian-based flat Earth channel. Very well done. And I thought there was another one too. They made multiple documentaries on that channel. What's the other one? There's like Impossible. That's another one. And then one of the first ones I watched had Rob Skiba in it. That one had a bit of a longer name to it. I just don't exactly remember what it was. Something about like the biggest lie ever. I don't know. I forget, but that one was good too.
Hey, so what? You understand fully what does scientism mean? You understand that? Obviously, you watched the documentary, innit? So you should be able to understand science. What scientism means.
I do. Yeah. I mean, scientism, I think, is like essentially. Well, it's like part of it is pseudoscience, but I think more of the technical definition is like a worldview that's based on overvaluing whatever quote unquote science has to say about the world and not taking anything else into consideration. It essentially comes from like a very materialistic empiricist sort of worldview, where like you look up to these people of authority, because maybe they went to school or they have letters behind their name, like whatever they say must be right. I kind of like this one meme I came across that says scientists have discovered that if you say science has discovered something, then people believe it. It's kind of like a funny little meme, but it's true. And essentially that's it's sort of like in a mocking kind of way sums up what scientism is.
Yeah. Scientism is basically making up a lie and justify it in the name of science. That's basically what it is. They got no proof. They're just making up a lot of bullshit and just telling everybody that this is science, and just hoping people will believe it. But there's no truth in it. So the reason why they lie to us is for people who's gullible and wants to believe in pseudoscience.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it too. Yeah. There's so I think evolution is covered in scientism, I believe, and evolution really.
Yeah. Evolution is everything was created out of nothing. That don't even make no sense. How can everything come out of nothing? Like it's pseudoscience. It's just basically a lie. It's nonsense. Everything was created, I think, by God, innit? So evolution is just bullshit.
Yeah. Evolution, along with the Big Bang, I think are essentially they are atheistic creation myths that are under just like you said, I think is very well put, that are disguised, to be accepted by society as a whole, are disguised under the umbrella of quote science, right? So people are just the sort of the way it's presented, the optics of it, psychologically people are more willing to accept it as like true because it's under this guise of science, when really it's just another creation myth, and one that actually doesn't corroborate or coincide with reality at all. The a supernatural creation by God, as for example, as found in the Book of Genesis, is much more aligned with observable reality, because we don't, for one, we don't see a single, something like a single dot exploding, somehow creating order and structure and function like the universe exhibits. And we certainly don't see one type of life form having offspring to plants or animals that have completely novel anatomical features and physiological functions like the theory of evolution proposes. So, yeah. And so the only reason why people would believe is because, it's posed as being science when really it's just an atheist creation myth. Which, of course, it's the whole point of it is to take God out of the picture, right? Because, if you...
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, is the whole point is to take God out of the picture and go against creation. So you are aware of the heliocentric indoctrination?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, so if you're aware of that, so now what you can you actually see what you've been told doesn't correspond with the reality that you experience every day?
From whatever the mainstream scientific narrative tells us, yeah, of course it doesn't.
Yeah, that's a good start. So, would you like me to tell you how you would maybe be able to see the flat Earth?
Wait, I don't know if you missed it. I already know the Earth is flat, bro.
Oh, you're a flat earther. I thought you were a glober.
Why? You mean? Why? You mean because I first asked the question about the Cavendish thing?
No, I just assume, innit? I just assume you was a glober. I didn't know you was a flat earther.
No, bro. I don't know of any glober that talks. I would have said everything that I just said, like in the past couple minutes about scientism and evolution and the Big Bang and shit. There's no way.
Yeah. Some of them are called pretender clowns.
Okay. Sure. I guess I haven't met too many like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that come in here, innit? So.
Oh, okay.
And they try to lie, but some of the flat earthers will catch them lying and expose them.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just going to do something. Yeah, I'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Sure. But yeah, Flatman, I'm not sure if you're still there, but the way a glober would argue against. Oh gosh, hold on. I gotta clear my throat or something. But when you bring up the whole idea of okay, well, if gravity is true, why isn't that this small car isn't stuck to like an 18-wheeler or semi-truck or whatever on the road? Well, the glober would argue, well, of course, it's because the bigger gravitational force of the Earth overpowers any sort of gravitational force that the truck would have on the smaller car, and so that's the reason why we don't see it. How would you respond to that?
So, if I'm understanding correctly, their idea is the gravitational force of the Earth pulling the car to the ground is so strong it wouldn't allow the truck to pull towards the truck, right?
Right. Yeah.
Well, I was only using it again as an analogy similar to the couples. Like, why wouldn't big people be with big people and skinny people with skinny people?
Oh my god!
Like a mass attracted like mass or whatever. Or every couple, I guess, would be big and skinny. However, it would work out. It was just sort of a comical analogous, you know, like. I guess in another way, as they're saying, our so-called heliocentric solar system is moving at, 1 million miles an hour through the universe? Well, I guess if we came close to something small enough, it would become part of our solar system, right? Like, all of a sudden, our solar system has way more shit in it than it ever did. I guess I'm not sure. I guess I would respond mostly by just, as I just did, saying it was more of an analogy and gravity's just bullshit to begin with. Like, but if it wasn't, I suppose there'd be more demonstrations of it in nature, I guess, right? Sure. Even if the truck wouldn't attract a smaller vehicle, there'd be some sort of demonstration of gravity.
Right, but
like things falling to the ground.
Holy fuck! No, not like things falling to the fucking ground. And I don't know who that is. If it's a glober now, but
Well, you're asking for gravity in nature.
I'll just throw hot air balloons out. How the fuck are hot air balloons defying gravity if fucking gravity's holding the 18-wheeler down? Like,
Yeah,
come on,
because
man.
so like air is like very fluid like. So when you have a less dense air sitting in a denser medium, it's gonna rise.
About the force that we're not even fucking observing or experiencing or feeling, right? You're claiming that the force, it's strong enough to hold the 18-wheeler to the spinning 1,000-mile-an-hour water ball.
Right.
But
The 18-wheeler is very dense.
No. The fucking hot air balloon, just a little bit of hot air, away it goes. No problem. Doesn't even weigh as much as the 18-wheeler.
It needs a lot of hot air.
Come
You ever
on,
see those
man.
balloons, man? Those things are fucking huge.
Fucking please stop trolling.
How am I trolling?
Lava lamps. How the fucking come lava lamps are defying gravity? Oh, gravity works when you turn them off and they cool down. Then gravity pulls all that wax down to the bottom and holds it there.
What? What did you just say?
I don't know. It was hard to figure out about that. If you're claiming gravity is a force pulling things to the fucking center of the spinning water ball and holding things to the Earth's surface, yada, 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 the fucking pen would float off my desk if it wasn't for fucking gravity. Then the fucking lava lamp would have to defy that force, whether it was hot or cold.
The lava lamp?
Yeah. A fucking lava lamp. Defying gravity. Lava lamps defying gravity in homes for decades. That's
so
right.
you're talking about like the lava inside the lava lamp?
Wow, you're quick.
Okay, so I would say that as it goes to the bottom, it goes towards the heat. It goes towards the heat lamp. Yeah,
And then the wax can therefore flow in the heated liquid. Blah, blah, blah.
Do you want me to talk? Or you just want to hear yourself talk? Because if you want to just hear yourself talk, I'll be quiet. So so the lava goes down towards the heat lamp. It heats up, and then the stuff on top that's rose above it got cooled off and starts to sink. So what's the problem?
No, according to you, gravity's holding stuff down. So if we were on the spinning water ball and the fucking lava lamp heated up and the fucking wax started moving, it'd start sticking to the top of the lamp because we're spinning. And gravity, or it would stay at the fucking bottom because gravity's holding it to the fucking bottom, isn't it? How is heat defying the force of gravity?
What do you mean? Heat defies the force of gravity all the time. Have you never?
There is no force of gravity. You haven't proven your force of gravity. You're just making a claim.
Well, it's an apparent force.
You're fucking making a claim. It's not an apparent force. Fucking butterflies defy it all the time, but there's an apparent force holding my fucking car down.
What are you talking about? Butterflies use gravity to fly.
Oh my god. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, man. You just explain gravity to all of us. Whether it's
do you think a butterfly would be able to fly in space without having any air to push off its wings?
You're such a genius. Why am I here?
Do you think a butterfly would be able to fly in space with no air? Or would a butterfly be able to fly in an area with air? You don't even need to take it to space. Can a butterfly fly in a vacuum chamber?
No, and that's the reason why
because there's no air to push off its wings, right?
So how can rockets travel in space then?
Like, you're asking me shit like I haven't viewed any fucking vacuum chamber experiments with fucking electronic battery powered fucking fans and a fucking feather in front of it with no fucking like vacuum in there, just a regular environment, atmosphere, and then with the vacuum. And like, you're talking to me like I have a fucking below 25 IQ.
I don't know why you just can't answer a question. Would a butterfly be able to fly in a vacuum? And if not, why?
But a butterfly probably couldn't even live in a vacuum.
Right, but it could like live probably for like a very short time where it would probably be able to try to fly, right?
Fucking land, okay?
Like, even if it's not even a perfect vacuum chamber, like if you just took out, if you took out a certain amount of air, not even all the air,
in nature for your gravity.
not even all the air, the butterfly wouldn't be able to fly because there's not enough air pressure inside the chamber to push off its wings.
The theory, right? You understand that, right? Gravity is a theory. There's man-made gravity.
No. I don't think gravity is like a actual like.
You're gonna start talking over me now. There is man-made gravity.
I mean, you're giving gravity person. I don't know why you're giving gravity person.
Jet pilots wear while they're flying jets to push blood through their system so they don't pass out while they're experiencing G-force flying the jets. That's man-made gravity. That's man-made gravity. That's not natural gravity observed in nature.
Right. So what's the difference between 1G and 2G? Like what's the G stand for?
It's units of speed, right?
No, the G is not units of speed.
Being pushed into the sea.
No. Yeah. G is not units of speed.
Is it not? Is it man-made or is it natural? Do you just fucking feel that shit? You're laying in bed, you feel
natural. It absolutely is natural. As you like
pulling you to the ground while you're walking around out
all the time. All the time.
You fucking dope, man.
I literally feel 1G of force right now.
You are so disingenuous.
I feel 1G of force right now.
You're so disingenuous.
How am I being? I feel 1G of force. I'm not floating. So you don't know what a G-force is.
Explain it to the world.
So G-force is when like you accelerate upwards or downwards, and when they talk about like you're at 2Gs or 3Gs, like so 1G would be like as if you were just standing on Earth experiencing gravity at rest. And then 2Gs is if you double that force, 3Gs if you triple, 4Gs if you quadruple. And then 0Gs is if like you're accelerating down towards the ground at the same rate of gravity.
Acceleration, you said it's not acceleration. As soon as I brought up acceleration, you dumb cunt, you said it wasn't acceleration, you fucking douchebag.
Huh? What?
As soon as I brought up acceleration being the cause for the man-made G-force,
you brought up speed.
It's not
acceleration. There's a difference between speed and acceleration. What's the unit for acceleration and what's the unit for speed?
This is all just compared though to the 9.8 meters per second downward. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what's the unit for speed and what's the unit for acceleration? Tell me how they're the same thing.
This is a glober for sure.
Is acceleration the same thing as speed?
It's acceleration. Yeah.
The same thing as speed.
Yep, and then that acceleration
it's the same,
is felt as what? Wait, I didn't say it was the same thing as speed.
Well, you just said yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't. I didn't listen to what you said. I was still speaking.
Okay.
And I
Is acceleration the same thing as speed? Yes or no? The answer is no, it's not. So when you said like, oh, I was talking about acceleration before, no, you said G-force is how fast you're going. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with how fast you're going.
Yes.
It has to do with how.
Yeah,
Nope. It has to do with your
Hang on.
acceleration and your speed. Zero to do with speed. Everything to do with acceleration.
Yes, so acceleration is a velocity change. We understand that. So now,
right,
when you're talking about G's, comparing that to the 9.8 meters per second that we witness on the face of the Earth doesn't give us any evidence of what the causation actually is.
Right. Also, Jay, remember when you said a G-force is whether you're accelerating up or down, right?
No, that's not what I said.
You definitely said that.
No, I said when you accelerate upwards, your G-force will usually increase. So it'll go from G1. So hang on, you gotta let me speak. You gotta let me finish speaking. You gotta let me finish speaking. I know it's hard to let someone else speak. So G-force, like if you when you're accelerating upward, you can.
so well.
Oh my god!
You didn't even hear what the fuck you said.
So yeah, no, I do know what I said. You gotta let me finish talking.
Well,
so typically, no, I'm not. You gotta let me finish.
Well,
so
we can play it on recording. Can somebody get that?
So I mean, it's funny. We can play it on recording, or you can let me explain what I said. I mean, either or is fine with me, but either one will show you that I did not say that it has to do with your vector, whether or not you're going down or up. It's just that. So now that we had to deal with this meta while you guys were interrupting me. So the reason why I said when you go down, you experience less G-force is because typically,
denying it.
It's funny. Just as I'm about to get to my point, you just have to interrupt me. So as you accelerate downwards, you're going from 1G to 0Gs. But if you accelerate twice as fast as gravity, you'll experience I don't know if it's negative 1Gs or it's just still 1G. But if you experience go down 3 times as fast as gravity, you'll experience 2Gs in a downward vector. So you can experience G-force going down. It's just usually not as easy to do because gravity is already going in that direction. So, yeah. Anyway, now you can continue.
You have no clue what you're fucking spouting.
Okay, what did I get wrong?
Okay, well, real quick. The reason why I asked that is because you made it seem as you can only experience these G-forces in either of these two directional vectors, up or down. But
you can feel it in any direction.
Okay, well then, maybe you misspoke the first time because you definitely said up or down.
Yeah, I know, because I was just talking about an example of being in a plane because he was talking about fighter pilots. So I was like, oh, okay, you're talking about fighter pilots. Let me talk about what they're talking about. But yeah, you can stay at the same exact altitude and bank a turn, and you can 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 bank a turn. And you can bank a turn and say, so you can bank a turn. So
when you're on fucking roller coaster, you're feeling different G-forces.
So you can bank a turn and not go up or down at all and still experience a G-force.
Shut the fuck up.
Right. Which when you say when you admit that now, that would be correcting what you said earlier as a matter of minutes ago.
No, I'm not correcting. I'm clarifying.
Okay. Well, only after
Nothing I said before was wrong. When you go down, you experience G-force. When you go up, you experience G-force. I was not wrong. I maybe should have clarified that you don't necessarily need to accelerate downwards or upwards to experience G-force. You can but technically, when you're just not accelerating upwards or downwards, you're still experiencing 1G down. Because when you're not accelerating up or down from Earth, you're experiencing just 1G.
Actually, what happened was when I started clarifying that G-force is caused by acceleration and movement, you started denying that it was caused by those things.
You said speed.
Yeah.
You said G-force. You said G-force is related to speed. You said G-force.
Speed has nothing to do with accelerating?
Nope. It has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Nope, nothing to do with accelerating.
G-force has zero to do with speed. Again, you seem very confused. G-force is acceleration, not speed.
Everywhere. You know, you fucking take a shower,
you're not speed. I understand, like, you're confused, but G-force is not acceleration. It's just, I mean, it's not a speed, it's just acceleration. Jesus, you Looney Tunes me, man. I got to give you credit. You did the Looney Tunes on me. You got me to switch it.
This guy's accelerating without moving. That's amazing. I guess that's how he's going 1,000,000 miles.
Did I say that? I'm sorry.
You're going 1,000,000 miles through the fucking universe. Did you know that, Paul? You're spending 1,000 miles on the ground, right? You're going 1,000,000 miles through the universe. You're going 66,000 miles around the fucking sun or whatever. Like, you aren't moving, bud.
I mean, yeah, I could be going fucking like 99.9999999% the speed of light. If I'm not accelerating, I won't feel it.
What's hauling ass? These Globers are fast, man. They haul ass. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I can go as fast as you want. As long as I'm not accelerating, I won't feel it.
So, wait, are you saying...
I guess, therefore, globe. Excellent. Shut the fucking server down, everybody. This guy's...
No, I didn't say therefore globe. I mean... You started talking about moving millions of miles per hour, saying like, "Oh my God, that makes it impossible." Because you would feel going 1,000,000 miles per hour. But again, you seem confused that G-force has something to do with speed, and I don't know why you think G-force has anything to do with speed.
Shut up, Linda.
Okay, but you're going to experience G-forces when the Earth is taking its elliptical orbit.
Absolutely. So how much acceleration is that?
Off the top of my head, no idea, but we know that it's taking a curved path.
Right, but like, I mean,
argument
again, we feel acceleration, we don't feel speed. So like, just like you say, like, okay, but why don't we feel this? Like, okay, well, tell me the acceleration of this.
Okay, I agreed with what you stated earlier, yeah?
Uh-huh.
So my question is, gravity, gravitas, weight, which is what we experience with acceleration, G. How does this have anything to do with the causation of gravity or Earth being a globe in any way?
It doesn't. We're just describing the effects of it.
God damn.
Not the cause.
Oh, wow.
So nobody here denies the effects of some items going down at an average of 9.8 meters per second squared. So what's in contention?
No, you guys do deny the effects of it. You guys say gravity is not what's causing things to go down.
No, we don't deny the effects. We all see the effects. That's just a straw man, yeah? No one denies the effects. We deny that the causation is something that's established scientifically through experimentation.
So you do believe in gravity?
Bro is just not tracking.
We believe in the effects. We believe in the etymology of gravitas, weight. We don't believe that there is an established causation for, as what you claim to be, gravity.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. If you don't want to call it gravity, I'm fine with that. What do you want to call it?
Oh my God. Dropity.
Dropity? Okay, we can call it dropity if you want. I mean, that's kind of silly, but if you want to call it dropity.
Well, gravity's just weight. Gravitas is just weight. However,
no. Wait. No, we just know this.
Hang on.
Weight is an effect of gravity. We just went through this. Weight is an effect.
The etymology of the word just comes from seriousness or weight, right?
Yeah, the etymology of a word means dictated to do with its usage.
At the end of the day, we all know that it's acceleration that makes you feel heavy, yeah? This is this G-force. It's experienced in weight against you. This is, again, just...
So weight is an effect of the G-force.
Now, if you want to claim.
I mean, it's very easy to prove that weight is an effective G-force. You stand on a scale in a freaking elevator. You stand on the scale in an elevator. You go up. You suddenly weigh more. No, you don't weigh more. It's just that you're accelerating.
You're not listening.
And
you're just speaking over the top.
Causes more weight.
You can call it whatever you want, but if you're referring it back to the bending and warping of space-time, it means absolutely nothing because it's not established.
Who said that? I don't remember talking about that. I'm not an advanced physicist. I don't know the causes of gravity or, that stuff. I just know like the basics of.
Well, then there's nothing in contention, because we all witness the same thing. No one's denying what we witnessed.
Because you're calling weight gravity, not an effect of gravity.
I didn't call weight gravity. I said that the etymology of gravity is just weight or seriousness. Now, we know that when we experience G-forces, it's experienced in weight. Now, at the end of the day, you said, what do you want to call this? Well, you can call it whatever you want, but whatever you call it, if you're referencing back to the bending and warping of space-time as a causation for this, or anything to do with the globe, then you're going to have to prove that.
G-force has nothing to do with weight. So, for example, like you take a 5-pound weight and a 10-pound weight, and you apply the same amount of G-force to it.
You didn't listen to what I said.
Yeah, you didn't listen to what I said.
G-forces are experienced as weight.
No, they're experienced. No.
AJ, this guy's a professional douchebag, so just fair warning.
It's not experienced as weight. Weight is how much you weigh at 1G. That's how much you weigh. The amount of force that you can apply on something if your G-force changes is something different. But weight is defined as whatever body you're on, the G-force that it generates, that's your weight on that body. So, like, we have different weights on the moon if we were to go to the moon. The moon has less gravity. So our weight would be different. But if we start accelerating on that moon, our weight doesn't change. Or the amount of force we apply on something changes. But anyway, what else do you guys want to talk about? I feel like we killed this one. Want to talk about how those Yankees fucking got out of that last night?
No, I don't want to go over that.
Crazy game.
Nothing to do with the force.
Such a good fucking game.
The surface of my scale is 0. When you put a fucking gram of anything on it, it's 1 fucking gram. It's not accelerating. It's not moving.
Right. So like you put that. Yeah. So you.
Sorry, Reese. It's taken me a bit to get it into the chat because I'm on my phone in the car. But
all right. So now you brought up like a scale and a 1 gram weight.
A weight, so like, not a fucking acceleration, not a force.
Like, so what happens? What happens when you put that 1 gram weight on a scale in an elevator? What happens?
It's pissing me off.
What happens? Man. What happens to that 1 gram weight when you put it in an elevator?
Reese, read my explanation in the chat.
How much does the scale read? How much does the scale read in the elevator?
Reese, read my explanation in the chat. It explains what I said.
My phone's in my pocket right now. Do you really need to take it out?
Let me read it. Let me read it to you. Rapid acceleration or deceleration from your current position increases or decreases the G-forces on your body, making you feel heavier or lighter. Feel, respectively.
Yeah, making you feel doesn't mean you are heavier or lighter.
No, correct.
Right. So your weight doesn't change with your G-force. Thank you. I agree. Thank you for citing a source for me that agrees with my point. I appreciate that.
Yes, I never said that weight changed. That your weight changed. I said the result of G-forces was weight, as in feeling like you're heavier or lighter. I probably didn't explain it correctly, but that was what I was trying to say.
I appreciate it. I appreciate you clarifying. Yeah, no, I have no problem with your retraction.
And then this is all in relation to the 9.8 meters per second squared, average downward for some items that we see, which is just the effect. So no one disagrees.
For all items in a vacuum.
And as far as your answer to the scale on the elevator, if it's motionless, it will work properly. If the elevator's moving, it's going to affect the fucking readout on the scale, period.
Why?
Because it's in motion, for fuck's sakes. Look, you already know the... Why are you asking? Why are you asking me why when you know the answer?
Real quick. Yeah, because you said it's in motion. If the elevator's in motion at the same speed, does the scale read normally?
I wouldn't use it if this fucking elevator was in motion.
That's a great avoidance. That's a great avoidance to the question. If this elevator was moving at the same speed, would the scale read normally?
I suppose so, but it's going to stop and then read different.
Right. Yes. So only when the elevator is only when the elevator is either only when the elevator is
fucking time. It's not going to work like that.
So only when the elevator is accelerating or decelerating does the amount of force on the scale change, correct?
No, it doesn't. If you're using it while it's in either one of those modes, it'll work properly.
Yeah. Right. What do you mean it'll work properly?
Fucking force or the acceleration.
So the force of the weight change only when the elevator is accelerating or decelerating?
Just you're somebody else, please.
It will change when you accelerate and decelerate.
Right. So the speed of the elevator has zero to do with the amount of force that weight is applying to the scale, correct?
Okay, but this example just goes back to what I stated, that G forces equate to weight, yeah? Because of the force that's being applied.
Okay. So we're about to connect the final dot. So if the weight doesn't create a different force on the scale when it's going at the same speed, does it matter how fast the Earth or the solar system is moving through the galaxy if it's not accelerating?
Well, wouldn't it be required to be accelerating when it takes an elliptical?
Yes,
because
that's the change. That's it. Yes. And then we can talk about the rate of acceleration. But I just want to agree that when you say this universe is moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour, that means absolutely nothing to do with how much force you would feel.
We don't say it moves at any fucking speeds. The fucking other side, your side, says this shit.
No, someone just said that, like, oh, why don't we feel it if we're moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour? Blah blah blah. Someone just said that.
Yes.
So now we know.
You'd notice motion on the fucking surface of the water. There'd be some more signs of what your fucking claims are.
Let's not change topics. So now we know that it doesn't matter how fast we're going. That would not change how much we feel. Only acceleration would affect what we feel, right? Has zero to do with how fast you're going.
I would disagree on one point there, and that would be that, yes, if you're in a contained system, like a vehicle, but if you are not in a contained system and you've got all these movements occurring as well as the ellipticals, then yes, we should be feeling something.
Okay, so so if the air is moving at the same speed as you wouldn't feel any like resistance from the air. Right?
However, that's not what's occurring because we see air currents all over the Earth traveling in different directions.
Yeah, but like relative to the Earth, they're only going like 10, 15 miles per hour, basically, roughly. Some winds like can go up to like.
This means that you don't have Coriolis.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's fine. I'm fine with that. But I just want to make sure that like no one can bring up the fact that we're moving 1,000,000 miles per hour as a reason to feel something.
Well, then, if we don't have Coriolis, then why don't we just fly? You understand what I'm saying?
Right. So again, I would ask you the what is the acceleration, not just the speed.
Well, I don't. Like I said before, I don't know the acceleration, but we know that there is some type of acceleration in an elliptical orbit.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
We also know that we're in an open, uncontained system where wind travels in all different directions. Now you're claiming the wind is caught to the Earth. So no Coriolis, but then you also claim Coriolis for other objects, yeah? So
would you agree? So yeah. So would you agree that like, if you're like rotating at like a very like slow rate per angle, like that's like even though you're not like changing your speed, your acceleration is very slow if you go at like say 15 degrees an hour or 1 degree per day.
Well, I'm not going to imagine that I'm rotating on anything, because the fact of the matter is that no one's actually shown this to be true.
Shown what to be true? That if you rotate once per day, you don't feel it, or if you rotate once per year, you don't.
Moving period.
Yeah, because it's not rotating. No one's shown to the Earth to ever be rotating.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you would feel it.
Well, I don't know, because it's not something that I can experience on a stationary Earth.
Absolutely, you can. You can get into a car right now, or like a merry-go-round or anything you want, and slow it down to 1 rotation per day or 1 rotation per year, and tell me how much you feel.
Oh, no worries. No, I'll imagine I'm doing that on a massive big loop track at 1,000 miles an hour with no roof.
As long as it's 1 rotation per day, absolutely. You can make the track as big as you want. I'm fine with that, as long as it's only 1 rotation per day.
That contradicts.
Yeah, you would notice.
Now you're describing flat and motionless. You're just saying that it's not that at the same time.
No, I'm not.
It's actually moving, but you can never detect it, so it's motionless.
Yeah, it's called 1 rotation per day or 1 rotation per year. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Which would be observably motionless.
Listen, the communist is here who wants to censor everybody, so I guess I gotta go before I get server muted.
So I'm saying, add your answer. I'm okay with that. Just make it up.
I know this guy's a freaking like censorship communist
Whatever,
guy.
run, Linda, run, go. I'm tired of hearing your fucking drawn out fucking bullshit. Agreeing with nothing and fucking disagreeing with everything.
Yeah, hold on. I was hoping he would bring it up, because I'm not going to change anything or give you more information.
Yeah, I will. You're not going to change the fact that you won't freaking admit that you're the one that kicked me out of the room repeatedly. I know. It's okay. You're also not going to deny it.
But hurt over knowing or not knowing? That's wild.
No. I'm at like 95% like certainty.
Like when you're not hanging
95% certainty.
Probably wondering what he's up to. Your fear of missing out, eh?
What?
No, the best part was he said, "I'm a coward."
You want to know what I'm doing?
And I told him, "Hey, no, I did mute you." So there's.
No, I don't want to know.
Yeah. I don't care about you muting me. I care about if you kick me out of the entire server based off of you kicking me out of your room constantly.
Muffin.
It's very simple.
Oh, you're
Like,
feeling silver, Muffin?
See, you had no problem admitting you kicked me out of the room. Great.
Well,
did you
you're
kick me
still
out of the
here.
room?
He's asking you a question.
Great.
Maybe
You had
just
no
answer the
problem
question,
admitting
yeah?
you server muted me. Yeah, so
Because
Crit.
if you keep going on like this, you are going to get kicked out of the room. Just answer the question and continue the conversation.
Right, Crit, did you kick me out of the room multiple times?
Yeah, you've already got an answer for that.
See, you won't answer.
Yeah, I am answering.
You said yeah.
If that's what you heard, then just go right ahead.
Did hear you say yeah. It's a yes or no question. Did you kick me out of the room multiple times?
And I'm going to invite you to use the answer that you said.
See?
The first thing
Dude, the guy wants your guy in here wants you to just answer the question so we can move on. Why won't you do it?
Yeah, I think he's talking about you, not me.
No, I'm the one asking the question. Did you kick me out of the room multiple times?
Yeah, we've already went through this.
Yeah, you're not answering it. Exactly. You have no problem saying you were the one server muting, but for whatever reason, you can't say, no, it wasn't me kicking you out of the room. Why
because
not?
You've already got that front loaded. You posted all the screenshots of the DMs the other day.
It's so funny.
Fill the text box. It's like right here. Do you have a backbone whatsoever? Yeah. All I want to do is listen. Why are you so scared?
Yeah, why do you keep kicking me out of the room?
See, you already have the answer.
Yeah, because you run the room.
I'm gonna show
because you run the room.
You run the room, Crit. You're contradicting.
Who are you kidding? You run the room, Crit.
Your logic
Crit, you run the room. Crit, you run the room, and you can't answer this fucking simple question. A very simple question. Crit, were you the one kicking me out of the room multiple times?
Yeah, the same answer as before.
Yes.
You got to work.
You said yeah. You said yeah before.
Contradiction.
You said yeah. You
if
said
that's
yeah
what
before.
you heard, then I'm fine with that.
I mean, did anyone else hear him say yeah?
I heard you make an ass out of yourself.
I mean, I'm sure I do.
So right here, right away, when it happened, you said you messaged me. Do you have any backbone whatsoever?
Yeah, that was in regards to.
Is listen. Why are you so scared? So I was like, so I messaged you back. Let's follow the logic. If scared, then what? Let me know when you're ready to have some kind of functional idea about what you need and want. And your response was, wow, you literally had to ban me from the whole server because you're scared of me.
Right, yeah, because I was in a meeting and I got out of the meeting and I get out. I come back onto Discord and I find out that you got me kicked out of an entire server.
Your meeting's irrelevant.
Why, Crit? Because why?
Yeah, your meeting's irrelevant.
Because why?
I was never disrespectful.
Because why, Crit?
I never called.
Because why, Crit?
Because I told you I didn't want you to interrupt the conversation.
Because why?
I told you I didn't want you interrupting the conversation.
I wasn't interrupting the conversation. I was muted.
So I pre-muted you because that's what you do.
No, I was self-muted.
Yeah, and I had you on mute because I know you're going to interrupt.
Oh, so you can predict the future now. So you server muted me before I even spoke. All right, I'm glad that you're able to admit that. Now can you just simply admit the next thing? You were kicking me out of the room.
Well, now this is the part where
you have no. Why is it that you have no problem admitting to doing one thing, but yet you can't deny the next thing or say yes?
You've got a broken worldview we have to work through.
Oh my God, this is so
think you have answers based on no information.
So pathetic, man.
You're always speaking from ignorance rather than from knowledge. And until you recognize that fact, it's
yes. I stole the candy bar. Did you kill the guy? I stole the candy bar. Well, did you kill the clerk? Well, I stole the candy bar. Okay, but did you kill the clerk? No, I stole the candy bar. Yes, I'm asking you, did you kill the clerk? I don't know why you keep asking me that. I stole the candy bar. That's exactly what you're doing.
This rant is completely
irrelevant. That's what you're doing. I'm
what
asking
is
if you killed the
24/7
clerk.
drama VC? What's going on?
Yeah,
why are we listening to this guy entertaining him?
Well, his goal is to be as annoying as possible until somebody mods him. Then he gets modded and then claims they're scared. That's his whole shtick. His whole proof of the globe. Be super annoying and obnoxious until somebody gets annoyed with him and makes him go away, and then he pretends like he won the internet. That's why his name used to be Duncan Darth. He used to follow Duncan Darth around and annoy him until he got mad. And now he's found a new group of people that he wants to annoy.
All right.
And then he'll turn his camera on after he's muted. And then he's been told not to turn his camera on, but he'll do it anyway. See? Just as predicted.
No. He's acting like a child.
Then you'll blame me for muting him. See, this is the best part. I've told him that other flat earthers have said, if this guy's obnoxious, if you mute him, just tell them Crit did it. Because I don't mind this guy spurging out in my DMs. I don't mind him acting like a complete retard. Because I already know the truth. He got muted because he's super annoying. And other flat earthers don't want to deal with it sort of level of just freak out.
The problem is he thinks he's innocent as well.
Entitled. Like he's just entitled to say what he wants when he wants.
I think his behavior will go unchecked as well, especially when what he did over at PNR, the rapid join live thing, for 15-20 minutes, like an idiot. I think it's them playing innocent card here. Keep rejoining with 15-20 minutes, interrupting conversations with others. Because you got muted. That's how sick he is in the head. He kept spamming rejoin, leave for 15, 20 minutes. And he was sitting in some kind of train. Of course, he was bored, he had nothing to do, but for 15, 20 minutes, rapid rejoining. Holy shit. The guy's is nuts. He needs to seek help.
Hey, you know, at least he was outside touching grass, so that was nice to see.
Well, touching himself, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? But the guy's sick in the head, man. He plays innocent and causes drama in the VC.
I would have liked to engage with him a little bit, but that's okay.
Yeah, not worth it, then. I would just open his camera when he's muted and then laugh. That's all it does.
Well, I find ironic that he was complaining about Flatman getting into quote meta earlier, but he spent like the last 10 minutes completely going to meta with crit. So it's kind of hypocritical of him. Wait, that's crazy though. Wait, crit. Did Crit really just come in here to kick him out and then dip? That's... Yes.
No, that was someone else who kicked out him. Yeah. Hey, Crit. You there?
Yeah, I disconnected for a second.
Yeah, I mean, you were aware about the incident we had over at PNO with him, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it was a justified actual thing there. So considering his fucking behavior, man, it's not well in the head. Then wants to know who kicked me out, who banned me from the server. Wah. Tell me, please. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, he posted a screenshot of him talking to some moderator about how there was no appeal. He's just banned. And then now he's upset by that, so he's trying to figure out another way. Like, the flat earthers manipulated the event. They were controlling his phone or some crazy shit.
Oh, what?
Wasn't his fault. It's
right.
the flat earthers who should be banned, not him.
Blame others. All right. No proof.
He said yesterday, too, that it was unfair for us to tell him to turn his camera off because this other guy had his camera on. I go, sure, it was unfair. Now what? What do you want to do about it? Life's unfair. I said, new people are given a little more leeway. It's not like I turn your camera off, 5, 4, 3, 2. No, some new person, I can tell them this is what we'll do. You know, like, yeah, I see you got your camera on, but you know, there's reasons we want you to have your camera off. And explain it to them. And if they still don't get it, then that's different. You know you're not supposed to have your camera on. You've been told this many times, but you do it anyway. He's like, well, I've lost all respect for you. And I'm like, okay, fine. I've lost all respect for you too. He's like, why? I go, respect's a two-way street. That's not a one-way street. That's a two-way street. he knew he was cooked as to when he's like, I want to describe to you the curve of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth is so slow, you cannot even detect it. Okay, so stationary.
Well, no, just moving like at these really absurd, unfathomable astronomical speeds, albeit the illusion of stationary.
Yeah, so when someone says the Earth is stationary, that matches. That's the same. That's the same thing.
Only by phenomena, or I don't know actually.
No, you got it. Yeah, you're like, this is the best part. It made it unfalsifiable. You could tell how fast it's moving because it's not moving.
Well, you see, it doesn't follow that just because we don't have the bodily senses to detect this motion, that the Earth actually isn't moving. You see.
Yeah, it does.
Salam alaikum wa alaikum salam.
In science, we start with
Salam alaikum wa alaikum salam. Salam alaikum wa alaikum salam.
Dude, cut the shit.
Okay, oh man, relax.
Start with observation. So without an observation, you can't even go down the hypothesis. So where did you observe the Earth rotating, moving?
Well, surely we have some highly sensitive, precise, like technological devices that can detect the motion of the Earth. No,
you do.
Yeah, we got like NASA videos.
You said
yeah.
I just wanted to clarify for the listeners at home. That interruption was an example of your typical Glober. Thank you. Continue.
So how about,
we have very precise measurements called NASA videos.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Was that
I was just saying they're very precise measurements of the Earth moving. So they're called NASA videos. They're very precise. Yeah. We have that.
There you go. We have videos from outer space showing the Earth moving.
Yeah, graphics, videos. We have this. Yeah.
We idea is the problem right now, that you've grouped yourself into some sort of tribalistic hive mind group of people that you have nothing to do with and never will.
Well, are you making that assumption, or how do you know that I don't?
Yeah, you don't.
Even more so if you're an atheist.
And the mental illness is a serious problem out here.
Because a lot of these guys in the space program are very prideful, and you'll hear them really talk about it's them, it's all them. Like they kind of discount the whole team that made it happen. So meanwhile, you're here talking about we did this and we got photos. You don't. You just kind of attach yourself like a parasite to a group of people that you think you're part of, but you're not. And that's the problem right there. That's generally the problem. Because you have this, now you see yourself as like it's caveman style tribalism. And anyone else who challenges that worldview is not part of your tribe, part of your cave. And they're a threat to you in some manner, shape, or form.
And they're...
In other words, you're appealing to consensus and authority, sir. They're both fallacies, and you're doing both of them.
I find people with closed minds and stuff and disingenuous people to be so much so. Oh my goodness, I'm pretty high right. Just give me a second. I gotta reform that.
Well, you see, we have the Foucault pendulum, ring laser gyroscopes, and the Coriolis effect, all of which are evidence of the Earth's motion, right?
Got any measurements of those things, sir? You got any measurements?
So you look at the pendulum, the pendulum's not rotating. The Earth is actually rotating underneath it. You got the storm spinning. The storm isn't actually spinning. It's the Earth spinning underneath the storm. What was the other thing? Oh,
gyroscope. So you got any evidence of the Earth moving? Gyroscope. You just got some wind patterns you're going to show us.
Bob
what are you going to do?
On the Netflix special, Bob demonstrated the ring laser gyroscope is not detecting the rotation of the Earth. God rest his soul.
The thing is, I don't want to see wind patterns. I want to see the Earth moving, guys. I don't want to see wind patterns. I don't care about wind.
You want to see the Earth moving? Just look at any live stream from the International Space Station.
No, the Earth is still stationary.
Right. Does that show the Earth moving? Wait. Those feeds show the Earth moving, sir? Do they?
Hello? I mean, Earth moves a little bit, yeah.
Right, but do those streams show that or not?
I think so.
I don't think so. I don't. And even if they did, there wouldn't be a measurement. There would just be some graphics. So, you need to do better, sir. Need to do better.
Grizzly, you can't be serious. I mean, yeah.
I think you need to start getting serious, sir. You need to begin being serious. Dude. At the moment, you believe in things that aren't proven, aren't measured, and you believe in them. That's not serious, right? Is it?
You really don't remember me, bro? Like I've talked to you before.
I don't need to remember you, sir. I just need to hear what you're saying now. You ain't saying much.
Okay, so your memory's just god awful then.
Why are we talking about remembering him? Oh my god, you guys are.
I don't need to remember like you said. I just don't need to do that.
It's hard to remember globalists because you guys are like those dolls where you pull a string and say exactly the same thing over and over again.
Wait, crit. Can you, crit? Are we friends on Discord by chance, crit? Do we have a long history of messaging each other by chance, crit? Where you send me?
I'm tabbed out. I don't recognize you.
Are you?
Where you send me? Where you used to send me like these messages of like those headlines like every single day? Is that a possibility, crit?
Yeah, I suppose I don't recognize.
What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah.
The point is, I'm a flat earther. The point is, I'm a flat earther, dumbass.
Are you? Then why do your answers show you to be not a flat earther?
It's called Plains Devil Advocate because there's no other glober in here.
Oh, trolling. Talking shit. Oh, okay. Just talking shit. Okay, no problem. No
Holy shit.
Why didn't you say so, man?
You fucking clown. Get the fuck up, dude. Because you're a certified clown.
Oh,
okay? You're a dumbass.
Just don't talk shit, please. Now that you've admitted it is good, we can move on.
Dude, Grizzly, you're a cringe little pagan is what you are.
Right, but if you can just stay on the conversation, then it shows you to be quite ignorant, naive, and that's good for you. Yeah. Meanwhile, my paganism is all good for me. No problem there.
Here it is. It's idolatry at its finest.
My paganism isn't causing any issues to anyone, whereas your inconsistency, your naivety is causing some issues. Look. You may want to adjust that. So.
The whole point of flat Earth is for it to lead you to God, but here you are sitting here as a pagan. It's retarded. You missed
Pagans
the whole
believe in God, sir. Pagans believe in God, so I don't know what you're talking about.
What's the purpose of them lying to us that the Earth is a globe? What's the purpose?
We don't have to go into that. People already answered you.
Oh, so why does flat Earth matter then? Why are you sitting there trying to trying to make arguments to believing the Earth is the globe is wrong if there's no actually point behind it? If it doesn't make any difference whether or not I believe the Earth is a globe is flat.
The point is that the truth is preferable to a lie, sir. That's
but the truth has no benefit. It has no actual practical benefit on your life.
It has inherent value. The truth has inherent value.
And what's the value? And how does the value benefit me in a practical way? How does it actually change my life?
It's an inherent
practical way.
It's an inherent value. It doesn't have to change your life. It's an inherent value.
So it has. Very good. So it has inherent value, but it actually it cannot. It doesn't necessarily have to produce some sort of actual benefit.
Value,
sure, that makes sense.
So the truth has inherent value. Sir.
Right.
The truth has inherent value. It's always more valuable than a lie.
But it doesn't actually have an actual tangible effect on my life. Okay, sure, that makes sense.
It does.
Right.
It does.
Right.
You just can't see it because you're naive. But it does have a benefit.
Right.
You're just naive.
Well, clearly you can't see it because you can't explain to me what the value.
So a naive person can't see what's right in front of them.
It is, right?
You see, a naive person doesn't understand reality. If he
you claim that
person eats healthy food,
you sit there.
Let me finish my point.
You can't even tell me. You can't even articulate to me what that value is. You just make this vague and ambiguous claim that it is inherently valuable.
You're gonna have to stop talking.
But when I ask you to specify exactly how is it of value, you can't actually do it, right?
You need to stop talking nonsense for the sake of it. Just hush your mouth. Just listen. Okay. Please just listen.
You've been talking nonsense the whole time.
Just stop talking, please.
Imagine trying to convince people that they live on a flat Earth, but somebody believing that the Earth is flat doesn't actually have any impact on their life. So who the fuck cares? Why does it matter? Whether the Earth is a globe or it's flat, if it doesn't have any sort of impact on your life, who the fuck cares then? The Earth could be in the shape of a triangle or trapezoid for all we care. Who the fuck cares? Stop acting like there's something wrong with Globers thinking the Earth is a globe when you can't even tell them why they should believe that the Earth is flat. Don't just be like, oh, it's inherently valuable. What? No, tell me how it was gonna. Why should I give a shit? Fuck. There's no point in talking about it. If you can't actually tell me why flat Earth is beneficial or why it is the superior worldview, then don't sit there and try to tell me the Earth is flat. Who gives a fuck?
It's not a superior worldview, and it's not a belief. It's a knowing and an understanding. It's observably flat and motionless, okay? Thank you.
Hey.
You're
going to find difficulty talking to that guy.
The voice.
That still warrants the question. What is the purpose? What is the motive, the agenda, as to why the entire world, all these mainstream scientific institutions and the government agencies?
You can wrap it all up. You can wrap it all up. Hiding the creator, stealing money, controlling the minds of the young people, clandestine wars being fought with all the money that's being stolen. I don't care if it's 17 cents a day out of my dollar or fucking the whole fucking dollar out of my pocket. To fucking fund NASA. I don't want to fund it. I don't want to be a part of it. Give me my 17 cents a day back.
No, we.
Oh, well, but anyways, yes. There you go. To further answer the question, if we come to the understanding and knowing they're lying and stealing the money, then we can focus on what we have going on here right in front of our faces. The homeless issues, other issues that are more freaking important than freaking growing lettuce on the ISS for the 110th time. At a cost
I agree with the sentiment there, but the homeless...
At a cost of $60 million, at a cost of $60+ million a day to the U.S. taxpayers? Come on, man. That's expensive lettuce.
You're flat, man. I agree with the sentiment. I agree with your sentiment 100%, but the homeless issue isn't a big one that you should use a different one. But I agree with the broader sentiment that there's some things that are more important than others. But the homeless thing is, bro, come on, let's be honest, man. Homeless people is not the biggest issue.
Correct. Some people choose to have a nomadic lifestyle and want to be homeless. Correct. I got you. Some of them got loot. They don't need your money. They want to share.
But all I'm saying is, but all I'm saying is, if there was one issue we magically change overnight, I wouldn't start with the homeless thing personally. Is all I'm saying.
Sure, I know. I was just giving that a jump off point, right?
Yeah, but I agree with your broader point. Of course, like there's relativity, there's relative, let's say, ranking, let's say, to what is important. So, like your broken fingernail, that's fairly important, but that's a lot less important than, let's say, a broken kneecap, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I know. I'm giving an example. Why lie? Well, here, look over here. Look over here. Don't look over here. That's okay. Don't just ignore that problem. It's right in front of us, but ignore it.
Yeah, one of the questions that I had for Rebel, because he seems so triggered at the idea of why, is once you have the evidence of something happening, does motive actually really become that important in developing a case?
Exactly. Mr. Rebel? Exactly. You're right.
Yeah. No, I'm asking the question, and again, I appreciate your input, brother, but I Rebel seems so triggered with that by this idea of why, so I'd like to know.
Yeah, he hates the truth, bro. He's allergic to the truth. This is the problem with that guy.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised.
He starts breaking out in hives.
Rebel and text chat.
It's a job, Guria. What's a job?
Itchy neck and starts talking and rambling as soon as the truth is presented to him. Is it?
Right. The truth doesn't actually have any sort of impact on your life. Wow, such valuable truth that is.
Okay, so let's reverse it. What does a globe do for you?
It doesn't exist. It couldn't do anything for me.
Yeah, was you ever heard of the overview effect?
No clue what that is.
They said so. They said in the globalist worldview, there is a instant cognitive shift as soon as someone realizes the Earth is a globe.
Which is what?
This interconnectivity between all people, all ideas. They basically leveled up. Jesus said, treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. In the globalist worldview, the way you treat your neighbor is how you're treating yourself. We're all connected. So they've got this, and the global worldview, they've got this instant cognitive shift. They call it the overview effect. They wrote a book, Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, wrote a book about it. And he did some scientific experiments too, dealing with prison populations. There were some populations in prison that were really violent. There's one, I think, New Mexico and Pennsylvania. And they changed the environment. They painted like murals on the wall, clouds, rainbows. They started calling the prisoners by their name instead of a number. They did lots of, they started separating gangs into different cell blocks, so rival gangs weren't in the same cell blocks. And at first, the violence spiked because they attributed that to a lot of retribution. But after a while, it dropped down, and some of the most violent prisons became some of the more peaceful ones. And they said, if you change the environment using a concept of environmental conditioning, you change the organism's behavior. The organisms react and co-act with their environment. So if you give them the globe and say, hey, look at this marble, this blue marble you live on, you're supposed to be instantly shifted to this new cosmic way of thinking, a full story. Like it's an amazing spiritual awakening. So much so that Carl Sagan had said the Apollo program was ironic because nothing changed. They went to the moon, this giant leap forward for all humanity, snapped a photo from Earth, and no one gave a shit. It just moved on perpetually, no change, nothing new under the sun. So now what you've got is a way to adjudicate. On the flat Earth, you just go about your day. There's no change. It doesn't mean anything. You don't switch over to something new. On the globe Earth, you would have the overview effect, which was a instant cognitive shift. So you can test this. You can test it, say, Where was the change? How come nothing changed after the Apollo program? How come nothing changed after Blue Marble 2.0? How come nothing changed after the ISS? How come nothing changed after Artemis 1 or Artemis 2? And you're seeing a progressive sort of display that it doesn't matter how many murals you paint on the wall. It doesn't matter how you try to get someone's mind to wrap their head around they live on the ball. They're never going to get there. It's not possible. The human condition is based on tribalistic worldview mindset. And there isn't any way to change that. It doesn't matter how much logic, how much reason, how much science you present to them. People pick groups that are the in groups and the out groups, and they use majority to attack the minority. That's your flat earth. That's why it matters. It gives definition and form and function as to why globalists come in here and they have a hard time saying I. They're scared to be the minority. They're scared to speak for themselves. They always need to speak as a collective, a group that they're representing. They've got a massive group of people behind them, and they're not afraid anymore. They're demonstrating flat earth even if they don't realize it. That's why this topic matters. It's all over but the crying. We're already marching towards extinction level event, and there's nothing you can do to change it. So what I do is I try to spend some time doing some things I can enjoy with some people I can tolerate. And as a side hustle, I document the downfall. Maybe some record will be kept, or there'll be something still around. And that's it. That's how you know the earth is flat, because nothing changes around here. Nothing new under the sun. The sun's above your head, you're below it, and ain't shit changes. Same shit, different day. Perpetual, endless cycle of violence and retribution. Even after you can demonstrate that you can break these cycles, they never will. They'll never be broken. So then Edgar Mitchell, who came up with the overview effect, said people in government are so assholes. They're so awful. They're so degrading to the human condition, the environment, the earth, that they must be alien. Because they're not human. They don't care about the earth. That's why they act this way. And then their attitudes are reptilian, warlike, that reptilian brain. So he says, well, they must be reptiles from outer space, alien reptiles. And since you can't see them, they appear human on the outside, they must be able to shapeshift. So when people come in here and say, oh, flat earthers, you're a bunch of conspiracy theories, you believe in reptiles and government. No, that was Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. And he said this because people in government are the most tribalistic, toxic assholes that you'll ever find. And they think they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity. While endless perpetual warfare over ever a smaller, ever dwindling pool of resources. That's how you demonstrate flat earth. We live in a petri dish, and the nasty keeps growing and growing and growing until eventually it's over. So how do you get back to God? Start treating your neighbor like you want to be treated. Follow the 10 Commandments. Beat the globalists at their own game. They're not going to treat their neighbor very kindly. You do. Which is hilarious when you got these people like Mick Toon, William Duffy, calling people flurfers. Hey, flurfer, who wants to go to Antarctica? Well, why would I want to go to Antarctica? So you can see the sun that never sets. Okay, so a flat earth then. They're like, wait, what? Yeah, didn't you just say? I got clips of videos telling me that on a flat earth, the sun would never set. And then you're going to go to Antarctica and watch a sun that doesn't set. So you're going to go to Antarctica to demonstrate the flat earth. Wait, what? No, it's not flat. Okay, why is it not flat? Because the sun never sets. Okay, so you said that's an attribute of flat earth, not the globe earth. Well, the flat earth can't explain it. I didn't make any claim to it. While you did. So now are you ready to demonstrate how the earth is curved, rotating, and anything about the sun? No, you're not. Okay, you're just supposed to go to Antarctica and just another trust me, bro. Why would I do that? You've demonstrated yourself to be untrustworthy. I'm not part of your club. You said so already. You said flurfers. You said you want to go to Antarctica. You want to bring a group of normal people and a couple flurfers. They're already front-loading the event to be like 10-1. 10, quote-unquote, normal people, 1 flat earther. Explain it. Have it make sense for me. Why would they do that? Wouldn't William Duffy just leave all the globalists home and bring as many flat earthers as he could? If he can fund like 5 people, why not bring 5 flat earthers? Why bring any yes man globalists along with them? Why lie about knowing Mick Toon? Why say you never met the guy when he's got full access to all your emails? This is how you demonstrate flat earth. Ain't shit gonna change. The globalists gonna go down there. They think they got this information in hand already, mind you. They think they're already front loaded. They got in hand proof that the sun never sets. And they think it's a globe. While they told you on the flat earth the sun wouldn't set. Is it starting to make sense, or is he still here? Or you're still here, Rebels, or did you leave?
Yeah, I'm here, bro. I mean, okay. Your perspective is a little. I mean, I see what you're saying, but it's to me it's a little convoluted. I
thought it was really good.
The way you're putting it is not the way I would do it. I think I would keep mine a lot more, like, I don't know, maybe simple, short and precise. But
yeah, so simple, short and precise. The globe offers an overview effect. The flat earth offers nothing new under the sun. Which one do you see in reality?
At first I thought you were like,
the world's like moving, man.
Wait, it's weird the way you're putting it. To me, I mean, if you're not trolling, it seems like you're saying, oh, look, it's the globe that actually has something to offer, but the flat earth, on the other hand, has nothing to offer. That's what I hear from that.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. So the flat earth is offering you an explanation for why shit ain't going to change. And it's not going to change, and it cannot change. It's the way the world we live in is literally set in stone.
Why'd you do that?
You're not going to see any change around here.
That's so dark, grim, and bleak. Why would you do that? Flat earth should be the exact opposite.
Why? Why should it? Why would flat earth be give you false hope? Like some sort of like antidepressant medication that someone's taking.
I'll tell you exactly why.
Okay.
Right. Especially when related to the paradigm of the globe, of which we were all brought up on, when you come to realize the true nature of the universe, which is that of a level stationary plane And from my perspective, enclosed in a dome, because I hold to biblical cosmology as it relates to flat Earth, right? And that the Earth is fixed to a foundation within a geocentric universe, that the sun, moon, and stars all revolve around us. This is the complete opposite of what the heliocentric globe model proposes. Okay, so it's not really the shape that matters, as if the Earth being flat, which is simply the geodesy of it. What really matters is the overall overarching cosmological perspective, okay, which is that what the globe says is that the Earth, in all of its magnificence and glory as we experience it here as humans living inside of the Earth, in relation to this infinitely expanding, never ending, dark, cold, black void, vacuum that they call outer space. Well, all of a sudden, the Earth is made out to be nothing but an insignificant speck of dust just floating in the middle of nowhere, as if it's just some random cosmic accident with no necessity for a god to have created it, because given the astronomical odds and infinite amount of chances that something like the Earth could have come about, it just could be the case that the Earth hit the lottery of the universe, if you will, and happened to be in the right place at the right time, that it could sustain and harbor life like we see it. Okay, but when you realize the truth of the flat Earth, what you'll come to realize is the Earth is much more special and unique and sacred than we could have ever known, because the flat Earth is the only realm of existence that there is, and and life. The only life that exists is here on Earth and nowhere else out there in the universe, because space is fake. There's no other galaxies, there's no other universes, there's no other Earth-like planets like NASA and whoever else would want us to believe, right? So you'll realize that you no longer have to live this sort of nihilistic type of worldview where you say, well, why does my life matter? Because if I'm just this tiny little ant living on a little piece of dust floating in the middle of nowhere, well, ultimately my life doesn't really matter, because the Earth is just like just a little piece of like random rock floating in a dark, cold void that if you go to will kill you, right? But when you realize, no, the sun, moon, and stars are lights specifically made for us. They don't shine the light on anything else. It's just for us. Okay, you'll come to realize, well, that is indicative of intentionality. It's indicative of design, which of course points ultimately to a creator. So it proves God exists. Okay, and because a creator exists, that means our life was made with a purpose. That means we are here for a reason. We don't just exist randomly. Okay, and from my worldview, ultimately that should point you to the true creator, which I believe is the God of the Bible. Okay, the God of Israel, Yahuwah, I believe is his name. Okay, so and to land my plane, I believe ultimately what that will get you to is to realize what the purpose of God creating us was to be, and kind of like what you said, is to love your neighbor, as you love God, but to ultimately to have salvation, which is to have eternal communion with your creator, right? God is this eternal being that cannot die. Nothing can kill him. He doesn't. There's nothing that could ever stop God from existing. So ultimately, what God would want for us is to give us the opportunity to live forever with him. Okay, and that is exactly what is the principal fundamental doctrine that the Bible teaches. Okay, so my point is, if once you realize the Earth is flat and space is fake, right? Because we're inside this gigantic dome that serves as an impenetrable barrier that no man or machine can get out of. If that realization does not point you to the Bible being true, well, then, as far as I'm concerned, you lost the you lost the entire point. So that's my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're missing some really key data points there. Do you know who came up with the heliocentric model?
that would be the Jesuits via the Roman Catholic Church.
Do they believe in God of the Bible?
No, they're Satanists. Which is exactly why they came up with the heliocentric model. Because, of course, even the Bible will teach you there are many people that will profess to know God, but in their works are detestable and abominable and no good for any good thing. I mean, even Christ himself said, "Beware, for there are many false prophets, for they come in a sheep's clothing, but inside are ravenous wolves." And of course, Paul in the book of Timothy or something, he says, "For there are many deceitful workers, coming in the name of Christ, but are actually minions of Satan." I'm butchering the verse, but I'm paraphrasing here. But no marvel, because even Satan himself comes as an angel of light. Okay, so even within biblical doctrine itself, it says that we are to expect these people who pose as Christians, pose as believers in God, like the Roman Catholics, like the Mormons, like the Jehovah's Witnesses, and all these other blasphemous, heretical sects of quote Christianity, these churches, but really, truly, they are nothing but pagan, Satanist hypocrites. Okay, this is also is biblical doctrine.
Yeah, so you're having a theological debate, not a scientific debate or a reality-based. You're outside of that.
This is an interdisciplinary thing. They are not mutually exclusive. Many.
I would say inside my biblical worldview, we're outside the Garden of Eden. Maybe the Garden of Eden was heliocentric, and it was full of wonder and amazement, and offered people, once they unlocked the nature of creation, could build a starship and could fly around in space and go to strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no one's gone before. But we live in the garden. We fell from the Garden of Eden, and now we live in a fallen world. And it appears like maybe it's heliocentric. You can look up and say, "Hey, what's going on out there?" There's nothing out there, because it isn't the world we're supposed to be in. We're in a fallen world.
Okay, but the Bible very clearly teaches what happened to the Garden of Eden. Well, you won't find it in the 66 book canon, but in the more of these Orthodox canons, where most people consider Apocrypha, it very clearly says that the Garden of Eden was taken up into heaven, which of course heaven even only really works on a flat Earth model, because if the Earth is enclosed within some sort of container, of which, like scientifically speaking, has to be the case for air pressure to exist. Of course, outside of the dome, without even having to read the Bible, just intuitively speaking, if a creator does exist, well, of course, the creator would be in heaven. This is just like, typical theological sort of like worldview, is that, if God exists, okay, well, where is God? God would be in heaven. And of course, on a flat Earth model, it's really just a natural thing to conclude that, of course, okay, well, then God must be in heaven. And then you ask yourself, okay, where's heaven? Well, of course, it's above the container. It's above the dome. It's above the firmament. It's right there, right? So, I mean, God existing in heaven really only even works only truly on a flat Earth model. Because otherwise, if you think you live on a globe and you still believe in God, you'd have to concede to the fact that God must be in this, like, dimension, other type of dimension.
Supernatural world, not a physical world.
Yeah, in like some like galaxy far, far away. I mean,
or just outside nature, supernatural.
Sure. Well, sure.
Omnipresent and omnipotent and omnipowerful.
But all those things can still be possible on a flat Earth where God is physically located, sitting on his throne in heaven. Because I would still consider heaven to be a supernatural realm. Because I believe what goes on up there is, it doesn't necessarily is not necessarily bound by the natural laws of physics as we experience here on Earth. Okay, so the firmament, the container, besides serving as the how we can get the mechanism of air pressure that we breathe right now, also serves for God as a barrier to separate heaven from earth. That's his dominion, and the earth is our dominion. And until, from my worldview, and until Christ comes back to set up his kingdom, the kingdom of God, there is where heaven and earth will meet in this sort of this marriage. There will always be that separation between heaven and earth.
So what's your plan then for astronauts and stuff who think that, like the current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, said that God spoke to him and God told him to come out of retirement? Because God said he's the one that will lead America back to the moon.
Oh, good for him. I would probably argue the God he's speaking about is Satan, because I'm sure, as you know, Crit.
Yeah, man. And after that, that would Trump's help. We're gonna go to Mars. We're gonna put a man on Mars, man. But it's gonna happen. Why the technology is evolving.
Yeah, if you think using flat Earth to get people to the Bible is a workable situation, number one, it won't be the Bible that was done by the Nicene Creed. You need to start bringing in extra books that people don't care about. So yeah, if that's your route, then go have at it. It probably explains why I stopped talking to you. I just look back. Yeah, I stopped. The last message I sent you was like a year ago.
Excuse me? Wait, Crit. Stop talking to me, dude. The last large portion of messages was all just you spamming me these like random headlines with like GIFs. I never even responded to you. What do you mean stop talking?
Yeah, that was like a year ago. That was that was October 2023.
Dude, by you saying you stopped talking to me is the nice way of saying you stopped spamming my DMs. Because I never responded to you. So no, you didn't stop talking to me. You just stopped spamming me. Okay. That's really
it's not one message per day is not spam, dude.
Oh, absolutely, it is. That's spam. That's like almost. I would argue that's the epitome of spam.
Yeah, and it was from I talked to you for a short time from the 16th of August until early October last year. I probably got what I was looking for. There wasn't any information you had. There wasn't anything that you were offering.
And I'm sorry. And what you have to offer is to say, the flat Earth means just this world is going to continue just in absolute debauchery and degeneracy, whether there'll be war and violence and just most evil, heinous crimes going on forever. Wow, that's thanks, Crit. I didn't think I would get such.
I didn't think Crit said that specifically.
No,
I said offered explanation. Nothing new under the sun, which is in the Bible, by the way.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Interesting.
So there's your flat Earth model, Ecclesiastes 1:9.
Okay.
What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Mm-hmm. So you got yourself. You walked yourself into a contradiction. The flat Earth would present biblical ideas. I present a biblical idea. I just framed it in another way, and you disagreed with it when it was really a biblical idea to begin with.
Wow. Okay. So first of all, I was being sarcastic. Of course I know that's in the Bible. Yes, Ecclesiastes is the book written by King Solomon. King Solomon is the one who said that. But are you going to be so disingenuous to try to cherry pick a single fucking verse out of the Bible and make an entire worldview based on one verse when you know the Bible is made up not only of multiple verses, but multiple chapters, multiple books, like up to 84 or so books like found in the Ethiopian canon, for example. Are you going to just take one verse and cherry pick and just run with that? Or are you going to change? Or are you going to do the honest thing and consider what the rest of the Bible has to say, which is the ultimate consummation where the story ends is that Christ returns and there will be a kingdom of God where it will be completely different, where there will be no more pain, no more suffering, nothing like this. People will live in nothing but eternal bliss, joy, and happiness and peace on earth. Okay, I mean, you're what you're doing is you're cherry picking one verse, dude. And you can't say that's what the Bible's about or what the world is about. No, you have to take all of it into context. Don't just fucking cherry pick one verse. That's ridiculous. That's absurd. Out of context, really, is what you're doing.
Yeah, and you think that, so that's true for you. And I gave you the quote that Carl Sagan said is quite ironic. All these space programs are really ironic. Like I said, I figured you out about a year ago. I knew there wasn't really anything you had to offer this conversation, and I disengaged.
Disengaged by stopping to spam me in my DMs. Oh, okay. Even though I wasn't engaging with that, right? Okay, that checks out. Sounds legit. Good. Thanks.
Yeah, this is why it's good that I post my headline GIF on lots of different servers and lots of different people. So whose idea should I take? Yours, which is spam, or someone else who said, no, it's not spam. It's creative and funny, and they look forward to it. It's like, oh, what news is quick in the Pulse today? A lot of people are busy. They got very full, busy lives, and they don't have time to pore over all the nonsense being presented in the heliocentric worldview. So if I go in there and grab something, grab one particular headline that I think is impactful and send it to them and pair it with a GIF that is insightful or humorous, they like it. And if you didn't, that's fine. I'm okay with that's why I disengage with you. If someone's going to sit there and just wave a magic wand and call something clearly not spam, then I don't need anything from them anymore. I know their worldview is complete make-believe.
Wow, that's interesting. So if someone thinks something is spam, which you could definitely make the argument that
without form or function, you just wave the magic wand. How is it spam?
Yeah, if you're it's spam because you're posting the same thing in nature over and over and over again in a very consistent manner.
That's not spam. That's consistency. That's being consistent.
Wow, well, that is such a wow.
That's called aesthetics.
That is the most positive twist I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's called
anyone ever put on spam.
It's following aesthetics.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, so I've got aesthetics, not spam. Consistency in form, function, and originality is called aesthetics. That's a word for that. It's not called spam. So you don't know the difference between aesthetics and spam. That demonstrates why I disengage with you.
I mean, aesthetics is really in a lot of cases is going to be subjective, right? I mean,
yeah, which is why I told you that your subjective
that's going to be
so subjective that it's so bizarre that I knew that there's no point trying to figure out what you're on about. It's worthless.
Okay. So if someone thinks what you're doing is spam, it just necessarily follows that whatever else they say just must be what? It just must be false. It must be absurd, like
useless. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure how you make that connection. It seems like quite
There's enough people to talk to in the
unreasonable
world,
conclusion,
and if
but
somebody just labels something as not that, I can say, yeah, that person isn't worth my time. So you demonstrated you're not worth my time or effort. And about a year ago, I disengaged talking to you. And you probably demonstrated that with a lot of people here today. I'd be willing to guess if you went down the list, a lot of people, just from today, you demonstrated to them that you're not worth the time or the effort.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
See, for me, I hung on a little bit longer. It took me about 2 months to figure it out.
Fucking clown Grizzly. First of all, Grizzly didn't remember talking to me in the past, and he's the one who actually blocked me a long time ago. So it's funny he said, "Oh, I agree with that," as if
that's figured it out too, and he just forgot about it.
He's already figured out in the past. It's just something new.
I forgot about this cockroach.
He's saying
this guy's worthless.
But thankfully,
Grizzly saying,
I forgot about this cockroach, but then you brought it all up. It's literally clarified everything.
When this dude blocked me months ago.
Yeah, so he blocked you, and he forgot about you. He pushed the block button, made you go away.
Why did he block me, Crit?
Because you're worthless. You're useless. There's nothing to gain from talking to you. So he just pushed this button, and you went away.
Okay.
Exactly, like a cockroach. Actually, a cockroach has even more utility than this guy, actually.
So watch this. Hey,
cockroach is actually useful for some things. This guy is useless.
Hey, Crit, I think whatever you have to say is worthless and useless. So what now?
Then follow that logic, like I did, and disengage. If you don't, it demonstrates another that you can't even follow your own worldview.
I did engage with you for the last several messages that you spammed me in my DMs about. What do you mean?
Yeah, it wasn't spam.
Already. I didn't come in this chat because of you. I came in here because it's a Flat Earth VC. You weren't even in here when I first came in here. So what do you mean disengage?
That should tell you.
What do you mean? What do you mean disengage, bro?
Only one willing. Everyone else has ignored you and finally
I was already checked out.
To say. And you demonstrated the point again. You didn't have anything to say.
I was already disengaged way before you asked me to disengage just now. As of last year. What do you mean disengage, bro? I was checked out already. But I don't, because you're most Flat Earthers, because we share that in common. I don't care to I don't care enough to block them these pagan trolls like Grizzly does, because he gets in his feelings and he gets triggered, right? So that's
or he just factors out people he doesn't want to talk to. Dude, blocking is fine.
That's more like it.
The problem is when people block and then blame the other person. You'll see atheists do this a lot. I'm blocking you unless you do this. No, Grizzly said he blocked you because he wanted to block you because you're useless and annoying.
Oh.
He didn't blame you for that. He said, "Hey, I don't want that much stupidity in my realm, so I can push this button, and at least a small portion of it is gone." He put you in the same bucket. Exactly. He puts annoying, toxic globalists in, and it should be some insight. You'd be like, "Huh? I wonder why the conversation went that way." Then you had a repeat today, demonstrating nothing new under the sun, no change. Nothing changed.
It's also the same.
And I can predict. Hold on, Grizzly. And I can predict that any time in the future, the same set of circumstances will happen. No change.
Mm-hmm.
So even
by the way, I put this guy in the same box.
Your Flat Earth worldview, which would be treat your neighbor like you want to be treated.
Biblical.
To act like a toxic atheist globalist anyway.
Great. This guy's in the same box as my spam folder. That's how much I care about. My spam folder is how much I see this guy.
It's literally just a spam bot.
Yeah, that's literally what's inside my spam folder, all the gunk in there. That's the same level this guy's on. In terms of my attention, in terms of what I care about it.
Crit accusing me of being a spam bot is one of the most ironically comical things I've ever heard in my life, considering he's very well known for spamming nothing but GIFs and headlines that are the font is just so small. It's actually annoying to try to actually click on it and zoom in to read. I mean, it's just the most worthless shit ever. So the irony in that is just palpable.
Yeah, now you know why. Nothing new under the sun.
Amen. Okay. Amen, brother. Sounds good.
So your definition of spam is something you can't read in ironic. So not spam. You did a not that again, which explains why
nonsensical man
about a year ago.
Correct. This is a nonsensical man with nonsensical ideas. He's literally useless.
Yeah, almost a year to the date. 24 October 2023. I said enough of this dude. He's worthless.
Yeah.
Wait, what message? Crit, can you specify to me what message that I sent you that was the last straw where you said, you know what? Nah, what this guy just said to me, nah. Okay, I don't want to engage with him anymore. What message was that?
Yeah,
I'm dying to know.
Before, when you're like, hey, I think it was, if I remember right, hey, can you unban me from like mass media? He didn't even tell me what the problem was. Okay, why did you get banned? Who did you talk to? What was the situation? Give me the what, where, why, and how.
No, good. This is good.
You didn't, so I'm like, okay. The next step would be, let's see if he can engage with any content. Can he engage with, like, say, news of the day?
What did I write down?
Oh, he can't.
Why is he still talking?
He's gone. I'm done with him.
Wow, so I wasn't even banned. What are you talking about? I wasn't even banned. Yeah, I wasn't even banned. So what are you talking about? Are you just making shit up now? Or are you just like, skimming through some old ass messages and coming up with a narrative on your own?
Just looking at your I just clicked your name and I put a little note next to people's names. And that's what I had for you.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
so you got kicked out of mass media.
How do you know that?
You wanted me to make you a mod.
That's not, that's not true. That's not true at all. I would not expect to be a mod as a flat earther on a Glober server. I would never expect.
That's not a Globe server. That's a server about like voices in the media.
What?
Yeah, the server's not. It has flat earth.
Demon Strike server.
Yeah, mass media. Yeah, that's not.
You mean Demon Strike server, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a globalist cult server.
Yeah, it explains why you're worthless.
Oh yeah, because that follows. Yeah, that just. Yeah, sure.
There, I'll update your note here. All the stuff I wrote, just put useless. Exclamation point.
Yeah, for me, bro, in my notes for him, I put foolish man.
Good one.
Oh shit, are we all taking notes? All right, hold on.
Okay, I put mostly useless. If you want to have a biblical conversation, maybe you'd offer something. A biblical flat earther who's mostly useless.
And I've also added a supplementary note, and that is that this man is physiologically retrograde. I've also added that.
Whatever the fuck that means. What retrograde? The fuck? Is he talking about like planetary motions now?
Mind and how it connects to his arms and legs. That whole process and the whole connection mechanism. That's completely upside down, and essentially he's moving in retrograde fashion. In other words, kind of forwards but kind of backwards at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
As I think silence would be better than this conversation. It's pretty frustrating for everyone else listening. Everyone just bitching at each other.
Interesting. Well, if you have anything better to offer, I guess no one's stopping you from that. But interesting armchair psychoanalysis from you, Grizzly. Very good.
That's what we all do.
Silence would be better. That's what I offered.
Bro.
Yeah, we're just having a little bit of banter with Rebel, considering how naughty he's been and how foolish he's been.
Bro offers silence when he can invite himself to silence by just leaving the room. Wow, imagine that. Interesting.
Or I could just mute you, dude. You've just been toxic since you were in here, right? First, you're just pretending to be a Glober, Grizzly, and then you start attacking him because he's not your religion. Then you start preaching, and you start attacking Crit. Maybe I'll just mute you, dude.
Okay.
So you seem to be the problem, right?
Let's see. So I'm the toxic one. When Crit has been over and over telling me I'm nothing but a worthless and a useless piece of shit, essentially. Oh, interesting. Okay, that makes sense.
Look, man, I'm just trying to stop this conversation that's.
Yeah, so let me ask, anybody able to find that drop over distance?
Going anyone?
Anybody find the curve? Try to walk on DJ. Found out. Apologies. Anyone find a drop over distance they want to talk about? Anything? 3959 mile radius claim. 6,600 foot drop over 100 miles examined. Anybody?
Necros.
Upside down
there, man.
People.
Yeah, brother. I'm here. How are you? I hope you have a good day. You hear me, DJ?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Has anybody seen the aircraft pitch data? All I can see is horizontal lines.
Yeah. Aviation proves the Earth is flat. Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, dude. Planes, they fly over planes, not over planets. A plane is for a plane. Okay?
So that's two fumbles. You had Duncan Darth talking about the Earth's too big, rotates too slow, is stationary. And then you have Rebel pick it up and then fumble it too. And the globalists want to advocate for, since everyone's not going to talk about the drop over distance, how about rotation? The ball's right there on the 50-yard line. Just pick it up, run with it.
Yeah, they fumbled it on the 50-yard line. Yeah. Well, man, they're playing just like the Cowgirls right now, these guys, man.
Are you there, Crit?
السداده ديال هاد التيو مزيان ما كتحتاجيش تسدي الروبيني الاخر.
Oh, look, the rebel's still here, wallowing in defeat, skulking.
I imagine he's been booted from all the other Christian channels, or the atheist channels.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised then.
Especially talking about flat Earth, yeah, that doesn't go down well.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Jedi is a Christian. He would agree with everything I have to say. He's just not as vocal as I am. So that's the only difference between him and I.
Yeah, Rebel's been caught playing both sides. He's been caught red-handed.
Right,
Yeah, you sound like a baller to me. But.
Right, because playing devil's advocate when there actually isn't a globe or to entertain.
Different colors of lasers behave differently, and so he was able to get the behaviors and rule out some of the effects. And he posted results, same thing. The curve of the Earth didn't show up. That recently it was done over 36 miles on land in a salt flat. Same results. And we have a wiki where we post these results. We have over 100 observations in that wiki alone, minus all of the other hundreds of observations that are in other resources of people going out and testing this ad infinitum and finding out that the curve of the Earth didn't show up for work. Now, interestingly enough, like I said, I've experienced weapon systems and targeting systems that allow me to target objects that the same thing. The curve of the Earth should have been in the way, but it wasn't. I also went out and tested it on the small scale lakes. Right? So there's all this aggregate evidence of people actually going out saying, you know what, I'm just going to do this ourselves. We're going to look at the facts. We're going to look at the world. And we're coming back with contradictory information that seems to indicate on face value that the Earth is a horizontal plane, not a giant ball. And that is incongruent. Now, go ahead, friend. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm just saying I have to do some more digging on it because I haven't really investigated the topic much. It's not something that I've ever really cared for. Because it's kind of like what you said.
What if I had? Sorry, go ahead.
It's kind of like what you were saying earlier, where, people just don't care about it, and that's their decision to make. Because I haven't really cared much about it. It can change my life if it's flat or round.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of people feel that way, and that's fair if that's your assessment. And like I said before, some people are presented with this, and they have to decide whether they're willing to investigate it, or whether they're willing to do a brass tacks real world example for themselves. That's up to every individual. But I will say that though, which I was going to sum up with on that other story, is that when I looked at all this aggregate evidence, when I look back at my military career, when I went out to some lakes and tested some things for myself, I found that it was all congruent with my natural intuition that I had when I was a child that I spoke to you about earlier. That the world presents itself as a flat, stationary plane. That's how we operate in it. That's how we build in it. That's our intuitions about water. Water's flat and level. In fact, throughout all of humanity, water has been the benchmark standard for the term flat and level. And that is entirely congruent with all the experience I have. Everywhere I go, friend, plumb is plumb, level is level, up is up, down is down, left is left, right is right. Horizontal is horizontal. I've never experienced anything but that my entire life. And looking back at my whole life, I've never experienced anything to ever indicate to me in any way, shape, or form that the Earth is nothing but flat and level. The only time I've ever experienced any of that was in my imagination. And it was always coaxed by a source that offered me information that was itself a story. So the globe exists in my life as nothing but a story, not reality.
Yeah, that's fair. I can see how you come to your conclusion.
You know, we hear all these claims like, you know, oh, astronauts went to space, astronauts went to the moon, they saw the Earth. Well, guess what? Less than 20 people in the history of humankind even allegedly have been in a position far enough away from the Earth to turn around and look at it. And I'm just supposed to take their word for it when they're an elite government organization full of Freemasons. And not only that, but the story that about the moon is so suspect, right? Like, I don't see any veracity in it, especially with my time in the military. I know about gray ops. I know about, you know, presenting a false story to the public and the reasons why we do it. So it's like, I'm not believing. Yeah, there's no way I'm believing some schmuck who just says so because I'm supposed to just bow down to the holy grail of astronaut boy. It's like, no, dude, you actually have to present real evidence, bro, not just your story. And guess what, dude? Let me ask you this question. If you won the lottery, would you be jumping up and down for joy? Heck yeah, you would. So these guys came back from the moon, supposedly the biggest thing to ever happen to mankind since Jesus rose from the dead, right? And when they came back and they were in the press release, do you think they were excited? No. They all looked like somebody just shot their mom in the face. Hey, you think I'm joking, dude? Guess what? One of their moms did get shot.
Holy shit, seriously?
Apparently she killed herself because she just couldn't handle how famous her son was about to be. Does that sound right to you, brother?
Holy shit.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, friend? Before this happened, another astronaut died. His name was Gus Grissom. He said, we ain't never going to get to the moon because our technology sucks balls. Guess what happened to him after he said that? He blew up in a test capsule, which was tampered with. So if I was a betting man, I would bet that woman who allegedly committed suicide actually was killed, just like Gus Grissom was killed, because they didn't want any of these astronauts getting uppity. Because let me tell you, friend, I don't trust a single word out of those dudes' mouths. They look like they're lying when they came back, dude. They look like they had a guilty conscience or somebody cut their balls off. They certainly didn't look like they achieved the greatest thing in human history, I'll tell you that much.
No, that's fair.
So basically what we have, friend, is some dudes who were the chosen ones went into heaven and came back and gave us divine knowledge. And we're just supposed to take it on faith. Yeah, right, bro.
I suppose you can kind of link it to, like, you know, don't believe everything everyone says, and you have that right to be able to be skeptical about everything. I feel like that's a good thing.
Yep. Yeah, so look, bro, I gotta do some packaging to get to the post office, but I'm sure one of my buds here will be happy to field any questions you have about anything I said. A lot of them are pretty much on point, and they'll be able to answer anything you got going on.
Okie dokie.
So I'm going to have to hang up because I have to resist the urge to join back in the conversation and not get any of my chores done. So I'm out of here.
See you, dude. Take care.
Peace, brothers.
See ya.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, mate. Hey, bud.
What's up, dudes?
What's up, killer?
Nothing much. I got the intel of the last conversation. What were they talking about? I heard something about astronauts dying or some shit.
Yeah, Matrix, go ahead, bro.
I was going to say, over the last 40 minutes, they've been talking about a mixture of everything. There hasn't been any... One part of it was the astronauts, yeah.
Nice.
I didn't know one of the astronaut mother got shot. Which mother was it? Was it Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins? Which one was it? Out of them three? Or they were different ones?
Yeah, I'm not aware of anybody's mom getting shot from an astronaut.
Yeah, I'm not familiar either. I thought you guys might know. I haven't heard that one, but I did see footage so many freaking times with the whole moon landing. But funny enough, they also have another story, right? So this is the narrative was that, the reason why they look like that, because they went to the dark side of the moon and they found aliens scared the shit out of them. So when they came back, there was no excitement. They were terrified.
Bullshit. And you'd still be excited. You'd be running around the place going, you wouldn't believe it. We've seen aliens and shit. It was freaking awesome. They told us to fuck off.
Yeah. Hey, but guess what? I believe that though. See, I was a dumbass back then. So, I'm like, oh, wow. They probably did see that fucking aliens, the Globies mentality, So I believed in it, right? And then till years later, I ran into the flat earth, right? And boom, it clicked. I'm like, oh shit, yep, they were lying this whole fucking time. So it all makes sense.
And it was Buzz Aldrin's mum.
Oh, that's why he didn't care. That's why he told the little girl and couple other time that we never gone to the moon. And if we didn't, I wonder why or something like that. The way he said it, he didn't care, and he about to leave this place anyway. So, what are they gonna do to him?
Isn't it interesting? Something that I know it's a bit off topic. How a lot of famous people have all had family members pass away in weird circumstances.
You're right.
There's heaps of them. When you start looking into it, it's like, wow. You sort of think, you hear like one here and one there. You don't think much of it. But there's actually quite a few of them that have all had really weird stuff happen. Is Buzz not famous?
Yeah, but listen though, like you're not wrong about that. I don't know if you guys remember Kanye West. His mother died, right? So I guess a lot of people thought he was crazy. I didn't think he was that crazy. Whatever he trying to expose, but he didn't go all the way. Of course, if he would gone all the way, he would have disappeared already, right? But he came out. I had to sacrifice my mom on camera. He mentioned that. I had to sacrifice my mom on camera. He said that on camera, and I was like, "Oh snap!" So it seems like a lot of famous people they do. I think there's a price you got to pay. You make a deal with the, whatever the mainstream or the devil, and you're gonna gain something by giving up something, and that giving up something, it's one your family member. But I do have a question for Pseudo. Pseudo, are you familiar with the dude from Philly called Willow and Gilly the Kid?
Oh yeah, Wallow and Gilly the Kid.
Yeah, hey,
Did you see before they signed the contract for that $100 million? Well, I don't know exact money, but maybe around that price, right? Did you ever seen the clip of Gilly the kid didn't want to sign you? He looked like he about to cry. I mean, you could say he was.
He had to get super drunk before he did it. He was sweating and fucking nervous as all get out. And then his son comes up dead, and like within not too long after that.
Yep. A couple months, like a month or 2 or 3 months the most, whatever. His son died, and of course, you know the speculation. When people looked at it, we said, "Oh shit, he sacrificed his son. He knew what he was signing up for." You know, when you sign that paper, you take that deal. Yeah, it's you know, you make the deal with the devil, and this is very common. It's nothing crazy anymore, man. We seeing like this pattern happen over and over again. It's not like a conspiracy or anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true, man. I mean, if the same thing keeps happening, yeah, there's no conspiracy there. But man, now you got me looking, and I just found out it was Buzz Aldrin that mom shot. She actually shot herself. So it claims that she killed herself before he did the moon mission because she couldn't cope with him becoming a new star and all of this. I don't know. Look, it seems very fishy. Like your mom killed yourself because you're becoming a star about to go to the fucking moon. That makes no sense.
Yep. That's why when they supposedly came back from the moon, they all look pissed off, right? And they look kind of like afraid in a sense, or they're not excited or whatever. It's because if they gonna come out, you know, and tell the world that they lie about this whole moon landing, right? Well, guess what? Your family gonna be gone too. And they made an example of, you know, Buzz Aldrin's mother, right? So they seen that example. Of course, you know, I'm pretty sure they got like, you know, wife and kids and grandkids and cousin, you know, and uncles, auntie, like, you know, the whole 9 yards, right? So, you know, if they were to come out, yeah, they probably like, you know, get rid of the whole bloodline. Who knows? So they did that. That's a scare tactic right there. They scared the fuck out of everybody, you know, within that operation. Well, you got cut off and you came back, huh?
That's crazy, man. I know one of the crazier ones was, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Jennifer Hudson. But like, dude, her and I think literally almost her entire family was killed like within 8 months to a year or something like that. It was like death after death after death. It was crazy. But yeah, that whole star fame stuff, yeah, it definitely seems like it's pretty damn true. That you gotta sacrifice something.
Yeah. Anybody want to? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was gonna say, did I just hear your air fryer not too long ago? I thought I heard the beep.
Oh no, this one is a microwave. I just heat up some brisket. You know, I made some brisket sandwich, whatever. I cooked some brisket yesterday, but I didn't smoke it though. You know what I mean? I didn't smoke it. Just, you know, I see it, I season it really well, see it, and then pop in the oven for like 2.5 hours, 3 hours the most. And you know, and I don't want the meat to fall off the like, you know, just like too soft either, too tender, because I put on a sandwich, you know, and slices is still juicy, you know. And yeah, put on a sandwich.
Man, you be cooking like a damn. Are you a dad?
Not yet, bro. I'm about to be soon.
Yeah. Oh, you got one. You got something baking?
No, not right now, bro. I don't think I'm ready. Not anytime. I wouldn't say not anytime. I would say within 2 years. There you go. You know, we all got plans to do what we got to do.
You got the mannerisms of a dad, man. You got dad swag.
You fucking. Hey, but hey, Matrix, Necros, Q, you guys want to talk to Rich Evan a little bit, right? You guys want to give him a chance, see what he does, or no?
If you want to unlock him, mate, he's all yours. Or if Necros wants to have a chat with him, he's all yours, man. I'm easy either way.
Okay. All right. Let's see what Rich Evan say. We'll see. All right. But Rich Evan, I'm gonna tell you, my friend. You know, if you're going a little crazy, you guess. Oh wow, your name really. You know what? Now I'm looking at your name, Rich Evan Fleurs Ender. Okay. All right, my friend. Will you stay on mute then?
Let's hear what he got to say. I want to hear what he got to say.
Oh, let's hear him real quick, because nobody's here anyway. Let's see what happened. All right, Rich.
Yeah, I changed my name for you.
No, don't change for me. Change for you. You do what you got to do.
You didn't.
Man, what a creep!
Didn't like it.
This guy becoming a creep now.
A creep. That's not very nice. Hey. How is everyone doing today?
Yeah, we're doing great till you show up.
Yeah. Now you're amazing. What's the deal?
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, you asked me how we doing. You know, I'm saying we're doing good till you show up, but you know, I'm just kidding, man. So how are you? You good?
I'm doing well, thanks. Yeah. Got the day off work, just relaxing, playing some Dark Souls.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, have you found any curve lately?
Have I found any curve?
Yeah.
I found a pretty cool demonstration. Yeah, of the Earth's curvature is pretty cool.
Okay, the demonstration, is it a repeatable, testable?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I mean, would you like to present it to us, if you don't mind?
Well, I don't have. I can't even send a link in the chat, but it's a photo of I believe it's a ladder or like straight pipe, and then they take a photo of it on a table in front of the vantage point, like over the horizon of the ocean, and then they compress the image down, and you can plainly see the.
Yes, we've seen that one before.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a good one.
What you want to do, Rich, is go and get your camera, and you can do this yourself. Find something that's horizontal, your table edge, it doesn't matter, something that's a straight line. And what you do on your camera, set that straight line so it's at the bottom third of the image, take the photo. Set the straight line so it's in the middle, take a photo. Set the straight line so it's at the top third of your image, right? So 3 photos, that's all you got to do. You can do it on your phone. Then chuck those on your computer and compress them and watch what happens. And you'll find that the one where the straight line is below the center, your center line, the bottom third, when you compress it, it'll bend one way. The one that's on the center will stay straight, and the one that's at the top will bend another way. And you can
That's
go
very
yourself,
interesting.
mate.
And I'm not saying that wouldn't happen if the photo
Yeah,
was
there's
taken.
videos on it, people doing it.
But the interesting thing about the photo that I'm talking about is that you have the metal pipes on both the upper side and lower side of the horizon, right? So if it were the distortion of the curve of the lens, then those would also be curved, right? But because they are not.
No, because it's a perspective thing. It also throws out when you've got something that's 2 foot from your camera and you're also observing something that's 10 miles away, which is quite common in this, let's compare something close and let's compare something far away. They bend at different rates.
Well, it's just hard to have anything that could be like scale with the horizon, right? The horizon's huge.
Well, if you're going to scale something with the horizon, the pipe should be sitting above the horizon or on the horizon, like a bridge, for example. So if you were to use the Pontchartrain bridge and take the photo from, 5 miles away, you're comparing bridge to horizon. That would be a fair comparison. Not something that's 2 or 3 foot away to something that's 5 mile away or 10 mile away.
You're saying that the amount of curve is...
it's because of the optics. It does weird stuff. And the fact that you have to compress it, if it's really curved, what's the necessity to compress it? Why? Why do it?
Oh, it just makes it more noticeable, right? So
it's not noticeable in reality.
No, it is. It's just
Thank
not
you. It's
as
not.
noticeable.
We know it's not.
Yeah, it's just not as noticeable.
Not as noticeable. No. Not noticeable. It's flat, mate.
I have to respectfully disagree.
Well, if you have to compress all your images to make a curved Earth, go for it. Enjoy your life.
No, you don't have to compress the image in order to have that. I mean, we have full non-composite images of the Earth from geostationary orbit, right? So
wrong.
As far as I know, that's correct. And there's new ones.
No, they're all linked. They're all joint, mate.
So.
Composite images, lots and lots of them stuck together to make a big one.
The blue marble is. I agree that that's a composite image, but that wasn't taken from geostationary orbit.
Yep, Pseudo. Do you have anything else to ask Rich? Oh, Rich, do you have any question?
I'm happy to field questions if anyone has any. It's no problem to me.
Well, I don't have any more question. But maybe Pseudo earlier he wanted to talk to you. Damn, you just want to talk to us, huh?
Yeah, man, I enjoy talking to people.
All right, go for it.
Does it? And this is just. I won't ask a follow-up question. It's just. Would anyone in here be at all swayed by the findings of the final experiment if it indicated that there was a 24-hour sun?
All right, I'm going to put my 10 cents worth in, and you can all agree or disagree. I don't care which way you fall. I don't care if they see a 24-hour sun, a 24-day sun, a 24-second sun, or even if they see 4 suns. There's still zero Earth curvature measured. Full stop.
I promised I wouldn't have to follow up, so I'll leave that there for the room.
Oh, others are trying to say something. That's just my opinion of it.
That's all.
Others can go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm somewhat the same. I mean, no matter if the sun started blinking today or started shining blue, it wouldn't, in my opinion, have a direct impact on what the ground we walk on is. Or if it started going backwards all of a sudden, it's not going to change the ground. So,
definite. Yep. And I don't know why they call it the final experiment. It's more like the final. Well, they put the word final observation, because you're just going out there to look at the sky, look at the sun.
They're missing a word out of it, Kembo. It should be called the final social experiment.
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys lend any credence to any of the flat earthers who are taking part?
Never met them, don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any good feelings about them kind of taking it into their own hands and going and having the observation for themselves, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they do what they do on that part, just like what we mentioned. I don't have any opinion, good for them. They get to go, whatever they got to do, right? But if it was up to me, I would say, right, I mean, how much are they going to, spend, to go look at the sun, right? We can use that fucking money, right, to conduct any experiment or laser test, right? A longer laser test for like, what? I mean, 100-something grand for like 3 or 4 people that go there, almost 100 grand. Bro, you know what we can do with that money, right? Globies come together, anti-flat earthers, flat earthers come together, do that experiment, long distant laser fucking test, right? I don't even think it would cost $50,000, right, for 1 day, or a day half, or even 2 days, right, to do that test to get result. But what the hell you gonna do? Go and look at the sun? But hey, man, hey, that's them. If that's what make them happy, go for it. But this is just me.
I understand. I think it has more to do, and like this is an aspect that I understand you guys aren't a fan of, that like science has a lot to do about falsification. So taking an assumption, having it, and then observing and seeing if that holds true or not. It's kind of trying to remain consistent in that framework, right? Because you have all of these different things that you would line up and say these are all parts of what I believe to be in reality, and explaining a 24-hour sun in the shape that you think the Earth is would have to be kind of what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, but Rich, if you've been around long enough, you know we never claimed the shape, man. You know, flat is not a shape, man. We just trying to describe the description of the surface.
Yeah,
over
a
large body of water. So we never claimed the shape, man. You guys claimed the shape. I mean, to be fair,
right? I mean, that's why it was kind of funny when earlier Creation Bear says, like, wait, what do you guys think if we were actually just anti-globes instead of being like flat earthers? And I sent him a DM and I was like, that's the most true thing I've heard in this room in weeks, because it's like it's a valid question to think to yourself, right? And when you admit to the fact that you're not claiming a shape or anything like that, it does make it seem as though you're kind of anti-globe as opposed to pro-flat Earth, right?
Yeah, you can.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think it's just more so of the evidence that's been actually displayed and what can be testable and repeatable. Is that evidence showed that the radius value of 3959, the 8 inches per mile squared, it's been debunked, through mirror tests, laser flash tests, long distance observations, microwave tests, the Bedford-Noble experiment, you name it. It's just that it has shown that the Earth that we're walking on doesn't curve. Literally, if you look it up, Rich Evans, plane surveying is the main method of surveying used for any surveyor, and that's to build bridges, railroads, canals, railways, you name it. And they do this up to 100 square miles. And over that same distance, there's like 60 foot of curvature that would be there. So if that was the case, then there would be no such thing as plane surveying. It wouldn't work, especially up to 100 miles if it indeed was curving. You couldn't just treat it like it wasn't curving. The same way with planes. You can't fly a plane as if it's flat and stationary if it is indeed curved and spinning. But, as we see through different manuals of flight, it shows that you would have to, drive the plane as if you're on a flat stationary Earth. And I can give you the citations for that if you need.
I mean, I appreciate you wanted to have this conversation, but you did just kind of prove my point entirely, right?
What was your point?
That it's more likely the case that you guys are just a group of anti-globers as opposed to pro-flat earthers.
No, I literally gave you different experiments that prove that the ground we're working on isn't curving.
No, you're saying you said that here's why the globe can't be a thing. That is different than here's why the Earth is absolutely this one thing, right?
So when you do a test and there's two sides of the coin, a flat or globe, and the test gives flat, such as the laser test, the microwave test, the long distance observations, the test that's been conducted on airplanes, when all of this shows that there's no curvature that's been presented, then yeah, I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but for sure the globe is thrown out of the qualifications at that point.
No, I mean, in your time, I'm not sure how long you've been around in the flat Earth circles. It's like you obviously know that there are explanations for these phenomena under the globe model. Whether you accept them is a different question, right?
So how do you explain no curvature across 30 plus miles?
I don't believe that to be the case or what has been found to be measured. But in all honesty,
so you're just gonna go, nuh-uh, I don't believe it, full stop, and that's it. You're just gonna hand wave it.
Well, until I
That's a
received
yes.
evidence of it being, until I've received evidence of it actually being the case, then yeah. Like if you were to give me measurements of flatness and not just, the black swan, then that would be great.
And not just the black swan.
Yeah.
Black swan destroys you for practice.
No.
Yes.
The black swan is another attempt at just like trying to falsify the globe such that you.
That's what it does do. It doesn't try to do it. It falsifies it comfortably.
Attempt to. It does not.
28.6 mile laser test inside chat. Go and look at it. Cry. Cope harder.
It just seems like a pretty large leap of assumptions, right? To go from we can do this one test on this one area, therefore the entirety of the world is flat and not what.
So it's only because it's on one area.
No, I'm
observable,
taking the
measurable, repeatable. I'd like you to repeat the photos from space.
Well, they get repeated every 15 minutes. Why is it that I have to be the one to do so?
How do you verify they're true and correct, Rich? Come on, be a big boy now.
How do I verify them?
Correct. How do you verify that they are taken from the positions claimed?
It's okay to say you can.
No, I'm just trying to think of what would actually be the meaning in doing this. Like, what
you meaning
do you? Okay, so have you gone and verified the black swan?
Don't answer.
No, because I want to know if he's consistent with what he's asking me for, right?
But first answer his question, then ask yours, right? Don't answer.
Okay. Yeah, no, I have not gone and verified the position that each of these photos have been taken in.
Awesome, thank you.
Have you gone and verified the black swan?
No, but multiple others have.
So other people have gone and worked on the satellite that took this photo. So what's your point?
Also, somebody's worked on a satellite. So because I've nailed one bolt through a hole, therefore I'm an expert on photography now.
No, it's the fact that
somebody's worked on a satellite.
You needed
therefore
to
now they're an expert in
hole.
photography. Come on, Rich, wake up to yourself.
Yeah, that's a straw man claim. I never made that.
But Rich Edmonds, if we want to go to the same location, right? You can go over there. I can go over there, right? We know the location. It's somewhere in California, right? There's a video, the description for the place, right? You can actually go there. I can actually go there. But with this whole fucking outer space and satellite in the sky, in the vacuum of space, you can't go there. You can't verify that. I can't verify that. And that's
do you mean I can't? No, I can't flap my arms and get to space, unfortunately. But there's nothing about what is attributed to space or what is said that means that I wouldn't be able to go do that.
Yeah, like Campbell said, and the question that you asked, did you verify that observation, black swan observation? You don't need to verify that specific black swan observation. It's just an observation that you can repeat, but not in the same location. It doesn't matter. That location does not really matter. What matters is the surface of water, which you can find everywhere. I have my own black swan. I did my own observation. I live in North Africa, so I can go to north of Morocco and try to watch the beach in Spain from the beach in the north of Morocco, and can see that beach, which is 14 kilometers away from Moroccan coast. Yeah, you can do your observation. I think you have water somewhere near where you live. You can do the observation. Just find a specific location that you know what's the distance between that spot or that object or that thing that you will observe and the
How do I
view
ascertain
on
that
the other side of that lake.
How do I ascertain that distance?
You can use. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, you guys. You may have heard him. I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, you can estimate that. Look, the distance using, for example, a Google Map, and you can estimate that distance if you Google Map say it's 10 kilometers. So it's more or less than 10 kilometers. It won't be 1 kilometers, and you will find 10 kilometers in Google.
Okay, so you speak to the validity of what Google Maps says.
No.
Oh. Why would I get my distance?
I'm telling you that you can estimate that distance. If Google tell you that it's 10 kilometers, you can estimate that distance. So 10 kilometers, just an estimation. It's not precise distance. Like those oil rigs in the Black Swan observation doesn't. We don't need to know if it is 10 kilometers and 200 meters or 10 kilometers, 9 kilometers and 800 meters, something like that. No, you don't have to be so precise. Yeah, you see the horizon beyond that distance, which is around 9 or 10 kilometers, so which is more than what the globe predict. That's sufficient for you as an observation. It's not a measurement like we say. It's a Black Swan observation. It's an observation you can estimate.
Yeah, it's a method, my friend. The whole Black Swan, man, it's a method. Anybody can go out there and do it. That's the whole point, bro. It doesn't have to
more
be that
commonly
specific.
known as a fallacy, right? But
what part? What part?
Like the Black Swan fallacy? Are you not aware of it?
Yeah. Well, tell us about it.
Okay, the Black Swan fallacy is to say every swan that I've ever seen is white, therefore a black swan cannot exist. And then you go to Australia and you find a black swan, and you go, "Oh, I'm wrong."
So that's so which part is the fallacy? So if you think the Earth is a globe, right?
Kembo, it's the Black Swan argument proves the Black Swan. That's why it's called that. That's what it means. That all swans are white, and all of a sudden you've got one that's black. It throws the whole argument out the window, and that's what the oil rigs do. The Earth's geometric horizon should be in a particular spot, and that
I'm familiar with that one.
proves to the contrary.
Yeah, but I'm just asking him which part is the fallacy.
No. Right. That's what it's. Yeah, don't worry, mate.
All of it. The reasoning.
See, here's the thing, Rich. It's like whenever these tests is done, right? It's simply because you guys have came up with an empirical measurement of the Earth, right? You said that, hey, we live on a globe that's 24,000 miles circumference, 3,959 miles in radius. So when that's put to the test, this is why all of these tests have ever been conducted, to see if that actually pans out in reality. And I think Matrix, he's just giving you 2 videos. If you want me to go ahead and give you 2 to 5 videos as well in all different places, we can show you this exact same type of test done all over the world in different continents. And they're all yielding the same thing, which is no curvature. And the difference between what you're trying to do, Rich, is that you know for sure there's no way we can verify what you're talking about with the outer space pictures. You can for sure verify every single thing that we're talking about, because these are real places on the Earth that you live on, that you can drive to and fly to and double check these things.
So it's just funny to hear that we don't need to verify those distances or whatever, because other people have, and then for any photo showing the globe Earth, it's the complete opposite. We need every little detail.
No, it's because you know that we can't verify it, Rich. I can't verify that.
We could.
Yeah, you can.
You
can
say that we can't. I say that we can.
Yes, you can.
Difference of opinion, I guess.
Okay, can you put up any picture that you like to show, like you said, a non-composite picture, and tell me how you verified it? Go ahead and let me know how you verified it.
Okay, so again, I was told that you don't have to verify the picture because you could go there. That's ridiculous, right? We all agree that's ridiculous?
You can't verify that. He didn't tell you that you can't verify that picture because you just can't do repeat that observation. No, but you can verify that. So, for example, if you are someone very meticulous and they sent you the black swan observation with those oil rigs, or I send you a black swan observation with the wind turbines, or you get the black swan Australian black swan observation. So you pick one that you want to verify, anyone, and you can verify them all. You just go to the location. If you want to be really precise with the distance, yeah, you can roll a tape and put some buoys and something like that. You finance your research. You want to be very meticulous, so you don't want to be spoon-fed the information from others, because you don't believe if someone told you that it's 10 miles from the observer to that oil rig, they will tell you that it's 10 miles. You won't take that as being a fact. You will have to. You want to go and check that. Yeah, you can just roll a measuring tape and tape measure that distance. You can just roll whatever you
and
want.
What if it were the case that I can't go to any of? What if it's the case that I can't afford to go to any of these places?
So you choose a location that is near where you live, and I don't think that you live in a planet other than this flat surface which doesn't have water. I think that you live like us in a place where it does have oceans everywhere, so you can just have that little trip from your town to the nearest beach.
What if I just can't afford to take that much time off? Like
Necros, this is how it works. If you can't afford to go to a place to reproduce a particular argument, like for example, myself not living in the United States, to go to Santa Barbara and reproduce the black swan, all of a sudden you're a fucking hypocrite, aren't you, Rich? So stop making excuses, get off your ass and go outside and do it. So you see earlier, Necros, for those that were listening, he had to dig at me because I haven't done the black swan. So now feel free to rip it into him. Anyways, ladies and gents, I'm going to work. I shall catch you later. Peace.
Have a good one, brother.
Hi, Matrix. Take care.
Have a good one. Rich, don't appeal to the I'm broke fallacy, man.
No, like it's the fact that you guys are willing to make this kind of reasoning that, I can't afford to go to space, so it's not possible for me to go to space. When that's the only thing really stopping you.
It's not. Hold on. It's not an affording thing. It's literally you can't just go to outer space.
Why not?
Because it's illegal. You can't just go to outer space.
What are these? What you can pay to go up?
Private citizens cannot just go up as high as they fucking want to go. There's literally government contracts for shit like satellites and shit like that. You can't
because they don't want you killing yourself, right?
Why? Killing yourself? Okay.
Yeah, or hurting others. Like if you're saying that you don't have the justification to be in a hot air balloon and go to space, that there's somehow a problem here.
So you agree that you can't do it, right? So you agree at this point, right, Rich?
So
we can absolutely go to space if you can afford it.
Are you telling me they don't want people to kill themselves, but they kill people? They don't want you to kill yourself, but they want to kill you. It's that the thing that you are telling me, because what I'm with.
No idea what you're talking about.
They are contributing and killing people. They are making weapons to kill people. Those people that you are telling me, they are scared of they are afraid of for your life or your security, so they don't want you to let you go to space, but they want to make weapons to kill people in masses every day.
Okay, So I'm gonna end this conversation.
They're
I guess
enemies.
we can't help Rich, and Rich can't help himself. So have a nice day, Rich. Yeah.
Absolutely good. That doesn't matter. We didn't say anything bad.
Nah, it just we're not gonna go that route. Yeah, it's too much. It's my fault. You know what I mean? I want to give him a chance to speak, but yeah, Rich is just Rich. That's it. There's no fixing him, right? He always gonna believe, the globe. He's gonna, he's gonna do whatever to try to go against us, and which is good, cool. Do what he got to do. Period. But we know that he does not has anything for the globe. Only believe. He believed that they don't want you to hurt yourself when you go up there, right? He believes that they tell him the truth about everything that they've been telling us. So let him believe what he believes on that part. Yep.
And just to know something, there is different black swans for one single reason. People didn't just want to use one single black swan, which is the Ulrich that many flat earthers use very often. It's not the only one existing, but there is so many other black swans, and that's the case because people have surfaces of water near where they live, around their continent. Everyone's continent have water and ocean around it, so they go to the ocean and they do those black swan observations or long distance observations because they don't account on one single observation. They can't afford to go to see those oil rigs. Okay, let's see the long distance observation that I can witness where I live.
Yeah, I couldn't understand how he just wasn't getting the difference between saying, hey, I'm going to go to outer space today, brother, I'm going to go to, Michigan Lake today. There's a total difference between saying, hey, I'm going to go out to the shore to do a test and saying, no, I need to go to outer space to verify a picture. It's like, no way he just wasn't understanding the point there.
Yeah, and that argument he's gave about they don't want people to kill themselves. Oh no, it's not the case because there is a guy who they knew that he is building a rocket and he is trying to go in space and witness if the Earth is flat. Remember that guy who died using building his own rocket, and when he just launched the rocket, it fell.
Mike?
I forgot his name. It's an old guy.
Yeah, I think maybe Overlord. No, Overlord. What was that guy's name? The guy that, the new
who died in
the new told us that he was a flat earther. I don't think he was a flat earther.
But it doesn't matter. Just to tell Rich Evan that no, it's not the case. They are not stopping people from doing those things. They're not even trying.
I remember when I was back in Cambodia, I would like to think I was maybe about 11 years old, right? And I traveled from the biggest city to my hometown, right? And on the road, I remember I see that mountain from far away, but I don't remember like what's the distance and everything, right? But you could see from far away, right? And now I bet you anything that mountain also is a black swan. I gotta go look it up and then trying to find the distance because you can see from far away from like, and it's a straight road too, and it was a straight road. And I bet at least 10 miles, over 10 miles easy, over freaking 10 miles easy, right? I just gotta know the height of that mountain, right, above sea level, and then know the distance. And of course, the height. I was on a bicycle at the time. And I bet you anything there's a black swan. I'm going to go look it up a little later. There's so many black swan out there. It's not even funny. Hey, at least we had a little fun, right?
Yeah, man. I remember back when a lot of people were talking about like photo forensics. There was some website or app where you could do like photo forensics. Is that a real thing?
I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure about that part. When was that?
I don't know. There was like a whole wave of it going, and it was mostly just people putting NASA pictures in this photo forensic thing, and it would always say that it'll basically tell you like what type of camera it came from, all this other stuff.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how legit it is. Just a name. I can remember.
Right. I mean, now they have, AI, but then you're not gonna, you're not gonna figure it out by, using AI, and AI probably give you, fucking, different answer, right? Because people like flat earthers had used AI for a little while now, right? AI pretty much, it just give you whatever answer, and then they contradict itself over and over again every time you smack it around, right? But the first thought that came in my head, I would like to think maybe we could use the AI to, kind of verify that, but then I'm like, maybe it's not legit, right? Because the AI still contradict itself every fucking time now, just with the globe information. So. Oh, we got somebody new here. Amir? Is that how you pronounce your name, sir?
That is. Hello.
All right. Amir, how you doing, my friend?
Just well. Just wanted to, I saw AI was in here, so I want to get back in here.
Oh, you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, welcome.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, ladies and germs.
Hello, GE or JE.
Hey, good afternoon, Amir. Who all's hiding around here now?
Yep, I guess everybody hide from you, Jay.
They always do. Indeed, my brother, indeed. What you into?
Oh, not much, man. Just here, chilling.
Nothing wrong with that. Not even in the slightest, I say. How was Thanksgiving for you?
Oh, it was good. Yep, it was good. How was yours?
Mine was real good. Give me 3 minutes. I'll be right back. I got to make a quick call, let somebody know I'm on the way.
Hey, sorry, Kimbo. I got a call, man. I don't know if I heard any of the last things you said there.
Yeah, all good, bro. You know what I mean? There's nothing going on anyway. It's just us here. So, no problem, bro. Take care of your business.
Appreciate it. Yeah, if it's not a freaking spam caller, it's credit card or some shit.
Sorry about that.
Big Barrington, what's up?
Yes,
man?
sir. How are you, Mr. Sonny?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm not too bad. And you're not Mr. Sonny. I'm sorry. That was a Freudian slip. Pseudo is who you are. I'm sorry. Good to see you again, my man.
It's all good. Same here.
Yeah, and I got to remember, you and I were talking about something the other day, and then along came a bunch of people who joined in, and I wanted to follow up on something we talked about, and hell, I don't even remember what it is now.
Hell, I surely can't remember.
Hey guys, I was listening on YouTube and I was behind. Is the dude that was saying, last thing I heard was Pseudo Killer telling the other guy, the Glober, why we can't go to space. Is he still here?
Nah, he's gone. It was Rich Evans teed up.
Rich Evans, right? Okay. Now the reason, the one and only reason we can't go to space, because that place that they claim exists above us, it doesn't exist, and it cannot exist due to the violation of the natural laws of entropy, right? The natural law of entropy and the second law of thermodynamics, right? That's why. That's the main focus. That's what you come at them with, and then you can go into other derivative things like us, like etc. The fake footage, and you can't afford it, and it's all an elite program, etc., etc. But the main reason is it doesn't exist, and it cannot exist.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you, T-Dub. Let me ask you this, man. Because we're starting to get a lot of these people that is literally their only proof is a picture, right? What is the remedy to get these people to understand that, one, the picture can't be verified, blah, 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 blah. Kind of what way do we walk these guys down that, hey, I got a picture from outer space spiel?
Well, I have a picture. I took that the 1972 blue marble, and I put it through a photo forensic analyzer to show that it was actually a painting. It has no 3D image quality in it. It's not an actual photo. That's my favorite kind because it puts them on the back foot. After that, well, because if you tell them the what is it called, the thermal the law of thermodynamics, they have to know about it to understand it. And a lot of times, these people haven't even looked into that, didn't even pay attention in class. So a lot of times they tell me the picture's not fake. It's fake. It's not. Here, look, you can put it through any analyzer. It shows you that it's a fake picture. It's just the easiest way for me to point out and then move on to, instead of teaching them what laws of science are, laws of nature are. That's my finding. Like, it's a fake picture. You can, they're all of them fake. If you can't get the 1972 one, and the rest of the ones are computer generated. So that's my take.
I got you. So let me ask you this, because I would imagine this is their second one. They'll say, yeah, we all agree that the blue marble is a composite image, but the new ones that are, non-composites from the geostationary satellite, what do you say about that?
No, see, they'll go. I'll take them to the one that doesn't claim it is composite. That is an actual photograph of the Earth. If you can debunk their claim to have an actual photograph that isn't composite at all, that's not manipulated, if you can debunk that, then you can question everything else after that. Because the one time I had this conversation, it's like, look, I understand that it has to be composited because some of these satellites are only purported, or they say they're only like maybe 150 miles away, so you can never see the full picture. That's kind of their take on those composite generated images. And so if you can take them to the one that claimed to have a actual photograph or the full view of it and debunk that, then usually that conversation ends in that, and they had to bring something else up.
Another avenue you can take, right? Another avenue you can take it is, right? So beyond you being told that full one side of the Earth picture, right, is real, reference do you have in order to be able to analyze the legitimacy of that image? I mean, what can you compare it to in your natural everyday experience? The closest they're going to get, right, is to, well, I can look at other planets, right, and then presupposing that, that's fitting into the whole narrative of being an object like those other things, assuming what those other things are and in what medium they exist, and that they're solid objects, blah, 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 right? That's another avenue you can take, because they don't have any reference. What they see in that image is nothing like what they experience in reality. But if you want to take the route of pointing out like the fakeness of it, the inconsistencies and the discrepancies in the imagery, like the signs of it being copy pasted or whatever, like whatever processes that you can find through digital analyzation or whatever, whatever software you're using, blah, 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 blah. That's fine, because, for the reason being that you don't understand the second law of thermodynamics to even a very simple, degree, or anything like that, then that's fine, right? The point is, like, they don't have any reference frame for that image. They've never, ever seen Earth like that. Closest thing that they're going to be able to look at that image and go, well, something looks familiar there, and that's like blue water and some clouds. And they've seen maps, right, of land and what, like, the blue against the color contrast between the blue and the land looks like, right?
I got you. That's a good point. Amir, what picture do you have that they claim is not a composite that you have proved to be a fake picture?
So they have the Apollo 1972 blue marble. It's labeled in NASA. It's in their depository of pictures they have. It's one of the NASA image, and you can take it through forensic analysis, so photographic analysis, to see all the discrepancies that it has in it. It really is a picture. It's actually a painting. and it's a photo of a painting. And so you just have to go to forensic analysis. There's a couple of them online that would.
There's a website.
Well,
yes.
Didn't they say that the 1972 and dump globe earthers at this point say that it was composited, stitched together pictures, or are you saying that they said this is a real picture that's not a composite?
Yeah, that's the only picture they claim that is not a composite.
Oh, the blue marble is supposed to not be a composite?
There's a couple ones that
that's,
name blue marble.
You're confusing, yeah, because there's the 2000 and what was it? The 2012 Rob Simmons. Was that what year it was?
Okay.
Rob Simmons. And then there's the blue marble, 1972 blue marble. So they just share the same name.
Gotcha. So
Also,
the 1972.
Yeah. What's interesting about that Amir thinks it's a painting. That's interesting. Maybe. Oh yeah, because it doesn't that come from Math Powerland? He said that it would be a painting.
Oh, that there's a painting. No, the forensic analysis would point to it being a painting.
Right, because the Apollo 11 were busted, right? Some footage was leaked of them faking an Earth shot, supposedly from space through a whole window, right? High altitude, and so there's that as well. So looking into methods of being able to say, hey, we took a photo of Earth, right? Without actually having taken a photo of Earth, in that at that scale, and from the claimed distance, right? So so that's interesting. So it's to me, right? As soon as that footage was leaked, and it's obvious, right? It's very obvious in the footage what they're doing. Right? That ruins any credibility for me for the entire Apollo mission, claiming that it's reasonable doubt now that anything that's put forward afterward, any imagery that's presented after that event is now in doubt, and enough doubt for me to question its credibility and its authenticity.
Well, that picture is the one. Sorry, I was just saying that picture. Will Duffy is the one that still portrays that picture as one of the biggest proof, because he thinks that he has a eyewitness testimony of what Earth looks like and everything. So that's why you just go for their ace in the hole quarter. How they think it is.
Yeah. So Amir, let me ask you, how did you do the forensic analysis on the 72 marble?
There's a couple of sites that you can go to that have that they're generate. You can just upload it into the site and it'll tell you. It's AI generated ones. There's I think it's called Forensic. It's one of the ones, but there's several of them, and they give you the same. It gives the same analysis on it, that there's something in the middle. They can tell that in the middle has been retouched, that there's extra brush strokes in it. There's also isn't 3D information. So a lot of times pictures, photographs they have some type of 3D information with the lighting and how it hits. And so with that image, it can tell you that it doesn't have any 3D information in it.
And then, but also, doesn't the 72 blue marble have clouds in the exact same place as the 2002 or 2003 version of Simmons?
Yeah, there's some that look. Actually, I'm not familiar with the Simmons one, because I think that's obviously a composite version of it. But it looks like I've never come across. Were you saying that the cloud formation is the same?
Yeah, I think between the two of those and if you divide,
might be a later one. think that might be the later one, like where there's people of like, because I think there's another blue marble after the Rob Simon one, I think. Quote me, but another composite image that has been made. There's probably there's tons. They're all like fake, but I mean, like, yeah. So it would be interesting, like now with the advent of AI software, it could, we could have these, analytic tools, these computer software tools, focusing on any similarities, like picking, where they the programs that find patterns and similar, like replicate images in multiple images, so that it could identify, hey, that has come from this, right? So that they should be, someone should be out there like fucking doing that. I wouldn't have a first clue of how to start doing that, but I tried doing it back in the day with moon surface photography, like so claimed, right? And I tried finding a program which could like analyze the entire image, right, and find like anything that looked the same was a copy image, because there are images where they say that they're panoramic and that they had to like stitch certain sections together to make it a wide angle view, right? And because I didn't have a full proper wide angle lens for doing that, they took multiple images and then stitched them together, and then you see in them there are replica rocks in the images, but sorry, going off. Where's this? Who's doing that? Someone should be out there doing that with all this AI shit they have now. Sure, it could be done.
Yeah, the thing the mantra I've been repeating over the last 10 or so weeks is, I think that we're in a precipice in our lifetimes right now that with the recent advent of all of these AI generated photos, where you have dumbasses who think like pictures of guys with 13 fingers is real, and they think that little girls holding puppy dogs in a boat or a raft in what's supposed to be North Carolina, and her forehead is all fucked up. That right now, I think we have the easiest case to make is that you can't trust photography period. And I'm talking to people and pointing this out and asking, what other photographs in the past might also be maybe not AI generated, but they were actually paintings, paintings, other kind of edits. And a lot of people are open to that conversation that weren't just 12 weeks ago. So my point is, it's a very apropos question you're asking there, Pseudo, because so many people right now are being force-fed all this fake stuff, and now it's really easy, I think, to make the claims that fantastical photos are likely just that. They're fantastical, but they're not photos.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly before I go back on mute, I'm going to go back on mute for a while and just listen. But Pseudo Killer, another avenue you can take with the imagery, right, that's presented, any like high altitude, entire one side of the surface of the Earth, whatever it's claimed to be, right, from space, right. You can slightly give it to them if you want, right. And this I've heard a lot of people. Like some of the OGs do this. Say, okay, all right, so that's claimed to be an image of an Earth shot, right? Okay, from space, right? Whatever. Okay, so that's showing curving ocean, curving water, curving surface. All right, can we come back down to the Earth measure that down here and legitimate, authenticate that imagery by way of direct measurement on the surface. Just wanted to put that, just throw that back to you. And that's another ball in your pocket you can throw at them, right?
Oh, yeah, I love that. Oh, yeah.
Curveball. Curveball, pun intended. Right, I'm going to go back on mute and listen. Enjoy, guys.
No, I get
Hey, see you, T-Dub.
All right, T-Dub. Take care, bro.
But yeah, that's typically the recipe, man. It's like give them their little, fantastical argument, then bring them right back down to earth where they can't prove shit. So I'm with it. I like that.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, if you've paid any attention at all to all of the AI photos that are created right now, the fake photography or fake image argument right now is especially enhanced because we're forced to see this shit right now. And it's, they're faking photos that have no reason to be faked. Like, for instance, I saw one of Jennifer Lopez, and she had 3 toes, like they looked like somebody's big toes. And then you see these dudes with 13 fingers and girls with like really manly hands and everything else. So what you end up with is right now you've got a really good opportunity to advance that argument that we'll probably never see in our lifetime again. And in fact, it's probably going to come a day. Like I had some lady, when I pointed out this girl with the puppy dog was fake, she called me a heartless bastard that would claim that that little girl was fake because she was suffering. And when precipice right now that people are open to the fake argument photo right now, which were not 12 weeks ago.
Yep, I definitely agree. I've seen some crazy AI fake pictures where you can even insert yourself and do like a whole dance routine and it look like you're the one actually doing your facial expression will change and everything. So yeah, I mean, I'm definitely seeing all the new AI fake imagery that's going around for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, you get to use that. And the reality is we call them AI generated, but really they're generated by the computer code of the people who wrote the programs to do that. So a computer's not really creating it. There's just one individual who's more or less done them in mass. And so it's no different than somebody coming along and doing a big matte painting. Just like, I mean, hell, you go look at the matte paintings at Hollywood, and a lot of times that looks more real than the reality. That's why they did a lot of that matte painting, like where they would suspend suspend model buildings in front of a camera, and then they'd have a matte painting behind it, and then it would look like, it would really truthfully look like they were at a castle, and there was nothing real about any of it.
I hear that. Hey, Amir, if I was to give you a picture or post a picture in the chat, are you able to run it through a photo forensics, or does it take quite a while to do that?
It takes a bit, but I can do it real time.
Okay, I'm gonna get a screenshot from this video, and I'm curious as to what the analyzer would say. Give me 1 second.
Hey, Timbo.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm getting ready to stop here, but a quick question is have you even heard of the artificial intelligence programs that will now place orders for you at a restaurant? They'll call and place the order for you.
No. Yeah, I barely order food out, so yeah, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, so you can pay a subscription to a service. You know, you tell it your various spiel of the things you like and what you don't like, and it'll have the full conversation with the person placing the order and everything for you.
Yeah, that sounds like, it's going to make people extra fucking lazy.
Oh, they already are. That's why they love it. But no, you're 100% correct. Huh.
What's going on?
What's up, Neil? We just chilling, bro. How are you?
Same, brother. Just doing some deliveries, and I just picked up some winter boots for the first time in like 15 years, so it's kind of nice.
The reason why you got the boots is because you don't want to step on the curve?
No, because my boss told me I needed to write some shit off to lower my tax bracket, so now I'm just making up excuses to buy shit.
No, it's all good, bro. Hey, sometimes we need, we need or we want stuff like that. It's okay. You get it for yourself.
Yeah, that was a definite need. Like I said, I wear flip flops 11 months of the year, so. Last year I didn't even go. I wore 12 months. I didn't even wear shoes last year.
Damn.
This is the guy who has shorts when it starts to snow. He's still wearing shorts.
I know people like that too. I got a couple of Filipino friends who who wear shorts year round, but I don't do that. Flip flops guy though.
Hey, did my picture post? I'm not showing that it posted in the chat. Are you guys seeing that I posted a picture in the chat?
Yes, sir. We can see it.
Okay, Amir, whenever you get a second, man, if you could do a forensic on that and let me know what it yields. I'm curious to see what it would say.
And you know what? If you can stream it and all of us can look at it real quick and maybe you can explain the detail a little bit here and there, that would be awesome. Only if you can.
Yeah, that shouldn't be it. Well, I don't know how to stream to be honest, but I can put the link to the video.
Yeah, I think you already post the I guess the screenshot of whatever, the snapshot, you got it. So maybe that's good enough, just for an example, right? So
I'm just curious as to what photo forensics would say, because for sure it's fake. It's a simulation that they did at the McDonald simulator or something like that. The only reason I bring it up is because anytime I have a globe earther or somebody say, there's no way they could have faked it, of course they're in space, I like to revert back to this video because had it not said McDowell, simulator, there's no possible way that you would have known, where this guy is, what type of medium he's in, because obviously he's floating around, so he's in some type of medium that allows for that. There's a spacecraft right there that you see, so it's, there's just this black background, so it's not like you can say that, quote unquote, he's not in space, but, we can prove that he's not because it's a simulated video. I just want to know what an actual photo forensics would say about it.
Yeah, I'm looking. I put it in. It doesn't show anything. It doesn't show that there's any manipulation or any. It.
And see, that would be the crazy part, right? Because it's kind of like, I don't know what I couldn't imagine it would say it was manipulated, because obviously it was taken with a photo or something like that, and that was here on Earth. That actual video is from here, somewhere here on Earth, but it's like, where could he have possibly been that he's floating in that nature and kind of doing the things that he's doing in the video? Kind of like, what medium is he in?
Yeah, so it's not going to show you that. It's only going to show you if it's been manipulated or if it's actual photo. So it looks like it's an actual video. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean that just goes to show that it's almost impossible to prove that it's fake, especially if it was done by the camera they say that it was done from. However, it was here on Earth and not in space. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So like, if you have like a movie and you have something like practical effects, it won't show you anything in particular with practical effects. So if it's really old, that's usually what they did back then.
And I'll go ahead and post the video for you as well. So if any of you guys want to relate back to it. But if anyone knows what type of simulation this guy can be in or any of that, I'd like to know. I'd like to know what type of environment he can be in to do stuff like this. Okay, and I just posted it to the chat. Like, it's a fake ass video, but at some of those parts, if you just cut the video and you cut out the part that said McDowell simulator and all that, it's like there would be no way to tell that this is a simulation. Like, they could literally just move this as another spacewalk. And I don't know how it would even go about trying to, disprove it, even though it has been proven that, this is only a simulation. This guy isn't in space or any of that. Yet this is how all the other space videos and spacewalks, resemble.
Did you say you posted a link?
Yeah, I can't see it I can't see that I posted a link. Did you guys see that I posted a link?
Negative.
Nope.
All right, I'm gonna get out of the room and come back. Sometime it does this for whatever reason after I get a call or something. So I'll get out and I'll come back in.
I mean, the guy looks like he could be underwater. I don't even know.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Copy.
Perfect. All right, yeah, so I just posted that video. But yeah, feel free to look at it, man. And even though it's a fake video, the question is, what type of environment did they do this in? Yeah, more so how is it done? Because once we can kind of prove how they're doing that type of shit, it just goes to show how the majority of all the spacewalks were done. I was actually debating a globe earther, and I kind of played devil's advocate, or I played a trick on him. But I said, I can't believe you guys believe in shit like this. And I showed him that video without it saying the Medal simulator on it. He's like, yeah, man, I mean, he's in space. What do you want me to say? Blah, blah, blah. You know, how can you disprove that? Then I showed him that it was actually a simulation and that he wasn't in space. And the guy was speechless. Because, like, you'll fucking fight hand, tooth, and nail over something you cannot prove. And the part where the astronaut's actually on the spacewalk is towards the end of that video, just so you guys know. And they put a little fake Earth in there and everything for you.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Gemini 9.
Yeah.
Damn, this shit's old, huh?
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. This just goes to show kind of how they started perfecting this shit. Because it's like, if they're telling you that that's the simulation, then what environment was he in to be simulating it that way? Because I'll be honest, it doesn't look like he's in water. You know, it doesn't look like he's in water. It doesn't look like he's in air. I don't know, man. It looks weird.
It looks like a studio, though. It looks like he's just hanging from a tripwire.
Hanging from a wire, maybe?
Yeah, because the analyzer. I mean, I can post pictures, but it's not going to show anything. It looks the same because it looks like he's actually there. It's not like a. It does have 3D information and everything. It looks like he's physically in the picture.
Right, and that's my whole thing is that we can all prove that this video was from Earth, yet if we take off the simulator part, there's globe earthers that I've even debated that believe that that was done in space. And it's like, how do we differentiate the two? And, you know, kind of show what's real and what's fake, and how is this guy even in the simulator doing what he's doing? But I get what you're saying. I mean, I could definitely probably say wires or somewhere in there. But do you at least kind of get my point that it can be faked, just how it was faked right there in the simulator, and without it saying simulator, there could be a good push that it wasn't fake? You understand where I'm going?
No, I do, but I think the main point of some of these so main point of the pictures is like taking an actual photograph, right? Trying to differentiate photographs that have 3D information from, or the actual regular photographs from a manipulation or some other 2D plane that they're like. If you're taking a picture of something that is not actually there, you can that can pull the information out. Like you can know that that's not what you're filming. If there's computer generated stuff, that will leave markers and stuff. So that is kind of what it's looking at. But there's a lot of practical effects that has fooled many people. I mean, it's no different than just normal magic, like sleight of hand. Like sometimes in like a clinical studies, you can have somebody who's pretending to move something with like telekinesis, and they can't tell that there's a really thin line around the object that he's trying to pull. Even in clinical studies, has fooled people. So it could be just like that type of practical magic. Like, I don't know if you've seen that. There was a video of this guy who said he had telekinesis and could turn pages, of a book with his mind, and he put his hand out there, and you see the pages going, and it fooled a bunch of people. And then there's one guy, he's like, "I'm gonna put some feathers on it." He put some fluff stuff on it, and then it's like, "Oh, I can't do it," because the whole time he was just blowing it, and people were fooled by that.
Wow. Yeah, dude, I just hate getting into those arguments with low earthers about, well, how can you say that my picture of Earth from space is not real? I hate those arguments.
Yeah, I have trouble with those too. And then they spiral off and they go, well, now everything you show me is fake now. That's the worst.
Right. So now we're pulling up this real world experiment, from here in Texas or Arkansas or some shit. They're like, well, how do I know that? Even though that's easier to prove, it's just, that's always how those type of conversations go. Like, well, you didn't let me have my picture in space.
I'll probably just try and stick to the measurements on the ground. That's the only thing you can really stick to, or else they go into La La Land.
True. My boy Rich. If you just want us to dub you a flat earther, dude, just let us know. You don't have to do all the weird stuff. If you want to be a part of the gang, man.
I will say Rich Evans is the funniest globe earther out there.
Is that right? I haven't heard any jokes from him.
Oh, he doesn't have to tell jokes. It's just funny when it comes out.
Okay, I'm not letting you guys do this time. Last time I was talking too much on Discord and I fucking ran out of gas. I got 18 miles to empty. And I'm not letting you guys do this shit to me again.
Well, I think last time we talked, you had a question regarding the different types of ethers between Witsit and what the ether that Tesla was talking about. Do you remember that conversation?
Vaguely.
Yeah, so they have and I just looked it up because you brought it. It's like, well, that's a good question. What is the difference between the type of ether that Witsit is talking about and the type of ether that what's his name, Nicholas Tesla brought up? And I found a couple of quotes on it, and it had. So he did believe that matter and energy came from this ether, that it gets constituted by the ether. So it's like the luminiferous ether that causes things to come into being. And Witsit is all basically, the ether is just a framework of understanding. So it's a philosophical type of a metaphysical entity than what Tesla was pushing, which is more of a a medium, an actual medium that propagates and causes things to appear. So I have the quotes too.
Yeah, I mean, as far as me and the ether thing goes, the only reason it was kind of brought up is because I was I was new to the guy's channel, Nathan Oakley. I wasn't familiar with him or the way he goes or his antics and all that. And I just heard them just having a fuck Witsit party, dude. They're just like, Witsit's a scammer. He's this, he's that. He's the worst person in the world. And, they were talking about how he was trying to prove ether. And so in my mind, I'm like, of course they're not, shaming him this bad just for trying to, get an understanding of ether. And so I questioned Nathan about it. I'm like, okay, I kind of understand what Witsit's saying. I'm not saying that I agree with the ether theory or anything like that, but I understand, what Witsit is saying. what are you saying on the contrary? And I mean, dude, he just started ripping fucking a new one, talking about, name one good thing that Witset's ever said in his life, and blah 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 blah. I'm like, dude, he's like, kind of a pillar of flat Earth. He's definitely one of the Mount Rushmores of flat Earth, and he fucking lost it on me. But I mean, that was my only thing about Ether. I was just trying to understand, one, why they were going so hard on Witset about why he's trying to understand it, and what was Witset's understanding of, Ether any different than Nikola Tesla or anyone else that's ever brought up Ether.
Well, one thing, Nikola Tesla did have atoms and stuff like that, molecules and things. That thing did exist, and I know that if you're talking about something that Witset believes in, is that there isn't any type of things like molecules or atoms or point particles. Yeah, but you just brought up a good point when if you compare the different things that people pushed in the past.
Hey, do any of you guys watch Modern Day Debate?
From time to time, depending who it is.
I haven't seen, dude. It was like a point in time where damn near daily, almost, you could click in for a good flat Earth debate. I feel like I haven't seen one in a long time.
I mean, that thing. I mean, it makes its money off flat Earth debates. So it's every other day they have one. If they're good, that's another question. But
well, I think that's more so what I meant is that they used to be like quality fucking debates, and now it's like they'll get a profound, and I'm saying that with quotations, a well-known globe earther and just this newbie flat earther, and it's just like, oh god.
Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, they're always.
Sorry.
I thought they were always train wreck. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought they were always train wreck.
I just watched my first episode a couple days ago, and it was pretty bad. Like Flatsoid was killing them, right? It was Flatsoid versus Fight the Flat Earth. Oh my god! It was like Fight the Flat Earth was like one of the politics globe retards. It was just super cringe.
Yeah, I actually went to Flatzoid's channel after that and had to congratulate him because he gave FTFE a massive flat smacking.
See, I not everybody likes these, but man, I love it because they just dunk on globers all the time. If you're in the chat, that's all they do. All the flat earthers just dunking on the globers there. They make so much money off it. There's so many people watching it, and I think they really do put out a lot. They make more flat earthers, even when it's like a glober versus a newbie. Like the glober was like Mattoon and stuff like that. They're the best to make more flat earthers.
Very true. Very true.
Like if you ever see a poll, sometimes they put polls up, and the flat Earth you can see it growing and growing. The polls are always shifting towards shifting more towards the flat Earth, as it goes by. So it's just a train wreck for entertainment. It's not like I've never saw it as a real debating platform where it's moderated, it has time and everything. It's really just like a free for all. You dunking on Globers all day.
Gotcha. And see, that's kind of where I more or less found out about Witsit. I may have saw some of his videos, but like nothing drew me to the guy like when he was actually debating globe earthers. Oh man, the flat smacking that guy did in his career was that was some Reggie Bush shit. That was some next level flat smacking. It's like, and it's like those are the conversations that I miss seeing. It's like nowadays it's dumb shit. I saw guys talking about fucking muons and shit like that. It's like, let's get to the nitty gritty, man. But yeah, I was just wondering because the last couple of modern day debates I've seen, it's been like very newbie type of flat earthers versus like prestigious quote unquote globe earthers. And it's like they just don't have the, I guess, debate knowledge to see that, dude, when they start talking about all that stars and shit, bring them back down here to the ground and don't fucking spend too much time with stupid shit.
Well, it's a good place to build up your skills with just dealing with the opposition who is like, if they're being belligerent or doing a lot of fallacies and stuff like that. Like if there's a fallacy, if you try to count the fallacy on that, I mean, that you'll be there for hundreds of hours trying to count all the fallacies. So, but it's a good place if you want to get some skills because they'll let anybody in, and I guess that might be the problem if you have a random debate you want to watch, that you'll have somebody who's, like you say, a newbie, doesn't know as much, can't point out all the fallacies, or just gets inundated with too much information from the other side. It does happen. That's the thing about Witsit, though. That's why he comes out looking a lot better than any Glober he's ever come across, because he can point out those fallacies like pretty much no one can in real time.
Right.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, brothers. Another day, another flat plane. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Flat Earth Experience. You can ask 3 questions. The third one must be the same as the first one. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Flat Earth Experience. Okay.
Who said what now about a claim of said experience?
What's up, bro? This is the Flat Earth Experience. You got something to contribute?
You obviously don't recall our last engagement, but that's totally.
I was never
okay, brother.
engaged, bro. What's up, bro? You have a grudge on me?
Not at all.
Are you the Grinch?
Always.
Always. So what's up, bro? Do you love the Flat Earth or do you hate it?
I observe it.
You observe it. That's good, man. What's the best thing you love about the Flat Earth?
We observe and construct to a principle of level.
Curvature. There is no curvature.
Absolutely not. None
Last time
detected
there was
locally.
a guy, bro. He was talking about like U.S. Marine snipers, sharpshooters, using that in their manual, so they have to account for curvature. That's what it said in the manual, I think,
Okay, so let's talk about that for a quick second, if you want to. What's the average? What's the average distance that a sniper shot, even on record? What's the average distance or the record distance for a sniper shot?
That's a good question. Can we ask someone who is a sniper? Did someone serve in the Marine, or was
Let's ask. Hold on.
Eric was a sniper, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'll ask myself. 1 second.
How about this? Like, would you guys mind if we appeal to something that I do know that we can take to the Googles if you want to test me on the claim? But I have checked it. Okay, great. Let's go to the railgun. Do you know what a railgun is?
Railgun, that's like an experimental weapon, man. Should we really talk about that? There's not much established.
Okay, hold on. I want to hold you on something here before you poison the well and say that it's experimental. Would you say that mounting this thing to a warship and then it launching said ballistic from water over to land would be quote unquote experimental?
Yeah, I mean, they're experimenting on that. But my point is that maybe we should not talk about like numbers not yet really established, because we're talking about fucking weapons on a warship. I mean, they're not going to be honest about that, right?
But it's still to me, it's still the study of ballistics, how things are fired, what distance they go to, things like that.
That's right. Well, can we just we will. Okay, let's do this, man. I will go whatever route you want to go. If you accept that in the U.S. Marine Sniper manual, it says you have to account for curvature.
See, I have a problem with that because in flight manuals,
it says it in the text, right?
Well, see, I have a problem with that though, right? Because in the flight manuals, I've seen that aviation, the field of aviation studies from, it states that they treat the Earth as a stationary plane. So I mean, it's one of those things that like you and I can appeal to authorities outside of this, but like if we could look at just numbers, and I think looking at numbers, we like the numbers don't lie, right? So when I say to you, like a ballistic railgun can shoot to a distance of 100 miles.
Yes, I think what we can do. My question: I'm not using the U.S. Marine Sniper Manual as an argument for my view, because I didn't even talk about a view yet. I'm just asking you if you are aware of the fact that it's mentioned in the manual. That's what I'm asking you.
All right. So, okay. No, I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that?
No.
Right. Are you interested to be made
Yeah,
aware
can you
of
show us in the manual how they do account for Coriolis?
Oh, bro, please, man, please listen carefully, because let's not do this. Let's just listen very carefully to what I'm saying. My claim is that in the U.S. Marines manual, it says that you have to account for curvature. That's all I'm saying. Whether it's bullshit, whether they actually do it or not, I'm just saying the plain text says that you have to account for.
Yeah, let's show it.
Right.
And then show us how they do it.
So no, but if we could hold on a second, hold on again. Right, I'm gonna appeal to the numbers versus like the definitions and how stuff works. Just for a quick second, if we can get the distance, and again, ballistics over distance need to account for a drop over distance if they are in fact shooting over the surface of a sphere, and that is a fair ask at this point in terms
We're talking
of
past each other, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, this will not lead to anywhere.
how. All right.
You and Amish can. Yeah. So you say it shows up in the manual. So what? NASA also shows pictures of globes.
That's what I'm saying.
So
man.
what?
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying it says in the manual, but you guys don't even agree that it says that in the manual, So maybe I don't know. How can I, if you don't even.
So what that it does?
Says,
So what
Okay,
that
so you
it
agree
does?
that it says
NASA also shows you globe pictures. It doesn't make it real.
Bro, how can I argue with you if you don't even agree that the text says it, man? How can I?
I agree.
You don't
Okay,
even agree that the
I
text
agree. It says it in the text. Now, how do you prove it?
Great. That's all I wanted to demonstrate, actually. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Now,
so what?
Whatever route you want to go.
You didn't show it.
Got it. A confession. Well, he confessed to it. Whether I show it or not, he already confessed to it. Great success. Man, this is my happiest day.
What if you're both wrong?
I feel so good now. Let me drink it.
I have no problem with the claim.
I know.
I have no problem with the claim, my friend. You know why?
You're an
Because
honest
NASA
person?
also shows you pictures of a globe. It doesn't mean that Earth is a globe. So what? NASA shows you pictures of a globe. Marine Corps Sniper Manual says there's Coriolis. So what?
Nice.
Those are claims without evidence.
Good, but it says that, right? Okay. No, I said I will. If you confess that it says that, I will go.
Do you
with
believe everything you read like you see on TV? Do you believe everything you see on TV like you believe anything you read? Come on, man.
I'm presently to your disposal, sir. How can I help you?
You're not making a point.
I made the point. My point was that the manual says it, and you said yes.
All right. Yeah, so what? That doesn't mean it's there.
Point proven. But I proved my point.
Yeah, so what? Doesn't make Earth a globe.
No, I just wanted to make that point, and I achieved making that point, and I was successful in making
Yes,
it.
does it make you think Earth is a globe?
Success moment
Does it make you think Earth is a globe?
Well,
does reading something in the text of a manual make you believe Earth is a globe? Is that enough for you? You say, oh, look, it says so in the Marine Corps Sniper Manual that there is Coriolis. Okay, so what? NASA shows you fake pictures of a globe, so what?
And do you
the
think
whole world
Marines,
thinks that Earth is a globe, so what?
You think U.S. Marines who actually shoot people, they follow what the manual says, or they don't give a shit about it?
Listen, the manual may say there's Coriolis. It doesn't have the calculations, does it?
I got you.
Does the manual show the calculations that they need to use to apply to correct for it?
Well, we can.
This dude hasn't shown anything.
Can you present not only the manual but also the corrections that they say to apply?
He confessed. Here you
Dude, just get your citation. Just go get it right now.
For fuck's sake.
Whatever you're referring to, just get it. Snip it out. Shut up. Just get it. Snip it out. Post in the chat. Do it now.
Oh, why? He already confessed. I don't have to do it.
I didn't confess to shit, and it doesn't matter. Maybe you're both wrong. Just go get it. Let's take a look at what we're talking about.
Maybe you're wrong, but he confessed to it, and I agree with him.
Yeah, well, maybe you're just jerking each other off. Go get it.
Okay, well, let me see. Is he a mod in here? You might want to
Yes,
demod
of course.
him. Oh, he's a mod, man. He backstabbed you guys. Bro, you gotta
That's not an argument. Stop being an idiot. Go get your Coriolis citation.
I said I will do whatever you guys want.
Okay, well, you know what I want you to do, so go do it.
Give you a citation?
Oh my god. Well, I can see you're stalling. I'll just take that as a consent. Thank you.
You're free to believe whatever you want to believe, my friend. Now, Mr. Grinch, you wanted to talk about this experimental railgun weapon. To be honest, I don't know anything about it, man. I would love to talk to you about that, but I don't know anything about it. I know it's very strong. I know you have to change like the barrel every other shot or something because it fucks up the barrel. But that's all I know.
Well, again,
They
brother,
use, like, saber drones.
it's the idea of the distance that it shoots to from a warship, right? So this warship is on the water and it shoots to a land target, and from that aspect of things, when you look at the distance, 100 miles, in order to prop up the 39, 59 mile radius claim, that would be a drop over distance of like 6,600 feet, 1.25 miles. And that's not something that they have to like account for as this thing travels, that it's literally going from one location, traveling 100 miles and dropping over a distance of 6,600 feet. It's not something they actually see when this thing travels. Maintains a level altitude. It has obviously a parabolic flight to it where there's a peak and a drop off. But in terms of it actually being a substantial 6,600 foot drop, again, that'd be like the equivalent of a 600-story building. That's not something that's actually seen in real life, brother.
Yeah, again, I cannot say you're right or wrong because I don't know anything about that weapon, man. And
yeah, Kiwi, that doesn't
there's a
matter
reason
to
why I
him.
don't
The only thing he wanted to hear was that the Marine Corps sniper manual says the word Coriolis in it. He did a control
100%.
fucking F. He saw the word Coriolis, and that was good enough. Call it a day. Pack it up, go home, guys. I read the word Coriolis.
Well, the Navy SEALs book doesn't even mention it, dude.
Well,
prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
And it's crazy because even
I'm
guys
wrong.
who,
Prove it. Go ahead.
That's why they will never make it to the Marines.
But well, if you mention Marines, even when the use of a periscope, like how high does this thing come above the surface of the water, and what is the distance a periscope can see to? Because that thing's like a couple of inches, I would assume, maybe a foot, 2 feet, probably account for the swell of the water. But like the distance that a periscope can see to is another thing that pads the argument of a level stationary topographical plane with water seeking its level continuously.
Yeah, but this dipshit doesn't care. He saw the word Coriolis in a book.
It's not that I don't care. It's just.
I think it's even worse. He just said that he saw it, and he was just trying to get somebody to go along with it.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, so what? It says Coriolis. NASA shows globe pictures. Okay.
I mean, this is the man that does choose to appeal to a subjective reality a lot of the time. So if he's attempting to grab something and paint his reality, you don't need to cut me off.
Bro, I don't know anything about railguns. That's all, bro.
Say what? You don't know anything about what? I apologize. I missed that.
I don't know anything about railguns. I don't know anything about. If you use the word like Coriolis, I don't even. To be honest, I don't even know what that means. That's a big word for me, man.
But like, how hard would it be right now to your local to open up a tab of Google Chrome instance of some sort and pound in railgun distance and just see what you find, versus like attempting to believe me, if you will.
I don't
think he cares.
I take your word for it. We can talk about. I have a different argument of like the stars.
He's just here to troll, man.
Way. No, I'm not trolling.
Yeah, he saw the word Coriolis. Pack it up, guys.
Yeah, I don't know what it means.
Go home. Time to shut down the channel.
Because all
you don't even know what it is.
From school, man, and according to you guys, school is like bullshit information. Where it's like,
No. That's not what we think. It's not what we said. You don't even know what Coriolis is to think it's a claim for the globe, so...
When I had like geography, I think we talked about Coriolis, I think, and clouds.
What is it?
In geography class?
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
So interesting.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Geography.
Not sure why you were talking about geography.
But in geology, actually.
Oh, geology.
Geology.
This is Earth-based Coriolis. What did they tell you? What did they tell you about it? What is it?
I mean, it was like in the 8th grade, and I had
Okay, you don't know.
boy, you know,
I got it. I got it. You don't know.
I don't know, but I know it was.
You don't listen.
But okay, wait. When did you study rocks? What level of education are you claiming?
I studied. Well, it was a gymnasium. That's like a college, I think. Something like that.
So you studied rocks in college?
Geology, not only the rock but the earth. So it would include like
Well, I mean,
clouds as well, you know, and the water.
All right, cool. I'm not going to get to the. I'm like, oh, I won't be pedantic with you. I apologize. Just clarifying.
Yep.
But I think with a guided hand, education can be totally fruitful from a standpoint of putting. Yeah, I got into drafting luckily in grade 10. And I got to observe level. I've been observing level all my life since then. So when I came to the idea of like a globe, and then also knowing like built form exists everywhere, I'm like, well, no, this is a principle that exists regardless of what you say it looks like from far away. If you search the surface long enough, you detect this, or you see this thing showing up on a consistent basis. Somebody has to come forward and be like, no, okay, this is how the globe claim works. Okay, prove it. Show us a drop over distance.
Drop over distance. Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, isn't that what we're ultimately after, brother? Right? Upside down people. Like ultimately you'll reach this number where the peak it's the ultimate, you're at complete opposition. You've gone from the North Pole to the quote unquote South Pole, and you've got upside down people. So ultimately over the distance that you've traveled, you've dropped enough that you literally have upside down people. This is what we're after. Right. Again, the 100-mile, the sample set of that 3959 claim would be that 100-mile distance traveled that shows that 1.25 mile drop, which equates to a 6,600 foot drop. Again, that's a 600-story building in real life. And again, to double down on that point, that means over an average cityscape, right? You take the square mile of a city. Let's say a city is 250 square miles, right? I only need half that. I only need 100 miles of that to show that one building 100 miles away from the other drops a difference of 6,600 feet over a city. You can find that in real life. Show me. Statue of Liberty sinking in water. It would be the equivalent.
Holy shit.
It's crazy when you start like really examining the numbers that they give us. The numbers are like gift wrapped under the tree, speaking of Christmas or in the month. And we get to open them up every time and look for them, but guess what? It doesn't show up. And through technology, we're able to break this number down even to a further number and look for it. Macrocosm claim, put it under the microscope and look for it. It's not showing up. I'll shut up now.
Bruce. All right. Look, you can do the calculations. I can't even follow you.
What calculations?
The things he said, down under, and not down under, the what's it called? The drop over distance thing, and then like the, buildings being that tall and stuff. I can't even follow you, man. You're so in detail,
Well, if you're going to speak to me like directly like that, I'm going to come back and say, well, understand, right? There are those who study language for a living. There are those who study numbers for a living. And from my standpoint, studying numbers, we have the model drawing thanks to AutoCAD. Somebody prepared it and it shows the chart on the left-hand side. I'm reading a script. I'm actually, and I'm not even going to attack you. No. I'm just attacking the Glober, quote unquote, if you will. The Glober, in fact, should be reading from this script. But the guys who understand it, the guys in this room, my brothers and sisters, if there are any sisters here, I'm not sure. Anyways, they've looked at this and they're like, nah, this is not showing up, dude. Fall back position. Yeah, the examination of the numbers is not showing up. Thanks.
So the math doesn't add up. The globe math does not add up.
Dude, falls on its face. Spherical excess does not necessitate a globe.
That's a shame. I'm more interested maybe in the psychological aspect of this. I don't know if you're interested in that.
Why? Why does the
interested in psychology rather than
why does a man's motivation to see the truth interest you so much?
That's the question. Is it the truth or not? And if it's not the truth, what's the motivation to do all the shebang?
Okay, let's put your truth under the microscope for a second. How do you build your foundation of truth?
Epistemology.
Okay, so if
I go into philosophy, I'll get muted again. So I'd rather not talk about it.
Yeah, that's where you and I parted ways last time we chatted. Right? Because you wanted one of my questions that I was like holding back is like, do you philosophize tying your shoes?
Right. So I know you don't like philosophy. Okay.
Pardon me?
You don't like philosophy, but that's how I get.
No, it's not a question of liking philosophy. It's not a question of liking philosophy. What I like about philosophy, if I had to appeal to philosophy, I would appeal to Stoicism. The ability to see things for what they are without the appeal to any authority outside yourself. Right? Removal of all emotion. See it for what it is. The Greeks had it bang on, and that is what I can see. And I build my foundation upon scripture. But if we're talking philosophy, then I have to go like quickly to the Greeks and pull in the idea of Stoicism.
Stoicism is not related to epistemology. It's not related to the branch of philosophy that's interested in knowledge and what knowledge is and how you gain it. I guess Stoicism is like a way of life more.
Hold on a minute here. Hold on.
About like physicalism or other things.
Okay, wait a minute. So if we talk about philosophy, and I say to you that Stoicism is a philosophy, right? The ability again to see things for what they are. That's something that applies to like you take on that lens, and that is what you see the world from in terms of like when you engage with things. I don't think that you can take like certain things of life and engage certain philosophical lenses in order to engage it deeper. I mean, I think you can, like Stoicism is the removal of emotion, and I think you then have to. We're getting a little far off base, but I'll say this: the ability to see things for what they are, again, observable reality, without having to appeal to experiments or anything like that, is how I build my foundation for this realm that we observe. We observe, like, again, level locally, and that is something that is like, I don't have to appeal to NASA or anything like that. And to me, that again is like the ability to see from the view of a Stoic.
I think what you're talking about would be, I think it's called naive realism, just taking things for what they are. If I look at like a red rose, I think there is actually a red rose and it is actually red and it exists the way I can see it, But that's not true, right? Things don't look the way we see them, Or do you think that?
Again, pulling what we see, what we observe things as, that is it. An example to be, we observe gas pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch measured at sea level. That requires containment. Period.
Okay. And you think that you know that, right?
100%, because it can be measured. Again, like earlier, we were talking about numbers, right? And I was like trying to hold you to the idea of unpacking the numbers so that we could look for the requirements of a globe in order to prop up the claim. But when it comes to what we have for this pressure number, again, it's a number. We don't have to go to anything beyond just the number. And what does that number require in order for it to be real? Because the number makes the observation real.
Okay. Well, regarding knowledge, there are several problems. If you talk about you having knowledge, you have to know first what knowledge is and how to acquire knowledge, And
okay, hold on.
Called the problem of the criterion. Yeah.
Wait. I don't want you to build too far off this. What is the knowledge of interpreting a number?
Oh no, you're using the term knowledge. Are you aware of what it means? Do you have like a consistent view of it?
But I'm asking you for within what we're talking about. I've been asking you for numbers the entire time, right? And now you're going to come forward with knowledge. But I'm going to ask you, like sticking to the idea of asking for the numbers, what knowledge do you need in order to work with numbers?
What knowledge do I need? First of all, I have to understand what is knowledge to determine whether I have it or not. Whether I've acquired it or not. Because you said the container thing. You know the container thing, but what does it mean to know something? To just believe it? That's...
See, and this is exactly why the last conversation I was like, does this guy philosophize tying his shoes?
But wisdom
it's not quite.
Use the correct terms for correct things.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't.
Would you reserve that? At least agree that you have to have like a consistent view on the terms you're using. I mean, do you even know what knowledge is? It's from you.
When I observe numbers and I stick to numbers, 100% I do. Because the numbers, again, require things.
That's right.
Numbers mean things.
You will use it, like in the cafeteria style, you will pick and choose the definition that fits your narrative, because you're not ready to take like a consistent view on knowledge,
Okay, hold on a second. If I take a tool and I measure a number, what is the knowledge that I need to interpret what that number gives me?
Not what is the knowledge, but what is the definition of knowledge? Only if you know the definition of knowledge, if you can actually define it, you can determine whether you have acquired it or not. If you don't even know what you mean by knowledge, how can you say that you have acquired it, All
right, you're mentally exhausting me. I'm going to run away now. Bye-bye.
Okay. Is someone here with me? I mean, to say that there is a car in front of you, you have to know what the car is, If you don't know what the car is, you cannot say there is a car in front of you. Would you at least agree with that? You can say a car is like a vehicle that has like 4 wheels and the windshield and stuff like that is driven by a motor. And then you can see whether that definition actually applies to the object you're looking at. And then you can say, look, that's a car. And I can ask you, what is a car? And then you tell me what the car is. But you're saying that pressure needs a container. And I'm asking you, what do you mean by knowledge? And then there is a hole, Are things the way they appear to us? No, that's another question.
Okay, sorry, I just got back in. Brim, who is your question to?
What's up, bro? I was talking to the Grinch. And I'm not really asking him, I'm just made him aware, kind of, that you have to know what knowledge is to say that you have knowledge. Look, in philosophy, they will use the standard definition is that's not accepted by 100% of the philosophers, but the definition of knowledge is to hold a justified true belief. You believe something, the thing you're believing is actually true, and you are justified in believing it. For example, Berlin is the capital of Germany. Now I believe it. I have a justification to believe it because every map shows that, and people talk about it. And in our constitution, it says that. And it's actually true. Now I can say, according to that, I know that Berlin is the capital of Germany. Okay, but this is not flat Earth anymore. I'm sorry. So yeah, I don't know anything about railguns. Maybe if you have something else. Drop over distance, I don't know. I don't even know that.
I got you. Are you a globe earther?
I'm a skeptic, I would say.
Okay, well, you're in the right place, man.
Yeah. Thank you. Look, he's so nice to me, You're a good guy, bro. Usually awesome. I get a lot of shit.
let me ask you this, man, because I heard you say something about the gas pressure in containers.
Yes.
Are you saying that there's an instance? Okay, so I guess the argument is that I'm sure you know the Globe Earth says that they have an atmosphere that is not enclosed; it's open to the vacuum of space, which is 10 to the negative 17 torr. However, when we actually dive into the physics of can this even be possible, when we do tests of things of anything inside of a vacuum chamber, when it's exposed to the actual vacuum itself as opposed to having a barrier, how things work. Do you believe that the globe Earth has no container and it's just basically kind of free floating in space with an atmosphere?
The Earth itself, you're talking the big stone? Yeah, I think it's like in the baseness of space, and the nothingness of space, kind of, just floating around.
I got you. So I'm going to post a picture for you.
You have pictures from space?
I'm going to just post a picture from you, and you let me know if, I don't want to straw man you. I want to kind of know if this is what you think it appears to be, or if it's modeled out correctly for you.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do it.
Awesome. Okay, so I just posted it. And so that's what you're saying, that you would imagine that the atmosphere and the Earth and the vacuum of space that's the way it would appear. Is that right?
I think there is a gradient, but yeah, kind of.
Awesome. Okay, perfect. And so whenever we do this experiment or test, I would say in physics, it's called the law of entropy. And that's basically that high pressure will go to a low pressure system. So basically, because there's no barrier between the two, atmosphere and non-atmosphere, quote unquote space, there's nothing that would stop these two things from equalizing. Is there a reason that you would say that the globe Earth can have an atmosphere in an infinitely larger vacuum?
Yeah, because not all molecules, I guess atmosphere has something to do with like molecules in the air. I think they don't all escape the Earth, So that's why there is an atmosphere, I think. Because the molecules in the air don't escape, they don't all escape.
So what's keeping them here?
Magic?
No. Like,
No?
honest question.
Shit. Honest question. I don't know. That's what I just observed. I mean, that's my observation. I don't know what's responsible for that. Do you know?
Well, the thing is that you're not observing the atmosphere and not going into space, but what we do observe is that with any type of experiment, especially with gases, right, because our atmosphere is made up of gases, anytime we put any gases in a vacuum, it fills the space. It fills what you fill a balloon up with. If you then put that balloon inside of a vacuum and pop it, it's going to fill the available space. It's not going to stay as a balloon of air once you pop the balloon.
Right.
That barrier. But you're saying that in space, that's exactly what happens, is that there's no barrier. It's just gas over a rock.
When you said every time
no
we do this, when you just said every time we do it, we observe it like escaping, what kind of experiment are you talking about? That's like analogical to the atmosphere on Earth escaping to space. You have another globe you tested this on?
Yes, absolutely. Any entropy experiment, any test involving entropy. It's literally a
trying
law of
to
nature.
stimulate the conditions.
It's
Yeah, but
literally
you're
called the
doing.
law.
See where you messed up is you're trying to pay attention to reality. You know, flat earthers, they try to pay attention to reality and what they can see and repeat in a lab, like actually. But then globers, you know what I mean? We know that since we can't produce it or prove it, that's got to be right. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, I got you.
Trying to do. Yeah, he's being sarcastic.
No, I'm
he's
saying
trying to do.
what? No, I'm saying what we can't demonstrate is definitely what's got to be happening
Hey, Timon,
somewhere
how you
because
doing,
it's
buddy?
so big.
I hope you had a nice day, bro. Yeah. So I'm trying to understand because he said we conducted like an experiment that's like
What could you?
analogical to the Earth conditions. You know. the
Yeah, how
low-
could you understand a big ball so big that nobody can get or produce like you just explained to him? Do you have a big ball that you've seen hold water or dirt?
Oh,
No?
I see. You and me, we are both in agreement. You're right. We can't.
Right. So where did you get the idea
Right.
that could
Thank you.
happen?
Observation?
Observation of what? Where?
Having air around us?
No. Where have you had a vacuum chamber and stuck air balls around the dirt balls inside of it?
Space.
No, on Earth, buddy. That's going to be your space. The vacuum
Oh, I think that's what we
container is
just
going to be
agreed.
your
I
space.
think that's what we just agreed on. We cannot.
No.
simulate this
Yes, you
experiment.
can. You can get a vacuum container, real
That's the one.
simple. Yeah, and you could put stuff in there and see what happens. No,
If that's recreate, I don't think
that's
man.
not
Unless you
recreating a
believe
big
it's the same.
vacuum. Do you know how small the Earth is? The Earth's supposed to be like a dot of sand compared to the sun, and then you got big space that's everywhere, expanding forever. So do you think little bitty fucking puny Earth has enough power of fucking air skin to keep against the vacuum of forever? Is that what
Looks
you're
like it.
thinking? Show me
Looks
that.
like it.
Show me a grain of sand in a vacuum chamber, because this is your story. A grain of sand can hold gas around it in a sphere and water. That's the story.
Okay.
Not
Let
out
me
there
ask you-
somewhere. Somewhere
let me
right
ask
here,
you again.
believable.
Okay, I'll give you my response. What do you think? How many sand corns do you need to create like a heap?
I don't know. I don't know. You can't have a heap without one sand particle first, buddy.
Okay, but are two sand
No,
particles?
listen to what I said. You can't have a big piece of sand without starting with a little one. So if the little one ain't
Right.
doing nothing, you don't have nothing doing
But
nothing
how
ever.
many?
How many what? Little sands do nothing? All of them
How
do
many
nothing.
little sands, as you call it, do you need to have a heap of sand? 2, 3, 10?
A heap of little sand? The little sand still ain't doing nothing, right?
No, but when do you call it a heap? When you have like 2 or 3 sand corns?
I never said that word. I don't know what that means.
A heap?
Yeah,
Come on,
you
bro.
said that word.
A heap of sand? A heap of
Yeah,
sand.
you
man, a
said
heap.
that.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't say that word. I don't know what the hell that means.
If you don't know
I've
what
never
a heap
seen
of
a
sand
heap.
is, I can't talk to you, man. If you don't know
So
what
you're a heap is scientific?
running.
That's weird.
Oh no, heap. No, just a heap of sand. You know, like a heap.
What does a heap mean? No, I don't know a heap. I don't think you do either. Why would you be asking me what it was if you knew?
You started talking about sand. That's why. I thought maybe you know what the heap
Yeah,
of
because sand. The Earth is a grain of sand. It's a little dot, nothing, in space.
Look,
and you're supposed to be able to demonstrate that your little dot against the vacuum chamber you have in a lab, your dot of fucking sand is going to be your Earth. Oh, right. That's right. And you're going to show how water and dirt and air can stick to it.
And you know what, bro? I want to share this great Earth with you. You know, so you can.
I
Also
wish
live
you
on it.
could show us how water can stick to a ball and air in a vacuum chamber. Not somewhere in Narnia we can't produce. Somewhere right here in a lab. Do you have that?
That's right. No, we can't. But
oh,
your
you
buddy said
can't.
you
So
have
where
a
did you get the idea
experiment.
that it's happening?
Oh, from your buddy, the one I was talking to earlier. He said
No,
you
my
had a
buddy never
analog-
told you nothing's happening.
analogous
Where did you
experiment.
get the idea without you being able to demonstrate any reference frame for yourself? Since you have no reference of any of this shit, how do you know
From
it's
your
happening?
friend. From your friend who I was talking to earlier.
No, my friend is okay. He's sleeping now. How do you have a reference for water and air gases sticking to balls in a vacuum chamber? Where have you seen
sticking
that?
to balls. I don't think that's possible.
Well, then welcome to Flat Earth. We don't either, because we haven't seen it be possible.
You don't observe the Earth, man?
No, you haven't either, stupid.
Don't? Oh.
You're doing good observing your phone.
I've observed the Earth.
You're doing good observing your phone. Don't worry about observing the whole Earth, little guy. You're not big enough.
Okay, big man.
No, little guy. We're both little guys.
Big boy.
We're not big enough to observe the Earth. If you think that, you got, I mean, where'd you get these ideas? They just tell you guys these weird ideas like you can see the whole Earth with your eyeballs.
You told me the last time.
I did?
Yeah.
That didn't make any
You
sense.
told me.
No, I certainly don't
Yeah, I
remember I
know.
ever told you anything.
I tried to wrap my head around that, man, but I just couldn't.
Yeah, you can't wrap your head around elevation, how it's all horizontal, and how you wouldn't know how to prove it curves.
Confess that to you. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, no, you're conflicted with elevation. That's not me. Don't worry about me. Worry about elevation on the globe you can't demonstrate.
I would like to be, can I ask you, how do you stay like level-headed and calm all the time? I would like to have like a piece of that, man. Because I
called horizontal, brother. Just use horizontal reference frames. That's how you get angles. That's how you put sticks in the ground and get an angle to the stick, is then it's flat. And that's how you do everything. If you want to calculate how fast something falls and hits the object has to be a horizontal reference. It's not going to be a fucking hill, because that wouldn't work. It's not going to be a sphere, because that wouldn't work. You're not going to use round maps, because that wouldn't work. The only thing that's accurate is a flat map. And it's a good fucking thing you got them.
Yep. I think.
Yeah, your flat phone, your flat phone screen, your flat computer screen, all the flat stuff you can't even see a sphere on. I'm not so sure you guys even know what a sphere is, really.
Yeah, so at this point, Grim, it's like you said you couldn't reproduce the gas pressure in a vacuum. You said you couldn't reproduce the drop over distance, i.e. the curve. Is there anything that you can reproduce that's repeatable and testable that kind of comports with the globe model theology?
Please be smart enough to roll 3 balls around each other in a lab. Please. Don't let 3 balls outsmart you, please, brother.
I can't, man. But you said we have done this experiment,
You can't roll 3 balls around each other? Son of a bitch, man, this is hard.
Rolling around it?
Yeah, earth ball, moon ball, sun ball. 3 balls in a lab. Nobody can roll them around each other just right. Isn't that weird? But they can fall good on their own with no human's help. But a smart human can't even fucking roll them around right how they just fall. Isn't that weird? That you can't reproduce how balls just fall magically? Fucking crazy. That's crazy technology those balls got. I'd hate for you to be in a pool game.
I destroy you, bro.
Yeah, I know. You and your ball orbits, you'd probably have them orbit all over the table and Coriolis on me. You'd be like, Coriolis effect, Democ, and I'd be like, damn, I lost again. Why is my ball spinning the wrong way on this side of that imaginary line? You'll be like, Coriolis, got your ass.
I'm unarmed, when we talk about that.
You're unarmed with everything, brother, because all you've been presented is a cartoon to be your weapon. Your weapon is a cartoon computer screen that's flat. Your weapon is a flat map to tell us how the globe works. Your weapon is a bunch of horizontal lines to get angles from. Your weapon is also the horizon, which stands for horizontal. But go ahead, brother.
There's one reason why I can't accept it, man. And really, this is not a troll. The only purpose of my life is to date girls and hook up with. Look, just say with me here: to date girls and hook up with girls. No, it's not. It's not the troll.
Well, tell them the Earth's flat, and you'll do better.
No, that's the problem. When I tell them about it, my chances will go down to 0, man. No.
You're
once you got them hooked, once you got them hooked, you can tell them whatever you want. It won't matter.
They'll run away, bro.
You'll know what you're doing.
For real.
Yeah, you don't know how to talk to people.
I'm pretty successful with the globe model, on dates. But
No, you're kind of begged for it. No, you got to insist a little bit. You can't beg for everything. You got to be a part of it sometimes, you know what I mean? I mean, that's probably why you believe in the globe model, because you haven't been a part of anything. You just begged for all the information because somebody else somewhere else did it, right? Better than you.
I was never really concerned with the Earth being a globe or flat or whatever.
Well, then just tell everybody it's flat then. And throw that globe garbage out of your mind. Don't worry about it.
No hookups for me anymore, bro, if I do that. Is this for
Oh,
real?
I thought you weren't worried. Yeah, but see, now you're double speaking. I'm not worried about it, Demaco. Oh, but I got to keep it. What do you mean you're not worried about that blanket, but you must keep it? Let me have it. Let me throw it in the garbage, and then we'll prove that you're not worried about it. Just throw it in the garbage. Throw the globe blanket in the garbage.
Oh, look, you know what I will do? And I'll give you the blame if it fails, right? The girl I'm talking to right now, I'll tell her that I believe in the flat Earth because I've been convinced by by experts in the field.
Just tell them
And
elevation,
what
brother.
happens, bro. And
Yeah,
she
tell them
will
no
not date me anymore, man. But what happens if she does that? You gonna pay for it, or
If
you
she
gonna
wants,
get me a new girl?
if the person wants proof, you just tell them no human has ever been able to show you globe elevation on the wall. They can't show you 1 millimeter dropping below 1 millimeter, dropping below 1 millimeter, and still being 1 millimeter high above a horizontal baseline. Not happening.
I'll tell her that. I will exactly tell her that, and then I'll be sitting alone in the restaurant, bro. And then I'll call you,
No, you
motherfucker,
won't.
and tell you about it.
No, you won't. You'll be answering questions all night.
Hey, Grim, if you really want to impress her, why don't you tell her about your fire being cold theory?
Oh, tell us.
No, I'm
Tell
good,
me.
man. I don't have to impress anyone. That's the only way it can fail is to tell her that I believe in the flat Earth. That's all. This is for real.
You should tell her. You should give her the big brain stuff like fire might be cold. Then she'll be really impressed. She'll see what an intellect you are.
She'll really know you're on a globe then, because globes are all about the opposite of reality. So if you say, hey, you know when you burn your hand on those fires, you're really freezing. And she'll be like, oh, you're interesting. You know what I mean? That's globe
Wow,
science.
he's a real philosopher.
They like that, man. They like it.
Yeah, that nonsensical globe shit. Come on, Grim, stop pretending you believe in the globe. It's over.
I believe in it, man.
No, you don't.
The Marines believe in it. The Marine snipers
You don't
believe in it.
believe in the
So I'll
globe.
believe in it.
If you believed in the globe, you wouldn't even be here. You wouldn't have been here for a whole year telling us that fire might be cold.
A whole year.
They actually don't. They actually don't believe in it because when they calibrate their rifles, right, they're going to have to be at the same level, right, a straight line distance to a target, right. Then they're going to account for any deviation of the trajectory in relation to horizontal and vertical.
And even if they did believe, so what?
It will be at the same level, right? The same altitude as the target. The rifle will be. Right? They're going to try and hit that center point. The center point will be at the exact same altitude as the barrel.
Every time, just keep that barrel there every time, every day, that you won't be able to see the boat or the object. You'll still hit it. Ping. You'll even hear it. Ping. Ping.
And they'll have to adjust the barrel, right? They'll have to angle the barrel in respect to horizontal, in respect to that straight line from the end of the barrel all the way to the center point of the target.
Yeah, and if you line it up from the horizon to an object, and every day, the one day you hit the object, tomorrow when you go out there and don't see the object, you're still going to hit it. You've already set your You've already set your barrel up. You've already set your sight, and you've hit the target. So no matter what day. So if that was the only day you could have seen the target for 50 days in a row, every day you're still going to hit the target because
Why
it's
don't you get
sitting
an
there.
expert with like a retired Marine sniper or something?
To do what? Hit the target that's going to hit the target? Brother, the gun is sitting posted in the sand, already aimed. We've already hit the target. Now, 60 days, every single day after that, we don't see the target. We've only seen it that one day. Every day we don't see the target right. But still, we hit the motherfucker every time in the same spot. You understand what that means, right? Do you understand?
No, I don't completely understand the implications.
That means that your view is going to change every fucking day, and you won't see the target there one day like it disappeared, Democ. No, it's still there, buddy. Yeah, but it's on the other side of the curve. No, it's not. Pull the trigger. Ping. See, it's not on the other side of no curve. You just
U.S. military wouldn't lie, guys. The U.S. military wouldn't lie, would they? How could they?
Oh, they do a lot more than lie. They kill, steal, destroy, blow up.
Worldview on.
They change economies.
Why would they lie?
They make sure you use the dollar. Shit, the military does a lot of goopy shit.
Hear that, Grim?
Yep. Yeah, I don't trust them. I mean, they're fighting for
You
your
don't
guys'
trust
life,
them?
but don't trust them.
They're fighting for who with whose kids? Hey, give me all your kids and I'm going to fight for somebody's life.
They're fighting for your safety, Grim. They have to go to these poor countries in the Middle East and blow up poor people to protect you. You're at risk from the poor people in the Middle East.
Yeah, your kids are over here. So give me your 17 and 18-year-olds that aren't legal to smoke or do anything else, but give me them and I'll take them over there and they can risk their life for me. Over somewhere else so we don't know what the fuck. That makes no sense.
Man. I'm against war. I'm a pacifist. Yeah.
No, I bet they've convinced you of every war that's been fought in the last 20, 30 years.
They were all bullshit wars, man.
But you're on those forums.
necessary.
No, guys, we have to bomb Iraq. No, guys, we have to bomb Syria. No, guys, we have to bomb Libya. Government said so.
Yeah, taking Iraq was a disgrace, man.
Here you are, fighting and defending the state narrative of the globe, knowing that they've lied so heinously in the last few decades alone. And here you are defending them and their lies.
Yep. If they lie about that, what else are they lying to us about? You know,
science, physics. Yeah.
Well, the shit that you're trying to defend, Grim, is what they're lying about. The globe.
Ball science.
Heliocentrism. Space.
Yep. Everything to do with the ball that can only be demonstrated in a cartoon or on a computer screen. No physical attribute of anything. We have no reference. So when you sit there and you're like, hey, you got a big ball to test? No. And where would I and how would I and what other human has either? So these guys that bring you these fucking cartoon stories don't have no big ball to fucking play with either. They got the same kind of ball you and I can go get our hands on. Something real, something tangible. And if it ain't working, it ain't fucking working. You understand that science says once you do something 1 billion times, only an insane person would think it's going to be something different 1 billion in one time, right?
Well, if there has been like a traffic jam 1 billion times, it's guaranteed that the next day there will be no traffic jam, right? Or there will be another traffic jam. But that's not guaranteed.
He's back to traffic jams.
That's well.
I don't know what the fuck that's. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
He's philosophizing, Democ.
He's philosophizing about cars that have nothing to do with ball physics, that we're trying to give him the realization. So guys have either had the attribute or the fucking they've never had the awesomeness to touch a big ball with big gas on it. They've never seen one. They've never seen that happen.
Yeah, but if you know that there's going to be a traffic jam tomorrow, you can know that the Earth's a big spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum. Right, Grim?
Look, I'll give you my model of the Earth. You know, so this is the Earth. This is what the Earth looks like, kind of. You know, right?
What? What are you talking
You
about?
see it? My cam?
See what?
My cam? You know, that's like.
No, I'm not. I'm on my phone, so I'm not looking at it. What are you showing?
Where's water? Where's water?
Okay,
I heard
now I
that-
want you to take a toothpick. Take a toothpick and stick it right through the orange peel at an angle.
No, wait, Graham. I heard that the Earth is covered. Its surface is covered by water.
Now hold on.
The
That's what
majority
the Earth
of the
looks like
surface have water.
from
Can
the
you show
ISS.
me that?
Well, hold on a second. Well, hold on with the water 1 second. From the ISS, what does your Earth look like?
Like that.
It looks like no. Go down. No, it don't look like that. No, back away, Goofy. Go to the pizza crust. Go to the pizza. That's what your Earth looks like from the ISS, buddy.
That's what it looks like? No, I've never
Yep,
seen
and
it
that's the
like
map
that,
you've been. Those are the maps you're given too from your Globers. Why is that? That's the azimuthal equidistant map. Looks familiar, doesn't it? Your globe map matches that. Yeah, with the south around the outside and the north in the middle. Your globe AE map. That's exactly what it looks like, a circle cookie flat with all the lands on it. And then the ISS goes up in the air. That's what it sees right there. Your flat, your little flat cookie right there. That's all they ever see. Felix Baumgartner went up in the air. He saw that flat cookie. Now draw Mexico for your whole cookie. Draw Mexico on there. And that's what Felix saw. Felix Baumgartner only saw a circle with Mexico for his whole Earth. Flat cookie Mexico Earth.
Like that.
Now draw a circle. Yep, that's what Felix saw. No. Mexico was the whole Earth, buddy, not a piece of it.
Oh.
It was the whole fucking Earth, and that was it.
Yeah,
Nothing else. Everything else was a little bit of blue and then black circle around it. So your whole Earth was Mexico.
Okay, let me just draw the Earth.
No, that's Felix Baumgartner's live footage. What do you have to say about that?
What do you think the Earth looks like? Let me just draw it.
Well, it looks like a flat cookie. It's what they show you. It's what Felix shows you live at 180,000 feet. It's what the ISS shows you at 250 miles. What do you mean, what do I think it looks like? I don't have to think. They show you a cookie. They show you a flat disk in space, your flat globe.
Like a friend of mine, he's got like a
and your maps are flat. So I mean, what have you seen? Show me, draw what you've seen on that flat paper, real
I've
quick.
seen pictures looking like that, man. The Earth looking like that. That's
You seen a picture look like that 3D object? Are you crazy?
3D pictures? Yeah.
Are you crazy? Draw that on the paper.
Grim, your drawings aren't evidence of the look, are they? Come on.
You can't draw it on paper. Exactly, because the paper's flat. Now, why do we use all flat pictures and flat papers and flat computer screens to tell how your globe works?
I can draw a box like that.
Brother, do you not?
You need those curved monitors.
You see?
It's still not 3D.
Look, that's the proof.
That's not 3D.
Yeah, look. So I can.
No, I'm not looking at anything 3D. That's flat. There's no depth differential in your box, brother.
There you go, depth. There. But what do you think, man? How does the Earth look like? Let me just draw it the way you think it looks
Draw
like.
a circle.
The way you're imagining.
No, draw what the ISS showed you live. Your saviors.
It's the Earth, you think?
That's what they show you. I'm not thinking anything. Show me what they show you.
Dude, this is not the Glovers playground to come play and fucking draw shit on.
Well, see, why doesn't he just put the little toothpick through the orange peel, and you'll see how you can dive down in water and pop out the fucking surface. That's all you got to worry about, orange Earth guy.
You know that
Have we got any Globers in who can provide some evidence for a globe that isn't drawing in paint?
I was just interested in you guys' view, what it looks like.
Well, go outside, Grim. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, you guys think it looks like this thing, like this shape. like this thing.
No, I just told you. Go outside where the actual Earth is. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, girl. You go outside, or you can get on a plane. We'll probably be around the exact same altitude when I was on a plane. That's all we've seen, which is all you've seen. All the extra shit is just
think it
baseless
looks like this cartoon that I'm drawing. No, we don't think it looks like the cartoon you've just drawn on paint.
Well, where are this cork? It looks like this piece of cork, right? It's like a
Have
pizza.
you got any actual evidence for a globe, though? Really? After a year? This is what you've got?
No, I told you I don't argue for the globe because I don't have evidence.
So why do you defend it, since you know it's not true?
I'm a skeptic. I'm skeptic. I'm
You're not
just poking
skeptic.
holes into views. That's all I'm
You
doing.
defend it. You defend the globe. That's the opposite
I
of
told you,
skeptical.
when I'm dating girls, I will pretend to be a glober. That's all I'm saying.
You're not pretending. You are a glober, despite having no evidence and knowing that it's not a globe. You're still a glober. How?
Oh man, that's unfair when you say that.
your history with girls is going to remain the same, globe or flat. You're going to keep getting
Oh, bro,
rejected.
come on, bro. Never. Yeah, you're laughing, man, because you know what will happen to me, man.
Is this the whole reason that you're not accepting that the globe is fake because you think girls won't like you?
No, because I'm a skeptic. That's the reason. But that's the I
not a
pretend to be a glober when I'm talking to girls. That's all. Because they're like, have you heard of those like conspiracy theorists, like flat earthers? And I'm like, yeah, of course they're crazy. She's like, oh yeah, nice, we agree. Let's have sex.
So you simp for them for agreement.
I told her that's my whole goal in life. So yeah.
I don't know, man.
Probably where you're going wrong.
Flat Earth gets you in the
Women
draws.
actually respect people. Women are actually looking for men who have their own mind and aren't just looking to follow a herd of sheep. So you decided, I'm just going to agree with everything you say. It's not a good tactic.
100%.
What is my goal? My goal is to get them late. So I'm successful.
Flat Earthers are like, Flat Earthers are like the bad guys in Greece.
Yeah, the rebels are always the cool guys.
I know.
Maybe you should aim a little higher, Grim. See, this is your mind is too dominated by this American Pie style fantasy that you seem to have about women, when you should be searching for truth, like we are.
Yeah, I should. But how successful are you guys in dating girls? Am I better or are you guys better? If you prove to me that you're more successful than I am, I'll change my belief. I promise.
Can't imagine anyone in here is any less successful than you are.
I couldn't imagine. I honestly could not imagine that anyone is less.
Me? No, I'm good, man. I'm good. I had like 2 dates last week, 2 different girls. That's good.
See, this means you're not good, right?
Well,
When
I
you
got them
when you
late.
when you when you go through 2 women in 1 week, I mean, neither of them liked you.
They still like me, man. They like me even. Well, no, it's getting gross, but yeah.
You like 16? Come on.
No. You what, bro? Wait, what is this psychological technique you're using?
I'm just helping you grow up and become a man. Since
Yeah,
you're
thank
acting
you.
like
I
a
never
child.
had a father figure, man. Maybe I'll
It sounds
find one
like
in my 30s. No, I'm good, man. I'm good. The flesh is weak,
Yours certainly is.
And one day I'll find to Jesus Christ, the Lord.
But you're sick. I'd hope so. So I'm doubtful at this point.
We'll see, man. We'll see. you know, being here, it actually helps me with not taking myself too serious, you know. So I just kind of play along, you know, and yeah, it helps me. It's like a therapy.
Well, you,
That's
you
cool.
take yourself you take yourself seriously.
Sometimes I take myself too serious, man. Yeah. Just
Yeah.
there,
Well,
there's a
you'd be
time
the
to be
only one, I
serious, and
think.
there's a time to joke, you know, joke around.
Yeah, but you're doing it the wrong way around. Because when you're talking about reality, that's the time to be serious. All the other times where you're taking yourself seriously, when you're gelling your hair or getting ready for your 15th date of the week, that's not the time to be serious.
It never made a difference to me, man, whether it's flat or a globe, you know.
Well, obviously
Never
does.
struck
Oh,
me.
you wouldn't have been coming in here for a year.
I like talking to people.
Yeah,
That's all,
us,
man.
about this topic.
You like talking to flat earthers about flat Earth?
Yeah, because flat Earth doesn't matter.
To a degree, what I like is, well, I'll not talk about it. I'll talk about it later, maybe. I'll tell you my real motivation, but not yet.
Like I've never went into an ice skating podcast or Discord. You know why? 'Cause I don't give a fuck about ice skating.
Yeah, but
So
why do
save
you
us the bull.
Why do
So
you
save
discuss
us
things
the
with
bullshit.
Globus? You know, that's the same thing. You know, you're talking to Globus. Why you do that, man? Why do I talk
Right,
to
because the shape of the Earth actually means something to me. The truth actually means something to me. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. You want to spread the truth, but
I
do
mean,
you
it
also
seems to me,
spread the
Grim,
love?
like you're trying to convince yourself that it doesn't matter to you, even though your actions show that it does matter to you. But you think if you tell yourself it doesn't matter, that will somehow make it true.
My life,
Yeah,
it really doesn't, man.
that's how flat earthers can spot like a preemie flat earther is when they start saying, "Yeah, I'm over here because it doesn't matter to me." That's where we can spot you. Trust me, you're not the first one that said that, Grim.
Mhm.
You know, you wouldn't go and hang out on a cheese server for a year saying, I don't care about cheese. That would just be weird.
No, and I never thought ever that the Earth is flat. Never, you know. Not even a second. Not even when I was like completely drunk, you know, like to the state of having a delirium. I never thought or will ever think about the Earth being flat. You know.
You definitely think about it all the time now, though. You think about it all
Never,
the
bro.
time.
Never, man. I promise you.
It's
that.
okay, man.
Never,
It's okay.
never struck me.
It's okay.
But it might be flat still.
Yeah, it is. Obviously.
It is.
Observably. Measurably. Do you think if you'd never been told it was a spinning ball in a vacuum, you'd have come up with that yourself?
Yeah. People came up with that by themselves.
You think you would have come up with that?
Yeah, probably.
What would have made you come up with that?
Observing the Earth, you know, trying to fit all the observations in one narrative. The
No,
globe
because
would be
when you
the
observe the Earth observes flat and motionless, so that wouldn't help.
Now that I don't agree with.
What? So you think you observe curvature and motion of the Earth beneath your feet?
Yeah, there was this experiment done by those flat earthers on Netflix, I think, you know. They showed it. It's like a standard experiment.
Well, that's not you coming up with this by yourself now.
I would have. Yeah, sure, I would have.
Yeah, how?
I like to go and fish. You know, I like fishing, and sometimes my buddy is ahead of me, and sometimes I don't know where to sail. You know, because he's got like a nice spot to get the fish out of the water. You know, so he'll give me like a flashlight, and yeah, man, I think I would have discovered it.
How would anything there have told you the Earth is a spinning ball? Fishing.
Not seeing the light anymore. You know,
So seeing a light or not seeing a light.
all the observations every day. The
Yeah,
stars,
all the observations
moon.
are of a flat, motionless Earth, though.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
It's
Well,
not
that's
if
what the
you.
globe story is.
Yeah,
So it's not
it's
a
like
question
it's
of agree or disagree.
exactly. It's not if you agree or disagree. That's literally the leading globe paradigm. Is that everything appears to be motionless and at rest. However, that's only because we're expanding indefinitely in all directions and all this other crazy shit. It appears that the stars are moving, but no, it's because it's actually us that are, spinning backwards and rotating and wobbling. So no, the way that you experience the Earth, Grim, is undoubtedly you experience as a flat, motionless Earth. Undoubtedly.
Look, bro, you guys and me, we are in a serious disagreement about the shape of the Earth. And I don't think that we can resolve it now. Because there's so much, you guys
Well, that's just 'cause
epistemic.
yours is just based on belief and ours is based on empirical reality. And you refuse to accept empirical reality and we refuse to accept your blind belief. So yeah.
Somewhere out there, science. See, when an earthquake happens and the ground is really shaking, like earth moving, all the stuff around you falls off the shelves. The pictures shake on the wall. Liquid starts moving in this glass. And then when the earthquake stops, guess what? Everything doesn't move anymore. No more reaction. Now, why in the fuck would there be a difference in those two effects if the earth was moving? If the earth was moving, stuff would react to that. Gravity doesn't stop the pictures from shaking. Fake words like gravity, they don't stop stuff from falling off the shelves when an earthquake happens. So if an earthquake is the earth moving, and it only happens in like certain places, then I mean, what the fuck? Everywhere else, there's no stuff moving off the walls. There's nothing. There's no attribute of earth movement. So I mean, you understand that, don't you? Just that and elevation. I mean, the elevation thing, you can't go find out how a globe curve works yourself or elevation of a globe up close and personal. Every little dot on the globe has to drop below itself and still be the same height. You know fucking damn well that doesn't make any damn sense to anybody. And you know damn well it doesn't make sense that an action or reaction wouldn't be held from an attribute of something moving. That's fucking crazy. We're trying to tell you there is no attribute of action or reaction within these two things. Cause and effect nature of something moving, or you sitting still on it, or you being on the moving thing and not feeling the reaction of it somehow. No.
See, this is where it shows that you're just really going with emotion rather than logic, because your own side doesn't claim that you can detect curvature or motion of the Earth. They claim that only they can do that because you experience a flat, motionless Earth. So you're not even arguing the globe argument.
I'm not. I will never try to do that.
Yeah. So what are you arguing for? Grimm's globe.
I'm not arguing for anything. The only thing I was arguing for, and I was actually successful in doing that, is that the U.S. Marines sniper manual says that you have to account for curvature. That's all. And some of you guys confessed to that. He agreed with me. That was the only point I was trying to prove.
Well, no, because you just said that you observe curvature and motion of the Earth.
Oh, that's a different point. That's a different one.
Yeah, that's
asked
what
me.
you said. So the sniper thing wasn't the only thing you claimed, because you claimed you observe curvature and motion of the Earth, which is what we're interested in, not what you've read in a book.
Globe thing, yeah.
Yeah, you said you observe curvature and motion, but the globe side doesn't claim that. They say you can't detect that. At least not with your observation. They claim you've got to swing the pendulums and shit, Grim.
I've done that experiment.
Haven't you been to the conventions? They swing the pendulums and the balls around.
Yeah, I've done it, yeah. You swing it one way, and then later on it just swings the opposite direction, or like diagonal to it.
So you swung the pendulum.
Yeah.
And what caused the pendulum to
It's
swing?
called, what's it called? The Foucault pendulum?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
So
had
what
it
was
in
the
school.
cause? So what was the cause of the pendulum swinging?
I don't know. It just because why it swung, or because I put like initial energy into it.
Because you swung it.
Yeah, it wouldn't do it on its own, I guess.
Yeah. So you swing a pendulum. What does that tell you?
That I'm strong enough to swing a pendulum.
Okay. So what does that have to do with the Earth?
It then later on swings like diagonal to the way I swung it in the beginning. You know, swing, whatever.
Okay.
And you can explain that by the Earth rotating. It's just an explanation. It doesn't have to be true, but it's just one explanation that was offered to me. And it made sense. So I accepted it.
What other possibilities did they tell you?
They didn't tell me any other possibilities.
Sounds like indoctrination.
I mean, that's what school is there for, you know, to teach you things.
Yeah, so don't you think it's a bit of an insult that they tricked you into thinking this pendulum must be moving due to Earth spin when you swung it? And
No, this is your opinion that they tricked me. You know, I would strongly disagree with that because you're talking
well,
like
you
that about my
said
teachers.
you
This is not
said you can't
respectful, man.
determine the cause of it, and they only gave you one suggestion as to a possible cause.
That's right. They give me
So-
the explanation.
Yeah, so that's not an experiment or logical. That's just them
That's not an
giving
experiment?
you a propaganda narrative.
They just
No,
gave
it's
me
not.
the
It's not an
explanation.
experiment. How's it an experiment? It's you swinging a pendulum.
And then observing what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, and the cause is you swinging a pendulum.
The cause for the initial swing? Yeah.
Yeah, the motion of the pendulum. You swung it. So
That's right.
what's the experiment to determine?
It swings like well, I already said that. I'm repeating myself.
Yeah.
You know very well what the experiment is about.
Circular. Well, begging the
very
question,
well what it-
fallaciously assuming a cause that isn't you when you're the thing that swung it.
We are in strong disagreement about your characterization of that experiment. You know.
Well, no, you just agreed with my characterization of the experiment. I said what
Not at all.
caused it, and you said you did because you swung it. Said they didn't give you any other possibilities as to why the thing was in
Look,
motion. You said yeah.
you're being disingenuous. That's why I said I'm not going to repeat myself. The experiment was not conducted to see if I can swing a pendulum or not. That's not. And you.
But that's what you did. That's what you did, though. That's what
what's the term?
that shows. That you can swing a pendulum. I guess that was the experiment.
Being obtuse, man. Yeah,
No, I'm pointing out what you did.
I know what I did, but that's not what the experiment is about.
Yeah, you swung a pendulum.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You swung a pendulum. I guess the experiment was to see if Grim could swing a pendulum.
That also, right? Yeah. But I'm
But the
glad, I'm
claim is
happy that you're
caused
calling
that
it an
they-
experiment now. Yeah, good.
Well, that's what you believe it is, but obviously it's not. It's just you swinging a pendulum, like we've said. And then they say, Grim, look, the pendulum is swinging not because you swung it, but because the
Look,
Earth is a
Grim,
giant ball that's spinning.
Look at it. Yeah, I can do this anymore, man. I can do this.
That's all right.
This. Maybe the other Globers who are willing to do it, you know.
No, they can't do it either. No one knows why they believe in a globe. Other than it's what I was told.
Yeah, I know. This is like the psychological thing. That's why I posted what I posted yesterday. You guys don't believe other people, you know.
Well,
Don't trust
when
people.
other people are
That's
saying
the
things
problem.
that contradict natural law, observable reality, and they've got no evidence, why would we believe them?
You don't trust anyone, man.
Why would I trust a rhetoric that is fallacious on its face from the beginning? Are you saying that it's wiser to trust things that are not true from the beginning? What are you saying?
I'm saying you guys have lost, and this is like one of the epistemic motives they call this in this psychological study to turn into conspiracy theories, is to lose like all trust in other people and what they say, you know.
No, that's not true. No, what we're not trusting is people that are giving us fallacious rhetoric. That would be the wisest thing to do. If someone's bullshitting you, don't trust them.
It's like you guys don't learn anything. With every new scandal that's exposed and lie that's been told, you guys still don't twig. Hey, these guys lie. Like, how can you be in 2024 arguing for blind trust of the government? It's crazy, bro.
I think it's crazy. But this is not, it's losing trust, having like a
Trust
low
in
point
who?
in life.
Well, if I ask you who you're actually trusting, you wouldn't even
Authorities.
be able to tell me. Which
Trust
one?
in authorities.
Who?
Yeah, for you there are no authorities. That's the
Who?
point.
Who do you trust?
No one is
Who
an
are you
authority.
trusting?
You know everything better than everyone else. Yeah,
Who,
I know
who
this
are
is
you
the problem.
trusting that told you a globe? Could you even name them?
Not only the trust thing.
Who is it you're
there was something
trusting?
else. Man. Trust,
Who is it
low
you're
point in
trusting?
life, and then there was like a third thing.
More projection. See, but you see how weak the argument is? Because when I ask you, well, who are you saying we should trust? You can't even tell us.
I think there is no one to trust for you. There is no
No,
authority.
well, who do you
No
trust?
field. You know
Well, there's no
everything
trust.
better.
There's no
I
one
guess
for
you
you
know
to trust.
things. You know things
Because you
even
don't have
better
anyone to
than, let's
trust.
say, a car mechanic, right? Who's trying to
Is it
repair
Joe
your car.
Biden? Are you
will
saying
not
it's
even
Joe
trust.
Biden that we should trust? Is that where the trust pyramid tops out? Joe Biden? Or Keir Starmer? Who is it that you're trusting?
Authorities in the field. I would trust.
Which authority? In which field? For the globe specifically.
In all fields. In all fields.
Well, which field was it that proved the globe to you that you trust? Where are you placing that trust that you're telling us we don't have? Where's yours?
Trying to think of the third point, man.
Excuse me, gentlemen, would it be okay if I posted something in the chat that I recorded last night, an observation that I had of something in the sky?
Yeah, go ahead, man. This is leading nowhere.
I know it's sort of a little off topic, but I just think some people might get something from it when they see it, or at least give me their opinion on it. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I'm very thankful for you joining in.
Yeah, give Grim some time to figure out who he's trusting. Rachel Maddow? Is that one of the people we should be trusting? Bill Gates? Who is it? Neil deGrasse Tyson. That must be it.
Yeah, I'm done with it.
We should trust Neil deGrasse when he says, even at 120,000 feet, the Earth is flat.
Or maybe if somebody asks him, what is gravity? And he says, we have no idea. Next question.
Yeah, what do you think, Grim? Do you trust Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I gotta go, bro. I gotta go. This is too much for me.
Oh, you heard him.
Oh dear. Not funny though. They're like, you don't have trust. You've lost your trust. Trust in who? I don't know.
The authority. Then he tried to use basically a false equivalence, but it still applies. I'm a car mechanic. Yeah, car mechanics are notorious for ripping people off. Huh. Where are you going to go with that one?
Yeah. You don't trust a used car salesman.
Yeah. No, I don't. He tells me this car just had an alignment. I take it for a test drive. The son of a bitch pulls to the right. Like, yeah, okay, he lied to me. It's pretty simple. They make a claim, you test it, you find out they're lying. Yeah, I don't trust them. Simple.
Sad. A year in here, and he still thinks he observes curvature and motion of Earth. What?
So I was talking to my brother-in-law yesterday because, it's holiday time and family's about. And, we got into the discussion. He's a staunch globe believer, all the same arguments, except I had to point out to him that his position was one of pure bias because he had no support or even knowledge of how to support some of the claims that the globe makes. But he maintains that position anyways, even though most of them are fallacious or debunkable on their face. But he prefers that position. I'm like, why don't you just tell me that this is what you prefer? You prefer to take the claims of men, and he's a Bible believer. So you prefer the doctrines of men, the claims that they make, over even what the Scripture would tell you. So you're denying the Scripture in favor of what men tell you. He doesn't like to see it that way, but he just says we have so much evidence. So I go, okay, well, what is it? Couldn't give me any. This is a biased position. People want space. I don't know why. They want the ball. I don't know why. But you just might as well be honest with yourself. Yeah, I kind of prefer the idea, the story, the lore of heliocentrism. Fine. Enjoy your life. But don't tell me it's based on evidence. Don't tell me any of that. Does anybody talk to Garrett or Garut? Welcome to the channel, Garrett. We got Vom in here. What's up, Vom? Just listening? Taking it all in? Vitalize, how about you? New to the channel? I haven't talked to you before.
I think we might have spoke once. I'm fairly new. I've only been in a couple of times. I've I'm on the flat Earth side, but I've recently, for like maybe the last 6 months, been following Nathan Oakley's channel. When I first started off on flat Earth, I started with Witsit. You know, I got hooked right away. Blah blah blah. And then, you know, lately I've been following Nathan, so I've been following all this drama lately. So I'm just sitting kind of in the background listening and seeing what's happening.
Yeah, there's no shortage of drama.
Yeah. I rarely, by the way, guys, I rarely get to put my 5 cents in because honestly, like I'm always busy. I live in New York City, so in the morning I'm commuting to the city, then I'm on a construction site all day. I get home, I have a little baby, you know what I'm saying? So just constant background noise. So I never really, you know, chime in or anything like that. But you know, from like a person from a newbie kind of, you know, I just want to say that my initial reaction is AI is 100% right. Like not even 100, 1,000% right. I'm 100% with him, and I'm gonna start commenting on all these channels and everything like that. But and I want to kind of say that Brian is butthurt, but I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know enough of the story, I guess, because I followed it a lot, but I'm not sure if I know enough of the story yet. Like when I watched the first 2 episodes of Globebusters, and I thought Nathan and Kiwi were very respectful to Bob. So I don't know where all that turned, but the other day I thought Nathan was very disrespectful to Witsit. I thought Witsit was very cordial and made a lot of sense, and Nathan just took his shot to get a voice clip, basically.
Well, I guess I don't know what you're talking about specifically. This has been going on for at least 3 years now, maybe 4. As far as the dissent or the disconnect between some of the Ballbuster / FED panel and Witsit and Jaren and Dave and the late Bob. But it's, you know, you can boil it down. It's fairly simple. They feel that there's just no reason to be discussing the ether when the flat Earth is still the much bigger, let's say, topic that needs to be argued for and represented well in the forums that Witsit enters. And so, you know, that's the bulk of it. Now, as far as AI and Brian and Adam or whoever else, I mean, there's a history there as well, and it's kind of a side drama to what the main objective for those guys is. So it's a shame, right? That this has to be like so contentious, but other than that, I think the biggest beef is, let's not discuss ether and you know, the lack of evidence thereof when we need to be putting our best arguments and our best foot forward when we go to InfoWars and Tim Pool, you know, IRL and all that stuff. Like you need to have your arguments in order, especially if it's the topic of the debate is flat Earth conspiracy. You might as well knock that shit out of the park. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. I completely agree with you. And that's why I've been watching and listening to a lot of Nathan Oakley, because I feel like the celestial navigation is 100% the argument to make for flat Earth. Like, the reason why I say like I started with Witsit is because like I'm an electrician by trade, and when he started talking about equipotential electricity and all this stuff and Nikola Tesla, that made a lot of sense to me, you know what I mean? And it wasn't until I listened to Nathan and Kiwi break down a lot of Witsit stuff that I started seeing holes in it, which I was always looking for. I was always trying to find holes in Witsit's rhetoric because the idea seems ridiculous when you first look into it. And
sure,
I realized that none of the Globers are actually able to find holes in Witzit rhetoric because it's the same rhetoric. It's the same feast of nonsense. Nathan and QE kind of just dismiss all of that, which I'm not saying that Witzit's ideas and his beliefs are not valid, because obviously electricity has a lot to do with our everyday reality. And there are a lot of things that we just really don't know. And that's what I love about Nathan and QE. They don't claim anything. They just go off of facts, of measurements, and that's it. They don't try to involve themselves in that feast of nonsense, because even with Ohm's law, I can't, Ohm's law, you have resistance, volts, amps, and watts. You cannot get, you need two variables to be able to come up with any one of those four variables. So who's to say that we have two variables? You know what I mean? Maybe we're looking at all of the wrong stuff. So that's why I kind of agree with Nathan and QE of not to go into the feast of nonsense, because if it's not provable and it's not actual science, then it's all pseudoscience, which is what the globe is, and it's just fictitious forces with imaginary lines and a lot of belief.
Yeah. Man's inquisitive nature and curiosity about the natural world leads to a lot of speculation, because things like light, we can describe a lot of the properties of light, but there's a level you get to where it becomes a mystery in and of its own, how it behaves, what it does in certain situations. You can only describe it so much, and you can only use it so much. I mean, we use light, we use electricity, but my late father-in-law was a union electrician, and he told me one time, what we call electricity is just shit magic. He says, because ultimately there's a lot of things about it we really don't know. We use it, but it's an interesting animal in and of itself. So, so after a while, we kind of dig down as far as we can go, and then we start to speculate. Well, that's where we get into big time trouble, right? Then you can start conjuring, mediums for things that don't necessarily require any mediums, but you put one in because it makes you think that maybe that medium would describe certain things that we observe better. But then at the same time, it's kind of this double-edged sword where all of a sudden the medium would be impossible because of some of the other things that you describe or observe with light or electricity or whatever. Ultimately, we have conventions, we have concepts, we have speculations about things that ultimately are well beyond any man's pay grade, So our curiosity, once we get to the bottom of that glass, we go, okay, well, I'm just going to start making stuff up if it seems plausible. And you don't need to do that. We just think we have to have answers for things. That's our biggest problem, is the arrogance to say, well, I should be able to figure this out. We, as mankind, should be able to figure this thing out. And it's just not going to happen. And I guess I don't see the problem with that.
Yeah, well, I guess that's why we're all kind of here, because I don't know, I don't speak for everybody, but I was, I believed in the globe a lot. I mean, I listened to all of the shows on the Discovery Channel, and I was very much into all of the science of the planets and, Voyager, the satellites, the astronauts, all of it. You know what I mean? I was hook, line, and sinker. And that's why, maybe that's why I'm so much into Flat Earth, because I was always looking for that deeper answer of why. And, kind of understanding that maybe what you've been fed was all bullshit it's kind of, it's a new journey.
Yeah. Well, how long did you say you've been looking into this?
To be completely, when I first heard about the whole entire concept, well, I mean, I guess when we're all in school, we hear about Christopher Columbus, right? Sure. I guess nobody wonders the question of how they sailed before, right? You know, but anyway. But anyway, we all hear about Christopher Columbus, and then I heard about it when Kyrie Irving came out and said, you know, he believed in flat Earth, and I was like, this guy's a retard. You know what I mean? Who the hell? Like, look up in the sky. Then, you know, when COVID hit, everybody, you know, everybody's home, and you're on the internet a lot. I started seeing a lot of stuff about buoyancy, and it started making a little bit of sense. And then, you know, a lot of the things that I started seeing started making sense, but it was all of the Feast of Nonsense stuff, like the Antarctica and the moon landing, and you know what I mean, all of this stuff. That's what was kind of clicking for me. So I want to say like 2021 was when I kind of started looking into it. Then 2022, I want to start. That's when I started looking into Witsit. I forget who was that posted it on X. I was new to X. Somebody posted something. I think it was like Matthew X. And then I started, like, I was hooked. I watched every single debate. Like, for 3 months straight, all I did was I went to work and I listened to Witsit. I listened to every debate, every single show he had probably. And that's it. I was sold. And then I came out and I started telling all my friends, you know what I mean, people that I work with, hey, you know what, this and that. And then, you know, people would make fun of me. I wouldn't, yeah, and I didn't even realize it yet. I would still look at the sun every day and be like, well, how does this go away from me? And you know what I mean? And then slowly every day I would make the observations. It wasn't until I started really listening to Nathan Oakley that I started putting it together, that it's just, you know, the Earth is just, there's an imaginary line called the equator. The Earth is just divided into a right triangle, and that's how we navigate. You know what I mean? And that's why we don't see the sun, because it just goes too far away. Why?
Right.
Don't we see the southern stars? Because they're too far away. That's it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It becomes much clearer, and you're kind of able to understand it. Again, I would love to say that I know the Earth is flat, like Nathan does, and everything like that. I believe it. I believe it like 100%. But it's still a belief to this day. Because you know what I mean. I don't know for certain anything, but I know for certain it's not a globe. I know we're being lied to, and I know that, you know, things can be deeper than what it is. But people just have to come to the realization that you can't just keep invoking fictitious forces and imaginary lines and thinking that it's true. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Anyway, I'm glad that these conversations are happening. And I'm very grateful that Witsit is getting out there on these bigger platforms. And, you know, before we know it, he is going to be on Candace Owens. You know, he is going to have that one-on-one interview where he can say what he needs to say. And we should support him. We should tell him what we want him to put the front foot forward. And that we want the front foot to be celestial navigation, not ether. You know what I'm saying? That's what we should be at as like a whole.
Yeah. Well, it would be my hope that he actually does, that he, you know, interesting about Witsit is he used to spend a lot of time in the 24/7 main server 2.0. And he knew the arguments very well, and he had no problem, you know, shutting down any globe proponent that would come in, basically with the things that he had learned from Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley and those shows and those channels. So the fact that he has abandoned those is not a good sign. A lot of the stuff that I'm pretty sure I've heard him talk about, he doesn't bring up anymore. So it's not looking good. And the other thing that is kind of a problem, and this is not just Witsit, but if he does make it on some of these mainstream platforms that he continues to, you know, grow in popularity, it's we're going to have to be putting out a lot of fires if he keeps up the rhetoric that he has currently. And I'll just give you an example. So we've been combating the idea of the azimuthal equidistant projection as a flat Earth model for kind of like since this whole thing started, or I'll say reemerged, maybe 2013. Okay, that is something that people will strawman most flat earthers with, is the AE projection flat Earth model. That's a problem. We've had a hard time putting out the fire of Jaron using a flashlight to try and prove a flat Earth, shining it through a couple of holes in some pieces of plywood. People come in and say, the flat earther is the one that proved the curvature of the Earth. Well, that's another one, right? Same with the ether. Oh, you guys believe everything is electrostatics, blah, 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 dielectric acceleration. That's another fire that we're continuing to put out. 15 degrees an hour, thanks, Bob. So out of that particular camp, with those 3 and 4, things that we have Dave, Jaron, Witsit, and Bob to thank, are the biggest problems even still today that we have to combat globetards with, right? They want to bring it up, they want to strawman us with it, and we have to deal with it. So if that continues, what conclusion are we supposed to come to? That these people are for us, or that they're just complete nincompoops throwing out their speculations and treating them as reality, which is also a problem? Or are they looking for reasons to undermine just the reality that we're trying to show to people? The celestial navigation, that's just a matter of reality. You measure an angle to a star, and the other straight line of that angle at the end of it is the GP of that particular star. It's its zenith point. That's no dust stuff. Water is my favorite, one of my favorites. 70% of the Earth is covered in water. Water seeks and finds its own level. Do I have to make it more complicated than that? No, right? So these are the things that aren't really making it into the mainstream, but laser gyros, AE maps, and ether are the crap that we're dealing with. So I'm with you. I hope that he actually pulls his head out of his ass and says something intelligible and reasonable on a large platform, but that remains to be seen.
No, 100%. I agree with everything you just said, and that's why I kind of feel that what AI was saying about going on these platforms. I know what Nathan is saying is kind of like wiping up after Witsit, but to get the relevant points like Alpha, like from 24/7, Alpha Veritas is on X now. I think that's a big deal. It's just he only does nightly shows. We need somebody to take over for him to do daily shows to get the word out, because you got a lot of people listening in, and a lot of people listening on this Flat Earth Fridays. I don't know if you guys have ever listened into there, but sometimes they have interesting conversations, but it's all like what Nathan will call feast of nonsense. You know what I mean? And we need to get our voices in there. And 24/7 Discord needs to start making a presence in these spaces, like AI was saying, I believe.
Yeah. Well, we're working on it. We've got some ambitious folk, and then we've got some folks that like to hang out in the Discord VCs. But Alpha, he puts his best foot forward, and I know that Indio goes on what I guess X now, used to be Twitter. He's been in there a lot, Facebook, stuff like that. But yeah, the spaces on X are a handy tool. I'll give you that for sure.
Hey, says who? Can I ask you a question?
Shoot.
Do you have a flat Earth model that you use?
No, there's no flat Earth model. There's no globe model either.
Okay, so you don't really know how the Earth really looks, right? Like in its true form.
Well, I mean, it looks like the Earth.
I mean, do you have like an image that could kind of show us what you have in mind when you say that?
Yeah, so I mean, if you were to go into like a plane or anything like that, way high up, maybe you could take an infrared camera with you. You could take pictures of large sections of the Earth from high altitude, but to get the entire Earth in one shot, nobody has that.
But couldn't you like kind of put them together, like from the multiple shots?
Well, it's pretty difficult since you're not very high above the surface of the Earth. It wouldn't give you, for lack of a better term, a bird's eye or a God's eye view of the entire realm. So there is no image that you could create, other than the strips of data that NASA has of the satelloons that they set up. They take tons of images of the Earth from those satelloons. So if you could stitch those together, you might have some semblance of what you're dealing with. But What they take with those is they just wrap those around a polar coordinate system and turn those strips of data, which are of the surface of the Earth, and turn it into a globe. So, you could unwrap that and see what you get, but nobody has any images of the entire Earth.
Okay, I do think if you guys had a model, then it would be extremely, easy to prove or disprove, the claims you're making, But because you don't have one, then
you don't have a model, dude. You don't even have.
Yeah,
one.
you don't have a model.
Well, we have one. But obviously, you guys disagree with it, right? But you guys don't. No. That we could debate.
No, you don't.
Can you post that model in the side chat for me, please?
It's the model that's used on.
Yeah,
Google
what's it
Earth.
called?
The Google Earth model. Have you ever used Google Earth?
Google Earth is a flat Cartesian coordinate system. That's a flat Earth.
It's the model of the Earth.
I hate to break it to you, but that's Google Maps. You're talking about Google Earth, I believe, man.
No, Google Earth is a Cartesian coordinate system. You guys think that because when they make that CGI rendering of the Earth as a globe, you guys think that's the Earth, and as soon as you go down to the surface level, all the measurements between all the different places that you can measure on that are all flat and level. Did you know that? You can do elevation profiles on Google Earth, and it's a flat Earth. Were you aware of that?
I know you disagree with it. And we could have like a debate or whatnot about whether or not it works. That's
Okay,
separate.
nice.
I know you disagree, but I'm saying that's my model that I use.
Let
right?
me tell you what to do with Google Earth. Go take the measuring tool and go to Antarctica and draw a perimeter to measure the perimeter of Antarctica on Google Earth. Tell me how that works.
Look, I know you guys disagree with the Google Earth model.
If you take the measuring tool and go make a circle around the perimeter of Antarctica, you get freaking crescent moons and shit. You don't get a measurement of a perimeter
That's still a perimeter
of the Antarctic continent.
Okay,
Dude,
look, I'm not
perimeter of my living room. Doesn't mean it has to be a
No, it's
perfect
not.
square.
It doesn't work.
Yes, I can. I can take the perimeter of my desktop computer.
Guys,
it's
please
perimeter of
calm
my
down.
microphone, dude. Doesn't mean it has to be perfect.
Doesn't fucking work on Google Earth. The model.
It does. It does actually.
The model fails. The model fails to allow you to draw
No, you're not
a perimeter
explaining how it
around
fails, dude.
Antarctica.
You haven't explained how it fails. I'm sorry, bro. You haven't explained how that means it fails, dude.
Yeah, I know how it fails, and I know why it fails. You don't.
Sure, then explain
That's
it,
the
bro.
problem, Flat Earthers
Sure, then you need to
understand the
explain it to
reasoning
us
for
because you
this.
have not made a point. You have not been making a
Okay.
point. You do not have an argument,
Sure,
bro.
I'll
So
explain
make
it.
one.
It's
Holy shit, dude.
It's
Okay,
a
then do
flat
it.
map that they wrapped around a 3D model ball. It's a flat map that they wrapped around a 3D model ball, and it didn't fucking work.
That's not actually entirely correct, but okay, sure. That's how all globes work. Okay, what's your point, bro?
That's absolutely true. Well, my point is the
That's how
model
all
is
globes work
fucking
because
broken.
all 3D
If you want to
objects
call it a model,
are
it's
2D
really not,
shapes
though.
making up a 3D object, bro. You know how that works, bro? It's called mathematics, bro. Like the other guy said, Cartesian, whatever. Sure, you take the thing and you make it go around. Like
Yeah, I know
it's a different
mathematics.
shape, dude. But it's still a 2D shape on a 3D shape. Like it's not that hard to figure out, man.
I know it's a
You how,
different shape,
You know
and
what
it's
a tesseract
broken.
is? A tesseract
The globe is
the
broken.
equivalent of a cube because it has all faces being a cube
A
instead of all
tesseract?
faces
What
being
the
a square.
fuck are you talking about, dipshit?
Yes.
Define
is where
tesseract.
The shape
Define tesseract right
or
now.
a hypercube, whatever, bro. Hypercube. A hypercube is when you have cubes. Okay,
Yeah, whatever. You don't even know what the
I'm
fuck you're
defining
talking
for it
about.
to you
Get
right
the
now.
hell
I
outta
just
here,
defined it,
dipshit.
nigga. Do you want me to define it again? It's when all the
It's a
faces of the shape are a
hypercube,
cube
but
instead of a square.
the
Okay, so you have a cube, right? Define a cube.
Yeah,
You know what a
define
cube is,
it.
clearly.
Define
You're
it
actually smart. Define a cube.
mathematically.
I haven't claimed what a cube is. You apparently have, so
Define what a tesseract is mathematically.
Okay, I'll define a cube mathematically. A cube mathematically is a shape with all faces being a
it's
square,
tesseract.
so it has 6 faces. A tesseract is the equivalent in the 4th dimension, where it has all faces being a cube. Dude, I just explained to you. I don't need to fucking get so dirty and simple with it. Dude, you're like not working. Your brain doesn't
How
work,
many
dude.
sides does
You
it
don't
have in
fucking
the
think.
fourth dimension?
You're not smart, dude.
Fourth dimension.
So is that what you're calling fucking tesseract?
Now we're in the fourth dimension.
That's
Fourth
definitely what a tesseract is. Yeah, look up hypercube or tesseract.
watch-
Find that. Google it.
You
Google it
watched
right now.
Gravity, and now
Go ahead and
you
Google
think
it, dude.
after watching
Okay, I'm
not
muting you,
Gravity.
bro.
What
You're
was that
irritating. You don't
fucking
even do Google.
movie?
Dude, you're so annoying.
You're muting me. Fine, I'll boot you. How about
You can't even
that?
tell us what your claim is. You said, yeah, I know, but you don't, obviously. What I'm saying is you haven't made a claim. You don't say your shit, so I'm just muting you.
Yeah, you're muted. You're not muting anyone.
I mute you back. How about them apples? I server
Okay.
mute your ass. Now what?
So if I could get
Holy
back
shit,
to
that
my
guy lost
point.
it. Fucking Tesseract Earther.
So for the guy who claimed the Google Earth model, are you telling me that you live on an Earth where there is daylight everywhere you go? Because when I go to in Google Earth and I make circumnavigation, I find everything just in daylight. Like there
No,
is
like look, when I say
no
model,
night.
right?
Oh,
I'm
you
not
said
talking about the like
yeah. Listen, but I'm
the
not.
whole
I'm not
physics.
done. I'm not done.
The
Second
answer is
thing, I
no.
don't.
The
Second
answer is no.
thing, yeah. Second thing, I don't see any ocean. I see drawing. It's a drawing. It's not the ocean. It's a drawing of the ocean floor. I don't see any water wrapped on a ball and tides, waves, those things. Meaning that it's not Earth. It's not even a replica of Earth or a model of Earth. Doesn't show Earth.
What are you talking? Look,
I'm talking
I don't
about
know what
Google
you're talking about.
Google Earth.
Look, man. I don't really know exactly what you're talking about. But obviously, the people who made Google Earth, they believe there's water. Like can we not waste our time on like silly things of like, oh, they don't believe in water? The only point I'm trying to make is I know you guys don't agree with the Google Earth model, okay? I'm not trying to have the debate of, whether or not it works perfectly. All I'm saying is we have a model, and it would be really nice if you guys had a model. It would be really nice.
It's not a model, dude. You can't look at it and pick any clips off of that.
Yeah, let's.
Okay, how is it?
Let me ask you a fundamental question here. Do you benchmark reality to a model?
We use models to get a better understanding. It's kind of like a mental image, right? We're like, obviously, it's not the actual Earth.
It doesn't
That's
answer
what
my question.
Model means.
There is one singular thing that I ask all the
so you don't
Glovers to do.
benchmark reality to a model. You benchmark a model
I
to
don't
reality.
even know what
As
that
flat
means.
earthers, we use nature as. I'll tell you, I'm explaining it if you let me. As flat earthers, we use nature as our true reference. We don't use a model as our true reference.
We use nature too. We use nature.
Okay, good. So why are you asking for models when we can both communicate and reference true nature itself?
Because our eyes, right? They could only see very far. One of your fellow flat earthers was actually agreeing. He was saying that if you go high enough, you could only get so much. You can't obviously get the whole entire picture, right? So that's the reason why we use models, because our eyes could only see so much of the nature. We use models to get a better, mental idea.
Well, hold on. Models, a scientific model is specifically for observable phenomena, not unobservable phenomena. Did you know that?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Yep, scientific models are for observable phenomena. If you don't have one, then you may as well just be developing computer models like for a fucking video game, using your imagination. Model space and model freaking Superman flying through outer space and shit.
Yeah.
You can model that. Doesn't mean it's real.
This has been observed.
So scientific model, which is based on empirical reality, is based off of an observation. And nobody has a globe observation.
Well, obviously you're going to disagree with that, right? Because you think, the whole spaceship thing is a hoax and whatnot. But,
yeah, and my disagreements are justified. I can justify my disagreement. It's not a hand wave dismissal.
Okay, well, if you had an actual model, whether or not it works or not, I know you're claiming our model doesn't work, okay? I don't want to get into that debate right now. But if you even had a model to put forth, right, then it would be a lot easier.
If we put one forth, do we have nothing to compare it to because you don't have a model to compare?
Sure, what is it? Please tell me what your model is, and then I'll look at it. I promise.
A bucket of water.
Yeah, stationary.
A bucket of water is a model.
It's a bucket stationary.
I like that. A bucket of water works. It scales up. Reality's fractal that way.
A bucket of water.
A bucket of water. It's a model of the surface of water being flat. Can you show me a model of water around the sphere?
I could literally
There you
cut
go.
out a wooden. I could literally
That's
cut
a
out
good
a
one.
wooden sphere and just put it in a bucket of water. Like, what are you talking about?
Can you show me
No, that's not
70%
analogous.
of the surface of a sphere holding water, covered by water, not but
That's
put
not
in.
how gravity works. Obviously,
But-
physics change at different scales, right?
wait,
Wouldn't you agree? Wait.
How
Let
do
me
you
ask you
know?
a question. Let me ask you a question. Wouldn't you agree that on smaller scales, right? Like for an ant, a drop of water, it acts differently. It has different physical, like it acts differently, physically speaking, right? Than what it would act for a human being, right? Like for
So
an
you
ant,
can-
the water, it could become a huge droplet, right? That's like even taller than its own body.
So
But for a
thank you.
human,
So-
it would never be
thank
that
you.
tall.
Thank you. So you can't model Earth. You can't make a model of Earth. You are telling me that you can't make a model of Earth because an ant the droplet is so different for the ant, and you have a bigger scale, which is the Earth.
Different.
You won't be able to model the Earth. That's
Yeah,
what
kind
we
of
told you
shoots
in
your
the
own
beginning.
argument in the foot.
In what way does it?
You may as well
just
say,
make it
I don't have
plain.
any evidence for the globe.
You guys keep trying to turn this into a debate
Well, just
of whether
making
or
a
not
claim
my
is saying
model
that
works.
Earth is too big to see as a globe, right?
Look, you guys keep
Your
trying to
claim is
get
that
into
Earth
this
is too big
same
to see and model as
debate.
a globe.
Look, you
Fantastic argument there.
trying to get into a debate about whether or not my model works, right? Like, because I understand that's the only thing you could do. But all
don't
I'm
have
saying
one.
is, if you had a model, we could actually like look at it. You know what I mean? And then we could actually say whether or not it works or not.
You don't have a model.
Do we have to go
Second
through this
thing-
again? We're going back to reality.
Snap back
We're
to
referencing
reality.
nature,
Yep,
not a
there goes
model.
gravity.
We both reference nature.
Hey, am I crazy to say that I believe that the International Space Station is in the waters above? That's why they have drowning issues. That's why it's probably not as a unsafe place as it seems. Because if you go into the depths of the ocean, you also get outer darkness, and you get these brine pools and an impenetrable liquid, which is made of these brine pools, and you can't penetrate through it. So what I think, they have this space station up there and they make use of the firmament above. There's some kind of middle layer that they utilize. And it also aligns with Isaiah, where it says that Satan will exalt himself above the clouds to the highest place to make him like God. And if you look at the NASA symbol, you know, it's kind of like literally like Satan inside of it. And everything within NASA, symbolically, the gods that are being used and all the symbolical stuff is always centered around paganism or Satanism. And another theme, like, if you would think about getting the mindset of a fallen angel and you want to get as high as possible, be above the clouds, have the highest throne, wouldn't this all match the criteria perfectly? Like, think about it. And
where do you see Satan in the NASA?
Sounds like affirming the consequent, Clay. Good job.
Well, it's just my belief, right? My belief. This is not what the flat earthers say. This is just my belief. I believe that there is an International Space Station. It's utilizing the waters
Yeah,
above.
you're making the rest of us sound like fucking retards.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
What the fuck, dude? We're trying to talk about reality and nature, and he comes through the side door about the ISS and brine water because Isaiah, the book of Isaiah says so. Jeez, dude.
It's okay. Bless you, sir. Is no offense. I might
Nothing
have
flies up in the air and people are floating on.
Bad timing.
Yeah. Much love. Sorry for interrupting.
To return to the more sane conversation, if you will, I have a question that's out of total curiosity and no animosity. I'm curious how you guys think we charter plane flights.
So international
dude?
flights. I'm curious. How does it work? I think that's what he's getting at with the model.
How do you
I use
buy a plane
Travelocity.
ticket? Did you just
No. Sorry, not from a perspective of a consumer, but of a pilot.
Oh my god! Get your flight charts out.
You want to ask a pilot?
Well, I don't think anyone else hears.
Go ask a pilot about filing an FAA flight plan.
No. I'm asking about geographically. Why does the angle curve? Is my question to you. If you project it on a flat map.
What angle curving?
What I'm saying is, I don't know how you
What angle
project a
curving,
flight
dude?
path out on a way anyone can understand. That's not a globe model.
Oh, let me post one for you. That way you'll get it understanding. You want to see the one they used?
That'd be
in
very
World War-
useful.
Yeah. Do you want to see the one they used in World War II? That one should be very useful because this.
Whichever
is
one you like to use, I would like to see.
So they did. It's not me. This is the government. I'll just show it to you, and then you can decide why there's no curved lines on this one. This has all the distances from point to point. You click on it and go into view it in browser, and it's a high resolution.
Let's do it.
And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask the U.S. government who made that map what's going on. You should be able to plan your routes from that. Today, that should still work.
Okay, so this is a top projection model, it seems. I know Australia does not look like that.
So you've mapped Australia for us?
I know how long it takes to fly to Australia from South America.
What's that have to do with I know it doesn't look like that?
Well, unless space-time behaves differently depending on where you are on the Earth, it doesn't look like that.
Space-time?
Yeah, unless time is compressed in different places on the globe or flat Earth is.
Dude, please come to reality with us.
No, like seriously, how do you think you get from South America to Australia like that?
You just fly
Is
there.
there
Use
time
the map
compression on
and
this
scale.
map somewhere?
No.
You have to believe in time compression here to be if you want to be
It
rational.
shows you the miles.
You don't know how to read a map.
If you fly at 10 miles per hour, you could probably figure out how long it's going to take you because it shows you the miles.
So from Argentina, off the edge of that map. So this assumes a globe map.
You're asking us about how pilots use maps, and you don't even know how to read this one. So what answer could we possibly
No, I'm
give you
asking
that you know
how
how
do you
to
navigate
evaluate properly?
From South Australia to South Africa, or not South Africa, well, Africa, yeah, too. But basically, do you guys believe you can go from south of any of these continents here to the south of all the other continents, or is this something you don't believe exists?
What?
Can you navigate from a southern?
I'm trying to parse out what you're
to a
asking.
southern continent by going south.
Yeah.
How is there? It's not Pac-Man shit. You don't believe in Pac-Man, do you?
I don't know. I've never done it.
Okay, I have flown from the tip of South Africa to Australia, going south. So unless it's like all the whole plane's a
I have
hologram or whatever,
I have seen
then there's a problem here. Or I'm lying.
I have seen government maps that are flat Pac-Man Earth models.
He went over Antarctica, is what he's telling us.
Oh, nice.
Exactly what he said. He said,
right.
He flew south from Australia around over Antarctica and then came back up the other side. Is that true?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's never happened in your life. You're a liar.
Are you sure about that?
No.
Yeah, I'm positive about it. There's a difference between Globers who are
that was easy.
That are kind of did he leave already?
Nope, he's still here.
Yeah, so Globers are like 99% sure of things. Flat Earthers are 100% sure. I'm 100% sure you just made that up.
Meanwhile, Bradwin, I'm really liking the NTSB data we downloaded from all the flight boxes we have. all the black boxes that they post on NTSB's database, none of them show a curving Earth.
Yeah,
None of the avionics, none of the telematics. Sorry?
Oh, go ahead. I think I'm lagging, but I'm going to post one for you. I don't have all of them. I just got one screenshot. There it is. No curve in that flight path.
Yeah, and that's taking data from the gyro and from all the instruments. There's like a 400 meg Excel file associated with all the graphs you see on that pitch data chart, that attitude information chart, and altitude information chart.
So you were able to get
not
that
a
file?
single piece of data on this whole thing shows a curve.
Why would it?
The airplane's always exactly. Earth is flat. I mean, it's the airplane doesn't go ass over nose to go bending around a curve.
Correct. It doesn't face up in the fucking air going around with its butthole facing down at you. Or vice versa. It doesn't face its nose down with its ass up in the air. Doesn't do either one of those things.
There's at least 1,000 miles there where it is flying straight and level with a positive angle of attack, just nosed up slightly a couple degrees. And look how sensitive that is, right? There's no indication that the pilot had to correct downwards to go over. And if you got a nice 1,000-mile stretch like that, that's almost 15 degrees at 500 miles per hour, a 15-degree rotation. There's no rotational vector here.
Does it tell you where gravity grabs the airplane?
Do you know that the SW that's a spy plane? I think you know Su-70 something, Su-71. It's built to have, it's built to have that angle of attack. The engines in the wings are slightly downward. Dependent to the nose and the body of that plane. So when it's flying,
right? So the nose is pitched up to, yeah.
Yep.
So to answer
you know what else, Netcross?
Have you figured out?
It has a celestial navigation computer.
Have you figured out how to fly now from one point to another yet, Mr. Pilot?
Oh, well.
Dude, I'm a pilot.
The SR-71 has a celestial navigation computer that takes elevation angles to the stars on flat Earth.
You guys need the opinion of a real pilot?
I know we got plenty of flat Earth pilots, but I'll take another opinion.
All right, well, my credentials, in case you guys want to know, is I did download Microsoft Flight Simulator and flew 2 flights in a virtual world. Therefore, I'm an expert.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Oh, you're actually a candidate for Space Force now because that's what they do there.
I know.
Overlord, man, your mic sounds so good. I didn't recognize you.
You finally moved into a house out of his van.
I don't live in my van.
I didn't verify.
The one with the surveying manual in your glove box or whatever.
That's a truck. Okay, let's get it right, fools. That's a truck.
I couldn't verify Flight Simulator yet, but if you bought it Overload, try to see if you can cross Antarctica or the North Pole. If there is available trajectory or flight path in
I wonder if it has like absolute real-time scaling.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Disc.